Thank you. Good morning. My name is Maggie McMillan. I'm the Executive Director of the Juneau Chamber of Commerce, but I'm here today on behalf of the Alaska Committee. The Alaska Committee was founded in 1995 with the commitment to make Juneau a welcoming capital for Alaska. And we've done that by initiatives like Gabble Alaska, which is on your table, which makes it so you have access to the capital, even if you're not in Juneau. And we also work with Alaska Airlines to do constituent fairs to make it so any Alaskan can make it to Juneau.
Thank you.
And with that, I will officially turn the gavel over to our president, Lacey Simpson, to officially welcome us and begin the proceedings. Lacey?
Morning, everybody. How are you doing?
Yeah.
Look at that. Thank you, Sitka. Good job. Well, welcome everybody to the 2023 Southeast Conference and annual meeting. My name is Lacey Simpson. I'm the Assistant City Manager for the City of Ketchikan, and I've had the honor this last year of serving as Board President for Southeast Conference. Thank you all very much for being here today, for making the trek. I'm happy to see such a great turnout and had no weather issues getting here, so fantastic. So we're going to kick off the conference with Color Guard, Sitka-based Color Guard. And also I invite you to rise, please, for the national anthem.
Color Guard, forward, march. Color Guard, hold. Left, back. Color Guard, prison, arm.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Color Guard, order, arm. Right, back. Color Guard, forward, march.
All right, thank you very much, Sitka and Color Guard. Appreciate that very much. And thank you for the amazing rendition of the national anthem. Thank you very much. It's fantastic. So as usual, Robert and his staff have put together just an amazing agenda for the next couple of days, and I'm hoping you all will enjoy. We have an exciting and diverse panel of speakers. It's a mix of many of those panels that we've all come to expect that kind of form the backbone of the conference and also of our economy. So we have transportation and the marine highway updates, mariculture, and of course, everyone's favorite, Meilani Schijvens with Southeast Alaska by the numbers, always a popular one. We also have a couple of new topics as well that I think are really timely, such as our housing challenges that we're all facing throughout the region, and also with the influx of investment coming into the region, how we measure what success looks like for all of that investment. The value and importance of this conference, I think, is really exemplified in the agenda that was put together for us. Just the caliber of speakers that have been arranged. We have the attention of some of our federal leaders. It's pretty amazing that such a small region has garnered that level of support. And it shows that the work that this organization does and the work that all of you do is relevant and meaningful. This is always such a great opportunity, I think, for everyone in the room to check in with each other, not only for updates, but to actually have that FaceTime with each other, forge those partnerships or expand upon them. And one thing that I think is really obvious as we all gather and all show our commitment to the region is that we are so very dedicated to making Southeast the best that it can possibly be for our residents. It takes all of us being the compass in our respective communities and our industries to make Southeast economy right and relevant and strong and also healthy and make this place just the best to live, work, and play. Southeast Conference as an organization is definitely leading the charge in that respect, as they have for many years under Robert's leadership. Not only are they taking those major initiatives that you're going to hear more about this week, such as Build Back Better and SAS to the next level, but they're also building a lot of capacity in the region. They themselves have gone through a huge expansion in a very short amount of time. I think they've gone from about 3 employees to a dozen and counting, and they're hiring. So if you know someone who would be well suited to the organization, I definitely encourage you to speak with Robert. They've developed policies, procedures, deciphered regulations, and they're sharing all of that with other organizations and other municipalities in the region to make us all stronger. Again, want to thank you. There's lots of thank yous here. Robert already mentioned our sponsors, and I'm going to mention them again, because without them, this conference truly is not possible. From everything from the coffee and the snacks to breakfast to just general support, that's what makes this conference happen. So if you see one of our sponsors out there, like Robert said, on your table, there's a little pop-up tent that definitely highlights who some of those sponsors are. Please tell them thank you. It really does mean a lot. Also would like to thank the city of Sitka, City and Borough of Sitka, for being such a lovely host and ordering up that sunshine. Visit Sitka as well, and then all the folks here at the Harrigan Hall. Robert and your staff, you guys are the cats now. Meow, 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 yes. You guys just put in 110% every time we have one of these conferences, and I really hope that all of you can join me in giving them a round of applause. And lastly, thanks to all of you for being here, for your dedication, for the leadership that you show in your communities and in your industries, for your time on committees. You make this all possible. So thank you very much for your attendance. And with that, I'd like to welcome up here our little welcome panel, which will be Sitka Mayor Stephen Eisenbeisz, and also Tlingit and Haida Richard Peterson. If you could join me on stage, please. I am so sorry. We also have Chairman Woody Widmark with the Sitka tribe. If you can also come up, please.
How do I mute it?
I tried to pass the microphone off first, but apparently that was working for me, so. Good morning, everybody. It's so good to see all my friends back in Sitka. I love seeing all your faces here. I haven't said hi to you yet. I will throughout the conference today, but it's so good to have this group back together. One of my first Southeast conferences that I ever attended, it came out that, after I was done being on the assembly, done being mayor, that this was a group that I was going to continue to associate with, even as a business owner, because this is the power that's in this room. When you can combine municipal employees along with business owners, I think a lot gets done. And if you look at that agenda, it's very clear that everything is going to be solved by the end of this, which I super appreciate. So I'm glad we'll get all of those things out of the way and move past. But if you look closely at the agenda, people have spoken about it already, but if you look very, very closely, there's Robert Venables written all over this agenda. I don't know who else starts a conference at 8 in the morning when very clearly this group knows about the late conference and how late that conference goes. Robert, 8:30, 9, maybe. Just a couple other things real quick. I don't know if you guys have seen Keith Perkins. I don't know if you've tried to get a taxi in Sitka. My apologies for that. But Keith Perkins is our official Uber. Find him. He's got a big car. He will drive you around wherever you want to go. There is no McDonald's anymore, so you can't go to McDonald's run, but some other good restaurants. Also, want to put out there that the city and borough of Sitka has multiple jobs available. Probably not what you guys want to hear right now. And I know housing is always an issue, but Gary White did say his house is available for sale. So if you need to buy a house so that you can come work in Sitka, I got a guy. It's not even on the market yet, so you can get a good deal. And then finally, I'm sure everybody had a great hot shower this morning. I know I appreciate hot showers when I go to conferences. If you don't get that joke, you weren't there a couple years ago, but it was with the second best water in the US. We put our tap water into a competition and we got an award for it. So that was kind of cool. I appreciate you guys being here. Look forward to the next couple days and saying hi to everybody I haven't seen in quite some time. I really look forward to this visitor season being done too. I don't know about you guys, but I'm tired. I don't want winter. Southeast Alaska winter isn't quite as cool as interior winter, but man, I'm ready for a little hibernation, a little bit of break. So thank you.
So I'd like to invite Chairman Woody Widmark of the Sitka tribe to join us on stage for some welcoming remarks.
Welcome.
Thank you. Welcome everybody. I'm Woody Widmark. I'm the chairman for Sitka Tribe of Alaska, and it's my honor to meet you and welcome you on the traditional territory of Sitka Tribe of Alaska. I too noticed the agenda, and I also go to pick on Keith Perkins. Of course, I don't see him, but if there's any complaints, he's the one that's he'll receive the complaints. So I looked at the agenda also, and Sitka Tribe is, or at least partnership with a lot of these agenda topics, and I wanted to share what Sitka Tribe does, and other tribes as well too, throughout Southeast, and a potential partner. If you're not a partner with a tribe or native organization or native corporation, the impacts that tribes can deliver and be a partner. And I know we have some staff here. I'm not going to embarrass you, but what I wanted to do is, for example, the natural resources industry forecast on the agenda. Sitka Tribe of Alaska and the Sitka Ranger District Forest Service have been collaborating for a number of years now. And one of the future things is called Southeast Alaska Sustainable Strategy, SAS. So that's kind of brand new, but I think the tribe is very excited to get on this venture here with our federal partners, the Forest Service. The visitors industry, Sitka tribe has been, I don't know how many years, Rachel, 30 years. I remember, I don't want to give you my age, but I've been with the tribe over 30 years. And I remember back in the day, the tribal council fought over purchasing a bus. That was we weren't sure back then the impacts that this tribe in the visitors industry where that was going to take us. So the tribe has our tribal enterprise has gone or has partnered up or at least taken the lead and with other partners, the Heritage and Cultural Tourism Conference that has been how many years now, Rachel? A couple of years at least. And we have a community house, gift shop, Sitka Tribal Tours, Cottage Industry Development Center. That we couldn't have done that with our city government as well. So they're also our partner with Sitka Tribe of Alaska. Transportation is also the Sitka Tribe is also in partners with the Sitka Center for Community and the Southeast Senior Center. Healthcare search. The broadband initiatives partners is with my friend Clinton Haida. Housing, Baranof Island Housing Authority. The tribe is recently looking into the heat pumps. And we just recently finished up with our strategic plan, 5 years, I believe, and our partner was with Spruce Root. And it's very important that the common denominator is, I guess, when I was looking at was partnership, but also collaboration and maybe enhancing our relationship, or if not, making new partners. That's always out there. So, and with Sitka Tribe of Alaska 5-year strategic plan, I just wanted to share what the tribe was in doing with the community, because we're dealing with Sitka, because we both, we love this place. This is our home. In our vision statement, one of the bullet points was we're stable, sustainable, and diversity economic opportunities allow all residents to live in balance. So the impacts, I think, as partnership, Sitka Tribe has really come a long way on economic development and hopefully sustainability as well. So, and I'm not going to bore you, but you can tell that that the agenda here has impacted the tribe and potential other tribes as well too. So I think the common denominator was partnership and enhancing, even though that the agenda overlap with us as well too. So and just to let you know that the Sitka Tribe and the city of Sitka celebrated its 25 years of collaboration with an MOU. So with us past in July. So Sitka is pretty unique. We love this place. I think we had some, bumps and bruises along the way, but it's something that it takes two to make things happen. So, well, again, welcome to Sitka, and hope you enjoy your stay here. And I think we're gonna have a great day today with the weather. So, thank you.
Now please welcome Richard Peterson, President for Tlingit and Haida Central Council. Thank you.
Good morning. It's really good to see everybody here. My Tlingit name is Yaish. I'm Kagwantan from the Eagle's Nest House right here in Sitka. And Sitka is a really special place for me. Not only is that my clan connection, but also I went to school across the bridge at Mount Edgecombe. I don't want to start any fights with locals, but you know, I will say we were the better school. And many more people in this world will yell for the Braves than they will Wolves. Just kidding. I was reflecting on the words from our mayor and from our local chairman, and first let me go back and just thank the Sitka tribe for their profound leadership that they've established here in Sitka for many years, and the people of Shikakwan, all the clans here in Sitka. Sitka has a long millennial relationship with its people here. And I'm honored to be from that lineage and have know that history. Going back in history and thinking 28 years ago when I first joined and was first a part of this fine group, I was a 19-year-old mayor in a community who didn't know what the heck he was doing, but it was guidance from a lot of folks here, you know, and other groups that really helped foster my growth and make sure that 28 years later, I was still a leader because of that foundational work. And I think one of the most important things that's going to come out of this week that is the depth and breadth of networking you're going to do. And the people you're going to be sitting across, we don't always sit across from in our everyday life. 28 years ago, tribes and municipalities did not work together. And I'd like to say today, that's a very different story, especially when I look out and I see my friend, the mayor of the city and borough of Juneau, Beth Weldon, who I can remember when she first ran, she came to my office and said, Richard, I don't know anything about tribes, but I have a strong feeling I need to. That if I want to serve this community, I need to serve all of this community. And it was in that moment when I realized, oh, I like her. I like her a lot. And it's good to see, you know, our representatives here in the room, our elected officials, our tribes, our village corporations, because we're all vested in one thing. It isn't just our own individual success, but if we want our own success, we have to be vested in the success of our communities, in our region, and we have to stand together. We have to be united in the work that we're doing. And when I look at the agenda, I didn't feel like it influences us. I felt like we influenced the agenda. And I was really proud of that. And my friend, Robert Venerables, who I've known quite a long time now, has also been one of those who early on said, Richard, we need to work with the tribes. How do we work with the tribes? And you'll notice that Tlingit and Haida has been a strong partner because of Robert Venerables. And there were times where we kind of wanted to throw in the towel and say, this doesn't work for us. And Robert was the one who came back and said, no, we need this. If we're going to have a strong region, we got to do this together, everybody. And so I want to thank Robert, because without that foresight, for that wisdom, we wouldn't be here as such a strong participator. And if you look at the agenda and the panels over the coming days, you'll see where we're truly collaborating. We're working together in new innovative partnerships we've never done before. And as President Tlingit and Haida, I get to stand up and speak on those panels and be a part of that and, you know, take all that credit, but I can't. That credit really belongs to the worker bees, the guys like Robert Venerables, Meilani, our staff, and the others who collaborate and work together in the trenches to make sure the SAS agreements and all these acronyms that we just love so much. But we're seeing new monies come into our region at a time where people think that, you know, everybody's leaving the region. And I think I have renewed hope and vigor for what we're doing moving forward because of these relationships. Over the coming days, you're going to hear from departments of transportation, EDA, USDA, and more. And these are incredible partnerships that are going to really, if we all come together, cities, tribes, corporations, you know, private industry, we're all in this together. And we all need a healthy and strong and vibrant region so that we can all prosper, so that we can all enjoy that individual success. It's going to take united and communal success. And so that's my takeaway from what we should be trying to get out of this short week here. You know, I know there's those nighttime conferences, but we come back reinvigorated and ready for those early mornings Robert plans. I don't know why he plans them so early either in here.
Two votes.
But anyhow, Meilani and I were just chatting last night, and we really need to do a study on the impact of what dollars come to our region through both the tribes and the village corporations. And it's incredible. If you go through Juneau right now, downtown in the Willoughby district, you will know that Clinton Haida has an impact, and we're doing things. And my last little plug, and maybe this is political, I don't think it's political. I live in Juneau. I've grown to very much love Juneau. Let's build that new city hall. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you all very much for the welcome. Robert, do you want to come up and grill us a little bit?
You got that flair. Yeah. I don't have enough flair to do that. It's on you. Oh, where?
No. Listen, if I have to start an hour earlier next year because of you,
I didn't sign up for this.
you know,
Don't ever give the mayor a microphone. Sorry.
well, that's, I think some of the Clinkets might give you a run for your money, so I'm not gonna get in the middle of that one, but, you know, really appreciate the words that we've heard, and sometimes the welcomes get to be kind of perfunctory, and, you know, we didn't want to disrespect the opportunity to hear from him, and we did hear from you this morning. I appreciate that. But we got a couple of minutes, and I thought it'd just be good just to kind of maybe drill down a little bit more. I was not aware of the leadership that the tribe so long ago, you know, began working with municipality. I think that's a model that we aspire to regionally, that Lincoln Haida has really raised the game, and that participation across the region and the state. And he won't brag about being, you know, shaking hands with the president of the United States last week, but, you know, we've got some gravitas in this region to where we'll be able to make the connections that need to happen. And so I just want to take just another moment to kind of have you maybe drill down a little bit further on what that partnership could mean, what this conference can do, not just this week, but in the year ahead, because we're going to celebrate some moments this week, you know, that's accomplished, you know, some great things, but there's also some challenges. So maybe just, you know, give you a moment to kind of challenge the group as we're kicking off. Just if you had another final thought to, you know, what we should really have a mind toward as we take a look at these agenda items and the work year ahead. What do you see on the horizon as a challenge that we should really be focused on? Mr. Chairman, would you like to?
Very good question. I've said it once, and I'll probably say it again in other conferences. If you want to build a relationship, I've always said it with the city, it's always a two-way street. Our federal partners, our state partners. You don't have to come to tribal council meetings. You don't have to go to committee meetings. Just come and have a cup of coffee. You make more progress that way and start building bridges. start building trust. You get to know each other individually if you do one-on-one. I think that's something simple. It's a small, big step, if you will. But you build that bridges and partnership, just getting together. I think that's the key. It sounds pretty simple, but it seems to work for Sitka Tribe and with our federal partners. We have a cup of coffee with our city leaders and just kind of like being formal. There's times to be formal, but I think just being Sitkans together works a long way. So I think that's my take on that. Thank you.
So I think I'm actually pretty lucky because during my tenure, the relationship between Sitka Tribe of Alaska and the city and borough have been great. Chairman will never admit it, but he was the original signer of our MOU back in 1906 or so. Was it that long ago? And he was chairman again when we re-signed our reaffirmation to that MOU here recently. So I've been lucky. I've had a great relationship with our tribe in town, and I just want to impress on everybody to not underestimate the value that your tribal government has within your communities. I know that Sitka would be a shell of what it is now without all the work that the tribe puts in, and we wouldn't be as strong as we are today without that partnership. We're also exploring more and more opportunities for collaborative funding, where the tribe may have some monies unlocked to them that the municipality would not, but then the municipality may have some capacity in order to get that project done that the tribe may not. So we're looking at integrative ways to continue to partner to build a stronger town, because ultimately I don't think we're much without each other, and it's great to be able to be at a point where that is the recognition, because as Chairman stated earlier, it was not always that way, and it's taken a long time to get to this point. But we're super happy with the results that we have now, where we can work together in the interest of Sitka as a whole.
I think I'll just follow on Chairman Widmark's sentiment. I think it's about getting together and dropping titles. R&D shouldn't matter when we're worried about our communities, that we're community, we're region first. And we all bring something different to the table. And, I came in the era where we were so siloed, whether you were a tribe, a municipality, a corporation, and the only thing that we had in common is we didn't like each other. And the funny thing is oftentimes we were the people wearing all those same hats, but we let those titles divide us. Whether you were a mayor, you didn't like the village corporation. If you were the village corporation, you didn't like the community, the tribal leader. And oftentimes, we'd be going home and having dinner with them. And it was really funny how we did that. But if we really want success, we have to drop those titles, have the coffee. That's one of my favorite sayings as well, is we can solve a lot over a cup of coffee. And you start breaking down the barriers and realize we have a lot more in common than we don't, and that we have a lot more interest in the success of our communities than not. And, my friend at Spruce Root, Elena Peterson, always says, we move at the speed of trust. And I think it takes those cups of coffee to start building that trust and build those relationships. And once you do that, there's really not a lot that can get in your way. And I'm looking, I feel like we're in this great renaissance period in Southeast and in Juneau. You're looking at our CBJ partnering with corporations. You're seeing corporations working with tribes. You're seeing nonprofits work together, industry working. Some of the greatest partnerships we're going to be announcing are with private industry. And, there's no rules. just sit down and have that coffee and talk about what we all want to see for a better future, and realizing, you know, one of the things that I don't take for granted is I'm the president of Clinton Haida. I don't know how the heck that happened, and I don't know how long that'll last, but I'm gonna do with what I can with that while I have it. And we just want to move. And, you know, I always say my mantra, I think everybody here has heard it over the years, healthy tribes make healthy communities, but healthy partnerships make stronger communities.
So I think we've all sort of said this, but I think, you know, one of the greatest values of this conference is the fact that we all do get together in person and start building on those relationships, finding those commonalities. And I think some really amazing things pop out of that. One thing that springs to mind for me is the Poor Communities group that we have now. That's sort of a very informal group. We meet monthly, and that's been something that's been spearheaded by the City and Borough of Juneau. And it's been incredibly beneficial to just, again, have those commonalities and figure out what our common struggles are and how we move forward as a region and as port communities. In terms of this conference, I think, again, it's highlighting how we are all more the same than we are different. And for me, I think it would be a success if someone could just tell me where all the workers went and where the cheap housing is. Those are struggles that we all have. So I'm really looking forward to connecting with people in the room and seeing how they're approaching those struggles, how they're approaching those major challenges. Because it's what brings us together in these conferences that make it so valuable. And finding that common ground. So I'm looking forward to speaking with folks in the room and learning more about how you're approaching all of the challenges that we have in common.
Thank you all. And you notice coffee was a common thread there, and blows the caterer's mind how much coffee we go through at Southeast Conference. It might be the tie that binds us, but
It's because we start too early.
that's. Yes, I can cut my coffee budget and start an hour earlier next year. Okay, I think also close. And as I work in our rural communities and we bring together the groups of conversation, we bring together the tribe, the corporations, the school boards, the utility, municipality, because and it's not that you create any answers. The wisdom is in the room. And that's just magnified here at Southeast Conference, and was very well articulated here today. So a round of appreciation and applause for our welcome panel. And so if I get some staff to help me move these tables back and bring the screen down. And while I get there with a cup of coffee, now is it's kind of our premier moment at Southeast Conference every year, where we get a chance to take a fresh look at our 5-year comprehensive economic development strategy and how we're doing. And that annual report card of how we're doing is called By the Numbers. And that is an annual publication that has been found to be so very, very useful for policymakers, business people, community, tribal leaders, because it's a reflection of what your efforts have been for this past year. So we're really, really pleased to have Meilani come up and one more time and give us the snapshot of how we're doing. So if we're ready to cue that up, we will never get a good view of the screen. We've kind of working the logistics around it. You cannot hear too well, so we have to make sure we do this a little bit better. So are you gonna do it from the table? Okay, so then make sure you do a better job with the microphone than I did. All right, you want this one? Okay, you need it close to here.
Hello, Southeast Conference, and welcome to Southeast Alaska by the Numbers 2023. So you each have one of these in your packets, and it is we brought a bunch to the conference. We're not taking any of them home with us, so you can grab as many as you want and bring them back to your tribes and your councils and your committees and your boards. So these are for you to take with you. Let's make sure this is working first. All right. So I'll actually just launch into it as we get started. So this is the document that we've put together for the past 12, 13 years here in Southeast Alaska. And it's a great document. We do a huge roundup of all the economic numbers and data and reports. And every year, I often have some really tough news to share with everybody. And so I'm really excited because this year, and let me just say, we are trying to put every single community in Southeast Alaska on the cover of Southeast by the Numbers. So we've got Klawock here, a gorgeous photo from Prince of Wales Island. So we are going to be looking at, we've got the whole roundup for 2022 compared to 2021. We're going to be looking at 2023 trends and 2024 moving forward. But we're going to do something here we haven't done in the 12 years that we've done Southeast by the Numbers, and that is we are going to give the Southeast Alaska economy an A, which is exciting. And this doesn't mean that there's not challenges and there's not things that we still need to figure out and overcome, but it means that every single person in this room had a role in being part of this win. And so just, take a moment to celebrate and appreciate the fact that everybody in this region worked so hard to create a year with just so many great economic trends. So why did our economy earn an A? Number one, our jobs were up by 5%. We increased our jobs by 5% this last year. That's an increase of 2,200 jobs here in Southeast Alaska. Jobs were up all across the region. We saw especially strong growth, double-digit growth in Haines. We've got some Haines folks here. In Hyder, Gustavus, Hoona, and Skagway. In Skagway, we grew jobs there by 41%. Absolutely stunning growth. In Juneau, we added nearly 900 jobs to the Juneau economy. In Ketchikan, 500 jobs and 130 new jobs right here in Sitka. It wasn't just our jobs that were growing, but also our wages. Our wages grew by 11% this last year. That's $252 million more that got paid out in wages this last year. That is in the pocketbooks and of Southeast Alaskans across the region. They're able to use to pay for groceries and housing and whatever they want, and it's circulating its way through the economy. $252 million more. Another reason our economy deserves an A is thanks to the great federal investment that we've seen across Southeast Alaska. So this is not a comprehensive analysis, but when we just look at some sort of key federal investments, the infrastructure bill has invested $220 million in Southeast Alaska so far and counting. Build Back Better, our RAISE grants, the Southeast Alaska Sustainability Strategy, our very intensive COVID relief dollars, the Inflation Reduction Act, housing and urban development. Just that roundup alone adds up to $1 billion. And this is money that is really making a huge impact in Southeast Alaska. We were in real dire straits about 2 years ago. And so this has really helped bring us back into a very strong, exciting economy. So I think that we have to say that the economic impact of Senator Murkowski and the delegation is very strong here in Southeast Alaska. Now here it is, the Southeast Alaska economy, what it looks like. And I think this is just gorgeous. We have in Southeast Alaska last year, we had 44,450 jobs and we paid out $2.6 billion in wages. And the reason it's gorgeous is you have all these pie charts, these pieces of the pie, but they're narrow. We're not super dependent on any one key aspect of our economy. This is when people talk about having a diverse economy, this is what they're talking about. When people are talking about having a resilient economy, this is what we're talking about. And so we've just got many different pieces of our economy that are working together to keep us strong. So if one sector falters, we've got many, many other sectors to lean back on. So we're not quite back up to full jobs where we were in 2019, but we are far exceeded where we were in wages in 2019. Overall, we've had a 12% wage growth since 2019. and really strong wage growth, double-digit wage growth in the retail sector, professional services, the construction sector, seafood, healthcare, and mining. And I know what you're thinking. You're thinking this looks awful lot like inflation. And inflation is something that we had been struggling with here in Southeast Alaska, especially into the middle of 2022. We were dealing with inflation, but inflation is actually starting to come down in the first half of 2023. So the prices probably won't go down, but they're stabilizing, and so that's another great indicator. GDP is up as well. It's a lagging indicator, but still it's up in Southeast Alaska. Another reason that our economy deserves an A this year is because our business leaders said so. We do a business climate survey every single year in Southeast Alaska in the spring. This year we interviewed 370 business leaders and asked a really simple question. We said, how do you view the overall business economy right now? And we've been doing this survey since 2010, and it was the best response that we've ever had in terms of the goods and the very goods. So nearly 3/4 of our business leaders say the economy is good or very good, and that's that spot check in spring. And even they continue to build and say that we have a really excellent looking economy moving forward as well. So we asked a follow-up question: what is the economic outlook for your business or industry? And 42% of our business leaders said it's going to get even better moving forward. And 79% were just positive about the future of their business or sector overall. Of course, we like to look under the hood and see where which communities are doing the best and which sectors are doing the best. So a great shout out to Skagway. Skagway struggled a lot during the pandemic, and now Skagway is the most optimistic business sector of any community in Southeast looking forward. So they've come a long way. They've earned that optimism. Followed by Gustavus, Hoonah, Sitka, and Juneau. Those are our communities that have our most optimistic business sectors moving forward. Of course, there's also the communities on the other end that are struggling a bit more, led by Wrangell and Prince of Wales. And what you see, the green communities, those are all communities with large cruise ship ports. And the communities with less optimism include communities that don't currently have large cruise ship ports and are much more reliant on the seafood sector to fuel their economies. Again, we broke it down by business. The most optimistic sector of all of our business sectors out there is our Alaska Native organizations, #1. And that's followed by our tourism sector. Our food and beverage businesses and our tourism sector have the next highest optimism looking forward into the future. When we look at the other end of the sector, we see seafood on the top. We're going to talk about that. We know what's happening with salmon pricing, obviously. And then also when we look at our business leaders that say that their sector is going to be much worse moving forward, that was led by our social service providers. Social service providers got a lot of money during COVID. That funding is going away. Not everyone's quite sure what that's going to be replaced with. So check in on your local community social service provider. Make sure they're doing okay. They're going to be struggling here in the future. And so we need to make sure that we're focused attention on keeping them strong. So when I do my sector by sector analysis here, I wanted to start with a sector that I don't normally start with. And that ties back into the great optimism of the Alaska Native organizations. But our #1 sector in terms of growth this year was tribal government. It was our #1 sector by growth. It had 12% job growth, 20% wage growth, and now tribal government represents 10% of all regional government jobs in Southeast Alaska. So it's an exciting place to start, and thanks to President Peterson for the photo. Our next most optimistic sector is our tourism sector. Obviously, when we're looking back to 2022, we still had just incredible gains over 2021. We brought in 1.2 million more people to Southeast Alaska on airplanes, cruise ships, and ferries than we had in the previous year. And that, of course, led to strong wage growth and job growth in our tourism sector. As we move into 2023, we see that job growth continuing, and we expect it to continue moving forward. So 2023, let's talk about tourism in 2023. So like I said, we do our business climate survey in the spring of 2023. I checked in with one of my tourism business leaders in July, and I said, got any updates for me? And they said, we're halfway through the season, but 2023 is clearly going to be our best year ever. And this is the sentiment I heard from our tourism business leaders across Southeast Alaska. It was just a very strong year for the tourism economy. And let's talk about those numbers. So just to bring you back for a hot minute to 2019. 2019, that was our last best cruise ship year ever when we look at total passenger numbers arriving. So we had 1.33 million cruise ship passengers that came to Southeast Alaska in 2019. We fell off in 2020 and 2021. By 2022, we were able to bring that number back up to 1.2 million. And 2023, we weren't sure at the beginning of the season what capacity would look like. Capacity seems to be at near 100%. And we are projecting 1.69 million cruise ship passengers that will have come to Southeast Alaska by the final count at the end of the summer. So that's a very big number. And it is 27% higher than our previous last best year in 2019. So it was a tremendous growth. A lot of people had to work very hard on the ground and not necessarily with full workforces to make that happen. I think people did a really great job. And looking forward, we're actually expecting stability. So what we had in June, the reason that we're expecting stability is there was the Mayor Weldon's tourism task force that recommended a 5-ship cap in Juneau. And the City and Borough of Juneau team worked with the cruise ship industry to instate that 5-ship cap moving forward. And so what that's going to do is that's going to have a calming effect on growth. It's going to, it means that when we look forward into 2024, we're looking at a projection of about 1.7 million cruise ship passengers coming to Southeast Alaska. And because that Juneau is such an important cruise ship port that'll sort of cap growth in Southeast Alaska as a whole. I don't know what it'll do to your Sitka numbers, but that's what we have looking forward. We're going to have a full 7 months season next year. The first ship will come on April 8th. The last ship will depart on October 26th. And this is what it looks like throughout the summer. So not too many passengers in April and October. The middle of the season will be July 14th. Wasn't just a good year for cruise ship passengers, but we've had a great year for airplane passengers too, with jet passengers coming into Southeast Alaska. We have surpassed our 2019 numbers when it comes to airplane passenger arrivals so far. Our June was somehow the best June that we've ever seen in terms of air passenger arrivals. So we're doing really, really great with our arriving air passengers. The other area that we're doing great is we saw just a really significant strong increase in the number of ferry passengers within Southeast Alaska this last year, a 48% increase, and it's nice to report on those numbers going up. Another sector that just did really well in 2022 is our seafood sector. I have a little, there was a large discussion on the trawlers earlier this year. I don't have time to go into all of that, but I wanted to make sure that the photo representing the Southeast Alaska seafood industry this year was one of our trawlers here, right here in Sitka. So, but seafood was our #1 sector in Southeast Alaska. It put out more wages than any other sector in 2022. We pulled out 245 million pounds of seafood out of Southeast Alaska waters with a total value of 335 million. So a tremendous catch with a really, really strong value. When we adjusted by inflation, it was our most valuable catch since 2017. And 2022, obviously an even year. And what that means for seafood is that you have a lower pink harvest in your even years. So even with that lower volume, the overall catch was really strong in other areas, and the overall harvest catch was extremely valuable. It was 35 million higher in value than the year before, and a 15% increase in total value. And it wasn't just our fishermen and our seafood workers on the ocean that did well. It was also our shoreside providers and our processors. One thing we've had a very long discussion with here in Southeast Alaska is how can we add value to the seafood coming out of our ocean? How can we do more secondary processing, more value added processing? And they did an absolutely amazing job with that in 2022. We had our biggest year ever in terms of the total value of seafood processed here in Southeast Alaska, nearly $1 billion worth of seafood processed in the region, a 32% increase over the previous year, and just really, really strong numbers there in terms of the value-added processing. All right, this is my favorite slide in the entire presentation. There's this company called Wallet Hub. It's a big data company, and they compare 200 US cities on a whole different number of indicators. And one thing that they looked at this year, they said Juneau is the #2 best youth job market in the entire US. And because no other communities in Southeast Alaska are included in this analysis, I'm just going to go ahead and link them all together and say that Southeast Alaska is the best youth job market in the US, the second best youth job market. So we're looking at our 16 to 24-year-olds. And Wallet Hub also named Juneau as the #3 best place in all of the US to get a summer job. And the reason I love this slide so much is because, you know, you go into any community and to any economy, and the question is, you know, what is, you ask community members, what does a good economy mean to you? And the #1 answer that we always get is, I just want an economy that my kids can come home and have jobs in, that my kids can stay here and find a job and find a place to work. And so for our young people, when we're looking at the seafood sector and the tourism sector, the construction sector, just really all across the board, we've got great jobs in Southeast Alaska, and they pay well and they have great experiences. And so it's really great to see those 16 to 24-year-olds doing so well. Another sector that's doing very well is our healthcare sector. Jobs were up in 2022, along with wages. And as we move into 2023, jobs are going to continue to be up. 3/4 of all healthcare workers work for these 3 organizations: Search, Bartlett, and Peace Health. And this is not a Southeast slide. This is a statewide slide, but I have a lot of fun with this slide. I'll often ask people, I'll say, what do you think that Alaska's #1 sector is? And they'll say, you know, is it oil? Is it mining? Is it fishing? And I'll say, actually, Alaska's #1 sector pays out more wages than oil, mining, or fishing combined, and that's our healthcare sector. It is the biggest sector in terms of wages, in terms of jobs, and so it's just sort of, I don't know that everyone always realizes how it's become the lead sector in the Alaska economy. So it paid out $3 billion in wages last year statewide. Speaking of wages, in Southeast Alaska, our healthcare wages have been growing very dramatically in the last 9 years. Healthcare wages have grown by 55%. That's because we are working to compete for those healthcare workers across Alaska, across the US as a whole, and we have to do raise those wages as we're trying to better attract and retain our healthcare workers in Southeast Alaska. And we're doing a good job that our healthcare workers are growing, but it's meant that we've had to raise our wages by $100 million over the past 9 years. Another sector that's doing very well is our mining sector. In 2022, we added 104 jobs to the mining sector in Southeast Alaska. And our mining jobs pay the most by far of any sector in Southeast Alaska. So even just adding 1 mining sector job has an impact on our economy, a positive impact. And so adding 124 last year, it moves us forward quite a bit. And then as we look forward to 2023, we're expecting to see continued mining job growth moving forward. Another sector we've seen great growth is our construction sector. We added jobs in 2022. We're adding jobs in 2023. The only issue with the construction sector is not that it's growing, but it could be growing even more. It's one of those many sectors where we're looking for workforce. So this is A quote from one of our business leaders in the construction sector, it could almost be a business leader in any sector. They say, you know, there are plenty of opportunities and the outlook would be good if we could find more workers. And I'll talk about more about that in a second. And the other sector that's up is government. Of course, government is up mostly due to the strong growth of our tribal government, but you know, we will happily enjoy the government jobs being up. Okay, so not all of the news is great news, and so I'm going to get into some of that as well. We are nearly back to full employment where we were in 2019. During the winter months, we're just about 1% below full employment. In the summer months, we're 4 to 5% below full employment as we're trying to do a better job getting workers into our summer industries. Our loss leader, this is just a snapshot between August 2019 and August 2023. Our loss leader is state government. We've lost a lot of state government jobs in the last several years, followed by retail and tourism. And of course, that's just, we've got those retail and tourism jobs. We're just trying to get those workers to be able to come to Southeast Alaska in the summer and take those jobs. We have many industries that are back up to full employment, including healthcare, federal government, transportation, professional services, and financial activities. And then we have sectors that are even higher than they were when we left them in 2019, including mining, local government, tribal government, and our construction sector. So Lacey asked her earlier, she said, where's all our workers? Who's going to tell me where our workers are? So, you know, one thing when we're looking at this lack of workforce question, if you look at the total population in Southeast Alaska in 2000 and look at the total population in 2022, we have almost identical population numbers. However, we have 6,500 fewer residents of prime working age, so the 19 to 59-year-olds. And don't worry, I see you in this room. I see my 60-year-olds and my 70-year-olds, and my dad's birthday is this week, and he's turning 80, and he is here working with the rest of y'all. But so this doesn't necessarily mean people have left the workforce. We did have a lot more people leave the workforce during the pandemic. We had retirements. But what this slide also means is that we're going to have to do a much better job in the future rolling out the red carpet to our younger families and people with children. We want to be able to attract and retain those younger workers. We're going to need them in the Southeast Alaska economy, and that means two things. It means housing and it means childcare. We knew that workforce was an issue, so we added a retention and turnover survey into our annual business climate survey. And we asked, you know, why do people come to Southeast Alaska to work, and why do they stay at their jobs here in Southeast Alaska? And why do they leave their jobs or not take the job in the first place? The number one reason people stay at their jobs in Southeast Alaska is due to the amazing recreation we have here. People stay at their jobs because they're from here. Hire a local, you'll get lots of longevity from them. And also the high quality of life. It's what brings people to Southeast Alaska. It's what keeps people here. It's what keeps people who grew up here coming back over and over again. But on the flip side, why do people not stay at their jobs in Southeast Alaska? Or why are people maybe not able to take the job in the first place? Number one reason, according to our business leaders, housing. Lack of housing, cost of housing. The number two reason, childcare. Lack of childcare, cost of childcare. And our number three reason, transportation. Lack of transportation and cost of transportation. We know that we've been struggling with these issues. I threw this slide up here for my Sitka people in the room. I think in Sitka, you come to Sitka and people say, you know, the lack of housing here affects jobs and affects our businesses more than any place else in Southeast Alaska. So I want to bring up this slide and show you that it's true. Sitka, it is tougher for you than anybody else, and we have data to prove it. So let's talk a second about housing. Housing prices just continue to increase. In the last 10 years, the average price of a single family home in Southeast Alaska has increased by 55% or 45%, which is great if you are owning your own home and getting that equity. But if you are trying to break into the housing market or buy your first home, or if you're renting, those cost increases are affecting you and affecting our ability to bring in workers. We're also not doing a great job building housing. My graph here goes back to 2010. I don't know when we've had a lower year than 2022 in terms of getting new housing units built in Southeast Alaska. This is our lowest year that I can find. I'm sure there's a lower year, but I just don't know. It would be before 2010. So we're not doing a great job in getting those new housing units on the ground. Our population went down slightly in 2022. I know that there's going to be an adjustment on that, so I want to wait till that adjustment, and I'll circle back to that later. This is a slide I like to title "Oh, State Jobs." We have lost 1,400 state jobs in the past 11 years. We've had job cuts at the state level every year. We've cut 25% of state jobs here in Southeast Alaska. Job cuts have ramped up in 2023, even though state hiring is up in the state as a whole. So I'll just leave this here because I've talked about this a lot in past years. One thing that when we're talking about state government, we're obviously always looking at the price of oil and the average volume, daily volume that goes through the pipeline. And we continue to see tremendous volatility on the price of oil. But of course, the good news here is that we're less reliant on the price of oil to fund state government services that we have in past years. The bad news is that we are more reliant on the permanent fund, and we are seeing permanent fund declines. The fund is posting negative returns for the first time in a decade. And according to analysis, without sufficient earnings, the fund will be unable to pay for state government services or dividends by 2026. So we continue to worry about the state fiscal house. And of course, the last area that we're looking at is salmon prices. And we had a really good year when it comes to the overall harvest, the seafood harvest here in Southeast Alaska. But as you know, the salmon prices collapsed, and so that's going to be really tough on our seafood sector. There's a lot of local indicators that we can talk about and that we can have impacts on. It's when you hear about the war in Ukraine and Russia invading Ukraine and having to pay for that war, you don't immediately think that's going to affect the Southeast Alaska economy, but of course that's exactly what's happening. There's the Russians using fish to pay for the war has led to an oversupply on global markets, not just the Russians. We're looking at China's economy being down, less people going out to eat in restaurants there, and of course China processing Russia fish and then putting it back on the market in the US. So we have these real global factors that are affecting our seafood prices, and it's going to mean that the value of the catch is going to be lower in 2023, and we expect it to be lower in 2024 moving forward. All right, so I did go through some bumps in the road, but let's go back to the top and summarize what we talked about. We've got an A in the Southeast Alaska economy in 2022. Jobs were up by 5%, wages were up by 11%, GDP was up, and inflation was down. We had more than $1 billion in federal funding, and that has just had a remarkable economic impact on our economy, and it was one of the keys to getting us back on our feet. We had the best business climate ever, according to our business leaders. Seafood was #1, our top private sector. It had the most valuable catch since 2017, and we had record value added processing. Our tourism sector is back and it's thriving. We have with stable numbers projected through 2024, we have the second best youth job market in the United States as a whole. Our tourism sector, government sector, healthcare, retail, construction, professional and business services, transportation, and mining sectors are all growing and strong. We do have labor shortages that are related to our housing and healthcare shortages. We've got our state government fiscal woes, and we've got our low salmon prices now and moving forward. So thank you again so much. A quick shout out to the Alaska Department of Labor. I couldn't put all these numbers together without them. They do such a great job, their team does. And bring these home with you. The report's now online, share it as you see fit, and thank you so much for having me.
Okay, well, that was a good report card and reflective of some amazing work and partnerships throughout the region. We're gonna drill down now a little bit into some of the private sector, natural resource industries and kind of get an update. So we had a couple that last minute scratches, but we're really pleased to have the core panel here. So I'm gonna invite them to come forward. And I'm very pleased to have this conversation facilitated by Leila Kimbrell from Resource Development Council. She's executive director there. We don't do a lot of time on bios and intros because, well, we're number one, we're us and we are each other and we know we are each other, but we have all that information on the QR codes and online if you want to take a look at that. If we read everyone's accomplishments, we wouldn't have time for presentation. So we chose the presentations and we're really pleased to have such quality and leadership in each of these sessions. So if go ahead and invite Leila to come on up and bring the panel up here. I'm gonna grab a couple more chairs to put here as well, because we have some PowerPoints and want to make sure this everyone can see the screen.
Seems like table moved over.
Check with him.
What do we have for clicker on slides?
They don't have a clicker, so I have to grab it.
Just say next slide.
They didn't bring the clicker. Yeah, see if.
Well, good morning, everybody. As Robert said, my name's Leila Kimbrell. I'm the Executive Director for the Resource Development Council. And I'd like to just thank Robert and Southeast Conference for, I might just hold it. I'd like to thank Robert and Southeast Conference for inviting us here today to give an update on our natural resource industries. For those unfamiliar, with RDC, or the Resource Development Council for Alaska, we're a trade association representing 5 key industries for Alaska. That's oil and gas, mining, timber, tourism, and fisheries. And so we're going to cover oil and gas, mining, and timber today, knowing that you've got some other breakout sessions on the fisheries, another deep dive on timber on day 3, and as well as a tourism panel. You may notice that I'm missing someone right now. But she is en route, Liz Cornejo, who is the VP of Douse, and also an executive committee member of the Alaska Mining Association. She is on a Plan Z in her efforts to get to Southeast Conference today. She came out of Haines and due to weather delays, ended up taking the overnight ferry here. So she'll be coming in hot, hopefully here soon. Next, we have Kara Moriarty, the president of the Alaska Oil and Gas Association. Again, as Robert said, not a deep dive into our bios, but I think everyone here knows her. And then we have Jeremy Douse, the Northern Regional Forester for the Division of Forestry with the state of Alaska. I want to just emphasize we've got a statewide focus. I really appreciate the comments from the community panel this morning, emphasizing our need for partnerships. I really think that is a key as to why we're all successful here together. I really enjoy coming down to Southeast Conference each year, learning more about what's important for this region and how it impacts other regions of the state. I know it's easy for us to feel like we're all in our little regions sometimes and broken away from other areas, and how do our industries, maybe a project that's happening all the way up on the North Slope of Alaska have an impact down in Ketchikan, for example. So we'll dig into that a little bit. But first, our panelists have some brief presentations that they're going to go through, and then we'll get into some moderated Q&A, and if there's time, open it up for audience Q&A.
Well, good morning, everyone. As Leila said, my name is Kara Moriarty, and I work for the Alaska Oil and Gas Association, commonly referred to as AOGA. I asked Robert if I could share a few slides because these aren't my slides per se, but McKinley Research Group just finished an update to our economic impact looking just at our industry. And these results, you'll see the slide. This is actually their slide. It's dated a couple of weeks ago from our conference. And so we just released this study on the 30th of August. So I just want to give a couple of highlights from that report to talk about the oil and gas industry. So next slide. I think, people in this room are used to seeing economic impact studies, whether it's from seafood or Alaska Native corporations or tourism. And this study that McKinley Research does for us is probably very similar. It takes a look at the spending and jobs from what we call the direct companies. So most of the direct companies that you see on this slide are all AOGA members, 14 of the 15. The only non-AOGA member on this slide is the Alaska Gas Line Development Corporation. And once they're transporting gas, they'll be eligible for membership. But we work a lot with AGDC because we had a new section of the report, and it was important to include them on the report. Most of the time, all of our previous reports over the last 20 years looked at the prior year data. This job study does that as well, but we added a new component of what the future could look like. What do future jobs look like over the next 5 years? And so that was a main reason why we incorporated data from AGDC. Next slide. So just to put a little perspective, you just heard about the volatility in the oil and gas industry and how that even impacts Southeast Alaska. One thing that the volatility in price over the last decade, if you noticed, the production slide that the previous speaker used went back all the way for the last, 40 years. So you saw the peak of production of 2 million barrels a day in the late 80s. But if you really notice that, it looks like a big cliff coming down. But if you notice over the last decade or so, it's really stabilized. Our production, this is our production in the blue bars, has hovered right around 500,000 barrels a day. We know that daily oil price in 2022 closed at $91 a barrel. Alaska North Slope crude closed at 97 yesterday. I know that is likely, if those prices are maintained, that will be good news for the state and obviously for all of us, except when you have to buy your gasoline. I recognize there's the consumer side when oil prices go high, but for state revenue and for jobs, it's a good news story. So let's go to the next slide to talk about state revenue. State revenue is impacted by the price of oil, the way our tax system works. So you can see 10 years ago, when prices were over $100 a barrel, we had more state revenue. When oil prices crash, like they did in 2015, and when we had the COVID impact, prices crashed, as did state revenue. So you can see there's a huge difference between 2021 and state revenue versus 2022. And the use of the permanent fund or the percent of market value has provided a new stream of revenue for the state, which doesn't change a whole lot if you look over the last 3 to 4 years that they've used that revenue. But the oil revenue continues to change based on the price of oil. So for example, in 2021, we were only about a third or so of overall unrestricted general fund. But when prices go high, we were just at 50%. So it has, price absolutely has an impact on state revenue. Next slide. This is looking forward. As I said, we started to look forward. These are the state's projections. And sometimes the state's projections do not include projects that might not be sanctioned yet. But you can see as production continues to stay steady over the next couple of years, and we're expecting some increases in 27 and 28, and that will be the result of the PICA project that you might have heard of on state land that's being developed by Santos and Repsol. They are on track as we speak, spending about $1 billion a year on one project alone. So keep in mind, you just heard about $1 billion of what that means in total for Southeast. One project on the North Slope right now is spending about $1 billion a year. They are forecasted to start production in 2026. So that's what is likely leading to a lot of those projected increases. In the dark blue, those are the new fields coming online. Okay, let's look at the production or the job study then real quickly. Next slide. So those 15 companies, the direct companies, employed just over 4,000 workers this last year with just over $1 billion in wages. We spent over $4.6 billion with 1,000 Alaska vendors. And we paid, and again, this is when prices were higher, we paid just over $4.5 billion to state and local governments. Next slide. When you incorporate our indirect jobs, so those are the contractor jobs, as well as induced jobs, when we go out and spend money ourselves as workers, in addition to government revenue jobs, our total impact is just under 70,000 jobs. So when we have private sector fund or jobs is about 36,000 jobs, state government revenue, that $4.5 billion in state revenue generates another 33,000 jobs across the state. And that's how they get to their just under 70,000 jobs. Next slide. So for every direct, another way to look at that, for every 4,100 jobs or every direct job of that 4,100 generates another 15 jobs throughout the state's economy. And for every dollar in wage from the direct companies generates another $4 in wages across the state. We're about 16% of all jobs and about 17% of all wages in the state of Alaska. So this is the future. As I said, this is a new portion of our study, and when they surveyed the companies, a lot of it has to do with the PICA project. A lot of it has to do with increase in infield drilling from Prudhoe Bay by Hillcorp and their partner companies. This $14 billion of projected increase in construction spending by the oil and gas industry for the next 5 years does not include the Willow project. So the Willow project was approved by the federal government, but it has yet to be sanctioned by the company. If sanctioned, the projection is that some of these construction jobs would be impacted and could go even higher, but production is not forecasted to begin in Willow until 2029. So, you know, assuming we get a positive result from the courts and the company does sanction that project, this could go even higher. But we know you need construction jobs to get to your long-term production jobs. So next slide. So again, this is really a very condensed version. I'm really just giving you the highlights so that we can get into the panel. But as I mentioned, the oil and gas industry remains a significant source of jobs and wages for the state. The McKinley Research Group concluded, this is their slide, not mine, that our sector still has the highest economic impact. While other industries have more direct jobs than we do, but when you include all the jobs created by our direct spending as well as government revenue, that's how they conclude that we have the highest economic impact, and we're clearly an important part of Alaska's future with the $14 billion projected in investment over the next 5 years, which long-term will create over $200 million plus in long-term jobs of wages. So with that, I'll turn it over to Leila so that we can get the update from forestry. Thank you.
All right, good morning, everybody. I do not have a PowerPoint presentation. My name is Jeremy Douse. I'm the Northern Region Forester for the Alaska Division of Forestry and Fire Protection. And you're probably wondering why the Northern Region Forester is down here at a Southeast Alaska conference. Helgi Eng, the state forester, wanted to be here. He couldn't be here. He's out of state right now. So I'm just acting in his position. But it's my first time in Sitka, and I'm really happy to be here. And you all it's a beautiful community. I also want to acknowledge Tessa Axelson and Alaska Forest Association, who really represent the industry. I work for state government, so I'm going to do my best to report on the industry, and I will have a statewide perspective, knowing that the timber industry, the focus of the timber industry is in Southeast. So, like you saw in the previous presentation on the numbers, a lot of the timber industry outlook is not the best right now. There was, as you saw, there was a reduction in jobs by 14% in Southeast. That report, by the numbers, they reported 295 positions in Southeast. But going back a little bit further, we don't have anybody that tracks these numbers like we used to when the industry had more of a presence in Alaska. The Department of Labor has grouped timber industry, fishing, and agriculture all together. So it's hard to tease out those numbers. But in 2018, University of Montana came up here and did a study on the timber industry to kind of look at the impacts of it. So I'm kind of going back to 2018, understanding that there's probably a little bit of a reduction in that number today. So in 2018, statewide, there were 1,500 direct, according to this report, there were 1,500 direct jobs related to the timber industry. And that was logging, forestry, truck driving, milling, and some of the support mechanicking and road construction. So 1,500 jobs statewide. Again, it's probably something a little bit less than that now, but at the time, 60% of that was in manufacturing, so in milling, and 30% in logging and forestry, and then 10% in the support industry. It's current harvest. So last year on state land alone, on DNR land, we harvested 9.6 million board feet, and that's including Southeast, and the majority of that came from Southeast. I couldn't find numbers on the university. I think the university has kind of gotten out of the game a little bit, but Mental Health Trust, they currently have about 90 million board feet under contract on 2 separate 10-year contracts. So they are harvesting on an annual basis around the same as DNR. Private municipal lands are harvesting. So last year they reported, I don't have their volumes, but they reported about 3,000 acres under management. And that's, again, statewide, the majority of that in Southeast Alaska. I do want to back up a second and just talk about what the industry is. And you all know it down here in Southeast Alaska. So it's Viking lumber, it's the bigger operators, it's Alcan timber, but it also includes some of our biomass projects, some smaller mobile mill operators even that are producing cabin kits, and some dimensional lumber, and then even our commercial firewood cutters. That's, we're lumping all of that industry all together and trying to serve all of them. So then getting back into production. So statewide, mill capacity versus mill production, there's a big variation there. In Southeast Alaska, with all of your mills, you've got a capacity of 155 million board feet per year. And currently you're producing about 16 million board feet. And I'll get into some of that here in a minute, but for the rest of the state, as comparison, the capacity is 17 million board feet. And the production is really unknown because nobody's tracking that. In the northern region on the Tanana Valley State Forest, we're harvesting about 5 to 8 million board feet a year. And in South Central, it's a fraction of that. Contributions to the Alaskan economy. Again, these are 2018 numbers, but based on the 1,500 positions that were identified, about 111 million in labor directly coming to the state, 23 million in manufactured products, value-added products, 5 million in residues, so that's biomass, that's slab wood, that sort of thing, and then 86 million in saw log and pulpwood exports. So that's for the other products that we're producing in the state, our round log export is shadowing everything else. And so kind of getting back to this this capacity versus what we're producing, there's a big discrepancy there. And I mean, so on state forest in Southeast, it's a 45,000 acre state forest. We're putting up what we can to be able to help support the industry. But you know, like changes in federal land management, federal forest management has had an impact on the industry, and I don't think anybody can deny that. And so that's kind of where we are with the industry right now. And there are a lot of challenges that we face, and we're trying to work through them. We're trying to improve opportunities. We have the same issues that it sounds like everybody else has, just trying to find both labor for foresters and labor for loggers, truck drivers, and people that support the industry. But there's a lot of good things going on, and I think we'll get in that in the panel, but and I'm looking forward to answering some of that. So that's what I have. Thanks.
Well, thank you, Jeremy. Thank you, Kara. Next, we're going to go into the mining industry update, and I just pretend I'm Liz. We have a few slides that we'd like to share from the Alaska Mining Association to give a statewide perspective on the industry. It sounds like Liz is running a little bit late, so we'll see if she can catch up to us when we get into the Q&A section. But if we have the mining industry slide deck available. Jim, just a forewarning, we might put you on the spot later.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So next slide, please. This just to tell a story of where you know, as we talk about a clean energy transition, what it means to move into renewable energy opportunities, that is going to require more mining. More renewables means more metals needed for that to happen. So here's just a representation of some of the minerals and metals that go into solar, wind, electric vehicles. Down on the bottom of your screen there, you'll see that's an iPhone symbol. I think I saw a statistic once, there's over 62 different minerals and metals that go into the production of an iPhone. Of course, life-saving medical equipment, and of course our streaming needs for Netflix. But just as we think about where, you know, if we're going to get to that renewable and that clean energy transition, what is it going to take? It's going to take a lot more minerals, and Alaska has those. This is a really neat map in that it doesn't just show our big metal mines. Those are reflected in, I need to open up my zoom in a little bit for myself. So if you can see the large red stars, those are the large producing mines. You have Red Dog up in Northwest Alaska. For folks familiar, that's a zinc producing mine. Zinc is now listed on the critical minerals list published by the federal government. And as a result, we now can claim to have the honor of having the largest critical mine in all of America. But then you have Fort Knox Gold Mine, just north of Fairbanks. You've got Northern Star Pogo, also gold. You've got the Usabelli Coal Mine, And then down in southeast, you've got Kensington and Greens Creek. And I want to just, I'm not sure if there's anyone from Core Alaska here in the audience, but I had the pleasure of getting a tour of the Kensington mine here recently, and just they have a tremendous operation. The smaller green projects, you can see projects that are in permitting phase. Those are the green triangles. Then you have some advanced exploration projects. We have some exciting things on that front. Those are the green stars. Over by Nome, we have what's the Graphite 1 project near Graphite Creek. This is on state land. It comes online. It will be the largest graphite mining operation in North America. Graphite is an essential component to the batteries needed for electric vehicles and other sources. And then I think the more interesting data point on this map are the yellow dots. And the yellow dots are the communities that have mining industry employees living in them. And so nearly every region in Alaska has folks working in the mining industry. We know that these are usually remote projects, so you have to travel for them, but a nice story for the mining industry is that it does support the ability for people to have high paying wages on average. The average mining wage is over 6-figure salary, supports Alaskan families and lets people stay at home. Next slide, please. Actually, if we could stay on this one more point, down in central Alaska near the Canadian border, you see the Manh Choh project. As we talk about partnerships, this project is in partnership with the Tetlin tribe and the Kinross company at Fort Knox mine. It just did their groundbreaking ceremony earlier this year. And I know that there's a lot of excitement about what that means for economic development in that region. So just another great example of partnering. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yep, this one. So mining by the numbers, Meilani had some great regional statistics. These are statewide numbers for the mining industry. Based in 2022, 11,400 direct and indirect jobs, supporting about $1 billion in wages statewide. And the mining industry also proudly boasts their local hire rate. They have about a 73% Alaska hire rate statewide. In terms of economic impacts, they report $1 billion spending on goods and services in 450 local businesses, 55 million in local tax revenues that supports community services such as libraries, roads, repairs, schools, and public safety. And they're big community contributors. $4.5 million in charitable contributions to over 280 Alaskan nonprofit organizations. And then they're partners with our university system. They've contributed $2.7 million to the University of Alaska system, focusing on vocational needs and ensuring that we are building a pipeline of students that stay here in Alaska to go work in our mining industries, whether it's from your general construction to professional degrees like engineering. Next slide, please. So kind of coming back to where we started, the future is built on metals and minerals. As we make that transition to, more electric vehicles. And I learned a fun fact yesterday. Sitka has the highest per capita rate of electric vehicles in the country. Very, very cool stat. So as you walk around town, I dare you to count all the EVs around here. But the electric vehicles are mineral heavy. So you can see just, another example of how many mineral components go into the creation, not just of the vehicle itself, but also the batteries needed for that. And, where we're gonna go, going forward to make sure that this is done in a responsible and environmentally sustainable, responsible and ethical way. Policies like ESG, environmental social governance, that help drive the conversation on what we're doing to be cognizant of net zero obligations, reduce carbon emissions, and how that all works together. It does take partnerships to do that together. And we believe, Alaska does it better than anywhere else in the world. We've got the mineral capacity for that. We should have that opportunity to explore that based on our high environmental standards, our strong labor standards, and our very strong health and safety standards that are so important to our industries. With that, I think that's the last slide on the mining update. So we'll move now into our Q&A session. So first, Kara and Jeremy, kind of along the theme of telling our story. One of the biggest challenges I find sometimes in my role is how we communicate the benefits that our resource industries do and the projects they have, how they have local impacts when most of those projects, we never see them, they're remote. There's not an opportunity for the average Alaskan resident to just go up and see what a project in production looks like. So what are some of the ways in which you focus to communicate those benefits, those stories, or how can we improve that?
Okay, so I think maybe with timber and forestry, it might be a little bit different than with mining and oil and gas. I do think a lot of our projects are pretty visible because they tend to be near communities. The product has to be brought to a mill that is typically within a community. And the value of the timber itself doesn't carry the same value as maybe some of the rare earth minerals or oil and gas. So transportation costs are have more of an impact on the resource. So I do think that there is a visual impact with the forestry and timber projects. If there isn't, then it's a little bit easier for us. But I think how to capitalize on messaging those projects. I think what we need to do better at is much like agriculture with like an Alaska grown kind of perspective. Try to tell the story to Alaskans that this is local timber that's being produced, and it's local businesses and local loggers that are harvesting that timber, and it's local mills and employees that are processing it, and it's going into a local market. And we've all talked about housing issues and heating issues and things like that, and I think forestry can address a lot of those problems, and that's where we're trying to go with it. But when there is a visual impact, or when it is near a community, that is challenging, and the communities, it's a challenging part of
Well, I think, when you talk about messaging, facts and figures are important, like we all just shared. But, going back to my original roots as a school teacher, we know that, on the hierarchy of learning, that statistics are sometimes the least retained, that you don't remember statistics or your facts and figures unless there's a story attached to it, or you take that one step further and you try to have a hands-on experience. Like if you were an educator, that's what you try to do. You try to give your students some type of hands-on experience so that they retain it even further. Well, how do you do that with adults? And how do you do that, to a broad, we're not gonna be able to get, millions of people to the North Slope or at a gold mine. But you can try to find key community leaders. So I'm actually going to give a shout out to the tourism and cruise industry, because there were several of us from different industries that had the opportunity to take a Southeast Alaska cruise as a passenger last summer. And I will admit, I thought, okay, you know, we're leaving Alaska to go see Alaska. And I was a little skeptical of a big cruise ship, thinking I was gonna get bored and I was gonna feel contained, and I was blown away. I mean, genuinely blown away. And now I am the biggest advocate for everyone I know to book a Southeast Alaska cruise. I brought my mom from South Dakota, and I had been to Ketchikan. We didn't stop in Sitka, but I'd been to Ketchikan. I've been to Juneau once or twice, but I'd never been to Skagway. And it was wonderful. And it was one of the most economical way to see so much of our own beautiful state. And so now I'm the cruise line's biggest advocate, like, you know, game on. So I think for those of us in different regions of Alaska and in different industries of Alaska, we need to do a better job of getting the key people in those communities to see it. I know we are really bad about getting people to the North Slope or Cook Inlet. Part of it is security, part of it is limited capacity. It's hard to take a big group through an oil rig because they're producing oil 365 days a year. And I'm sure the operations people roll their eyes when tours come through. But it's that level of experience that you can then share when you see the TikTok campaign that we had at the Willow Project, where it was viral. I mean, and when I mean viral, 300 million TikToks showing penguins dying because of oil production in Alaska. I am not making it up. My Rotary Exchange daughter last year living in Austria, it hit her. Like her classmates in Austria were wondering, why does Alaska need the Willow Project? So anyway, I think it's you know, harnessing key people and community leaders to experience your region. I mean, I love coming to Southeast, your region and your industry as firsthand as possible.
Thank you, Kara and Jeremy. I couldn't agree with you more on that last point. You know, nothing is real, nothing is tangible until you see it with your own eyes. And, you know, as Alaskans, we have that own challenge internally. I think we also have it externally, as Kara pointed on, the power of social media to take over, you know, a bumper sticker campaign and to watch it go global, really. You know, the Willow Project is now a climate bomb. It's hard to counter that message because that's an easy message to put out there, but it doesn't even scratch the surface on the facts and the environmental review and the rigorous review that projects in Alaska go through to get to permitting. So moving next to kind of the theme of access. Basic access is often a challenge to getting to our resources in remote regions around the state. You know, to kind of focus on some of the challenges, we have a lot of challenges right now at the federal level in basic access to some of our projects. Kara, the Department of Interior just announced that they are canceling all remaining leases in Anwar this past week, as well as an announcement for a new proposed rule that will significantly curtail or maybe eliminate future oil and gas leasing in the NPRA. Jeremy, maybe to you, but also for our mining folks and for folks in the hydroelectric business. The roadless rule reimposition in the Tongass that was announced earlier this year, it's not really just about timber on that point, but it's access to the good things like our mineral opportunity, our lower cost renewable hydropower. Elsewhere in the state, we have the Ambler Access Project in interior Alaska, which is, we've seen a slow processing of that permit for the right of way to get to lands that were agreed upon in the in ANILCA for the state to develop. So regardless of, you know, and of course, the biggest maybe unprecedented action we've ever seen earlier was the EPA issuing a preemptive veto on the Pebble project. Never had been done before in the history of any permitting project. And, you know, regardless of how you might feel politically on some of these projects, how do we overcome these challenges of denial of access?
I don't know that I have an answer for the roadless rule on Tongass. That is a challenge. I think the state, I think my boss, the state forester, the governor's office, the commissioner's office, and probably the Department of Law are trying to figure out what their options are. But that is a huge challenge. Like when we are trying to sustain an industry, you know, and we look at land ownership, particularly in Southeast Alaska, we need the Tongass to participate. And I mean, and they're continuing to participate, but at a much lesser degree than what we need. And so that's a huge challenge. And so what I can do is focus on what the state is doing. And right now we have our own challenges with access and you know, the biggest challenge is bridges. We need more bridges on state forest to access state timber. And these are expensive. They were expensive before COVID, and since COVID, they've like gotten exponentially more expensive. And it's not, you know, small bridges that I'm talking about. Like it's like crossing the Tanana River, crossing the Chilkat River, crossing the Susitna River. These are like $100 million bridges. And when I'm talking about $70 a thousand for 1,000 board feet for stumpage, it's hard to justify those costs, or it's hard to have anybody even listen to those costs and think about it realistically. And so, you know, we are trying to partner with whoever we can, including ADF&G for Pittman Robertson funds for access for hunters into these areas. You know, and we're approaching the governor has a real interest in building up a timber industry statewide. And so we're, you know, throwing these projects out, coming up with an action plan to try to entice investment for state forests. But yeah, access is costly, and it's difficult to do with the projects that we're proposing, but we're incrementally trying to make inroads on that and be able to get places.
Thank you, Kara.
Well, you know, a lot of our access issues are challenging for two reasons. One, because of who the landowner might be, and in our case, most of our challenges come from the federal government as the landowner. You know, I think on the North Slope and in Cookin that we have a very strong partnership with the Alaska Native community and tribal governments and tribal leaders, you know, across the North Slope. And of course, we have a strong state partner who, you know, when we're developing on state land, we have a strong governor right now who believes in access to resources. So our challenge to access is the federal government and then the litigation atmosphere. Because we know these high profile projects, especially when they get such global attention filled with misinformation, it leads to a lot of court challenges like we have. You know, so I think, you know, how do we get through that? I think we have to get through it by continuing to do things extremely well, because we don't have the benefit of having any hiccups, right? I mean, our projects have to be permitted properly. We have to be able to survive court challenges through the permitting process. But I want to go back to the tribal leader earlier this morning who talked about the coffee. I think that's how we have built a strong partnership, because we found when we have these challenges, our tribal leaders, those who live closest to the development are your strongest advocates. It's not the oil executive in the suit. And so, and you don't build that relationship overnight. It's multiple cups of coffee that you have, and it's through being authentic and transparent. And so I think that's our responsibility to do on our side to win the support for access.
All right, thank you. Well, we're getting close on time, so we'll wrap up with one final question. And so the theme of the conference is Be the Compass, Lead the Way. And of course, our industries are doing really great things in many great spaces to support a strong Alaskan economy. So as we kind of close out, since we were all here at last year at Southeast Conference, maybe name one of the biggest achievements or innovations happening in your industry that the audience needs to know about.
I'm gonna name a couple of them. I think that addressing this housing issue is a huge issue statewide. And I think so last year, Senator Jesse Bjorkman introduced legislation to try to make that dimensional lumber easier to access into our Alaskan market, our local market. So that was a huge success, just being able to, I mean, you all had gone during the pandemic, you've been to the Home Depots and the Lowe's and just a lack of timber that was present there. And then the cost that was associated with that timber. So, and we'll see how much of a splash this has, but I think this is going to at least provide some opportunities for smaller mill operators to produce a product and add it to a local housing market. And that's going to affect our Native communities just across the state, all of our communities, hopefully. And so right now we're standing that program up. I am personally working with the university to try to stand up a position to be able to provide that class. And so moving forward with that, I think is a huge success. I think other successes are some of the wood innovations, things that, the Forest Service has been a great partner on the Wood Innovations grants. And I know Southeast Conference just got a grant for a pellet plant. Toke School up in the interior is doing amazing things. And then Alaska Timber and Trust down here in Southeast as well. So I think that's been huge, and it's been a big success and helping us find new markets for our timber.
Jeremy, I think that's really exciting. And to your point earlier about Alaskan grown, wouldn't it be cool to say you built your home out of Alaskan grown lumber? That's graded to meet all building code requirements. So thanks for your work on that. Kara.
Well, I think since it goes without saying, I think the biggest victory for the oil and gas industry since the last conference was the approval of the Willow project by the federal government. And I think, as Senator Sullivan shared at our conference a couple weeks ago and Representative Peltola, it was the textbook now example of what can happen even when you have 300 million TikToks against you. But when Alaskans stand together and have true partnerships and everybody all in to get this project approved was really remarkable. We had a united congressional delegation. We had the governor's support. It's rare to find a resolution 60-0 in the state legislature, 60-0, all supporting this project. I mean, naming of bridges, talking about bridges, it's hard to get a resolution of support for that. Of that I don't know how many there were. I doubt there was anything else last session that passed 60-0. And then you had, not just the local Alaska labor leaders, but you had labor leaders at the national level, all united supporting this project. And so as we talk about future projects and how we can build success, whether it's access or bridges or stronger partnerships, it's working internally to make sure we're aligned first. Because when the family of Alaska is united, great things can happen. And I think that's, to me, yes, we got a very important oil project approved by an administration who is probably not going to support very many other projects across the nation. But more importantly, it showed us what we can do as Alaskans when we're united on a project.
Thank you, Kara. Well, we're close to time. I know we're right up against the next networking break, so please help give me a round of applause for our panelists today.
Thank you all for that, and I hope to get to the Constantine table, AMA table, but please engage them, Graham, Caroline, Jim, Peter, and so and those will be here shortly as well. So we're going to take a break until 10:30 when we get to dive into the most vibrant comebacks of our economic recent history with the tourism industry. So we want to thank Leila for their support on the sponsor of this break. We'll see you at 10:30.
Thank you.
Stay right there. So we get, is Camille here? Camille Ferguson? Calling Camille Ferguson. Jillian Simpson. It's one way to get an introduction. Yes. All right. This is pretty bright. Yes. We have a very bright panel. We're gonna mute the halo around them a little bit there. It's a shame to block out sunshine in the southeast, but okay. So very much looking forward to this, and very much looking forward to Mr. Scott Habberstad facilitating this panel. So again, want to thank Clea for sponsoring the break. So if you would just thank our sponsor and welcome our panel today. Thank you. I appreciate that. Mr. Habberstad.
Good morning and welcome back. So, picking up what was talked about this morning, it is truly a beautiful morning in Sitka, and I'd like to thank Sitka everybody for that weather. I, however, made a mistake. I took a nice, beautiful shot this morning, got up at 6:30, walked downtown, took the iconic picture of Sitka, got my Highliner coffee, sent it to my bride in Anchorage, said, "Hi, honey, I miss you. How are you?" And she, in a gruff, scribbly voice, came back and said, "Yeah, it's under 30 degrees and it's trash day, and you're not here to take out the trash." So, with that, it's good news for Sitka because when we're done here, I get to go downtown and find my wife a nice gift. And so, thank you for some of the fantastic shops. And Mayor, I'm glad to be able to pay some taxes for this nice community. And Robert, you were called out. I don't mind an early morning start. I don't know what's wrong with these other cats, but early mornings are good for me. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Now, I do need to call out President Peterson over there. He called out his alma mater, the Braves across the way, and gave me about an hour and a half to think about it as I was sitting there. And I remember back to high school and the relationships you made in Petersburg with the Vikings and Sitka with the Wolves and the Braves and the Chiefs over in Met but of course the number one team out there is the K-High Kings. And so let's hear from the Kings. But while that's a little dig, and it is true in my heart, Southeast Alaska is amazing. And Robert, I'd like to thank you for Southeast Conference because so many of the relationships you made back in high school playing sports or academics or debate like me. Yes, I was in debate. It's a great time, and you're carrying on those traditions here with Southeast Conference because so many of those people that we made relationships with, we've kept them all these years. So thank you for that. But we're talking about tourism here. The visitor industry is a global industry. We all vie for the same guests, whether they're going to Italy, they're going to Greenland, they're going to California, Mexico, or Alaska. We are vying for those guests. And unlike the mighty king salmon or the other species of salmon, they don't automatically come back to your communities. They don't automatically come back to the streams in which grace your communities. You have to go out and to market them. And as I said, tourism is a global industry. Your support of your local CVB, your state tourism association, and the infrastructure within your communities helps push that forward and helps make sure that tourism is a sustainable industry within our state's economy, and you can help do that. We've got an amazing panel here made up of people from various segments of the tourism industry. We're going to start here on my left and go to my right, and then the person on our farthest right, who I will introduce in a moment, will kick us off, and then we'll work backwards with respect to speaking. But to my farthest, or to my immediate right, Jillian Simpson, who's the president, newly, well, not really new. I mean, she's been with ATIA forever, but the new president of the Alaska Travel Industry Association. Let's hear it for Jillian. Next to her, we have Renee Limoge, Reeve. Her husband's pretty cool. He flies too. She's the VP of Government and Community Relations for CLIA. Let's hear it for Renee. Next to her, we have Wendy Lindskoog, Regional VP, Royal Caribbean. And next to her, we have Alix Pierce, City and Borough of Juneau Tourism Manager. And next to Alix, we have Sitka's own Rachel Roy, Executive Director, Visit Sitka, Chair, Southeast Alaska Tourism Council. And with that, Rachel's going to talk to you for about 5 to 8 minutes. And after everybody has spoke, I've got a few questions we were going to ask the panelists, and then we're going to open it up to the audience for questions. This is going to be a great interactive panel. There's a lot of knowledge up here on the stage. So please start writing your questions down when you have them, because I'm confident they can answer them. And with that, Rachel.
And here I was thinking that I sat on the right end of the table. Thank you, Scott, and thanks for kicking us off. I'm Rachel Roy, and I am the lead at the Sitka Chamber of Commerce and Visit Sitka. We are a combined organization, and we've been doing the work of Visit Sitka for 8 years. As part of taking on that role, I was brought on to the Southeast Alaska Tourism Council. And that is my topic for this morning, talking about our regional tourism association working to really kind of guide and support our communities. SATC actually formed many years ago, and it was the predecessor to the Alaska Travel Industry Association, Alaska's Visitor Association. And it was a collective effort, knowing that we needed to market Alaska, we needed to have kind of a voice for that, and to create intentional efforts to get our messages across. As ATIA developed and became a statewide agency, many years it went on. And about 15 or 20 years ago, SATC actually reformed and created the brand Alaska's Inside Passage, created a website and kind of a hub for getting information about traveling in the region as an independent traveler. And independent travelers, we went around the table yesterday and we said, well, you know, what is that and how do we define that? And I thought I would share kind of, so an FIT, a fully independent traveler, looking at maybe a ferry independent traveler or a flying independent traveler. So looking at travelers who come into the region, who are coming in maybe not on a large ship, but they could be traveling on a small ship after they've arrived in the region. That was really the focus over these past 15 or so years that SATC has been working together. How do we reach them? How do we communicate to them? We've had various strategies with with bringing up even a travel writer or an influencer to go into the smaller communities, hubbing out of maybe one of the larger communities, getting on a seaplane or a float plane, getting on the ferry system. The Alaska Marine Highway has been a partner of ours since the beginning. I want to just take a moment. So I'm the current president. I've been, I think, about 2 years. And I want to take a moment for all the other members of SATC. If you could please stand for just a moment so we can see who you are. All right, great. So these are the other individuals who are working in collaboration in concert as DMOs, as community representatives for their, either in their city governments. But I just want you to know that we're out there in your communities, and we want you, if you didn't see someone from your community, we want you to be at this table. Some of my most valuable time when I was coming on as a new director was that time around the table with my colleagues to say, oh, I'm not alone in this, or I can call her because she's also working on this issue, or how did you do this, or is it worth it to take an ad out in this publication? It's that camaraderie and that collaboration that we talk about. And I really feel like Southeast Alaska, we're all like every ship that rises, we rise together. And that is a really important piece, is that I want to see the other communities also have success. And I think of even, going out to Haines in 2021 and getting the conference and having it be really successful, smaller because it was pandemic, we really, but I was like, I want them, I'm on the conference committee because I want to make sure that they're having that success too. And that's the kind of mentality that we have around the table at SATC. So as the pandemic the organization kind of took a little break. We had a change in our executive director. And when we came back together, seeing the growth in the visitor industry, we realized that as destination marketing organizations, we are having to change to really look at supporting our communities and the management of the aspects of the visitor industry, and being that conduit and connection with our community voice to the industry. And so as a organization together, we really set some goals, and we had a retreat yesterday, and we were able to meet in person. It was really a valuable time, but we looked at setting our vision to really serve as a voice for Southeast Alaska's visitor industry and community, as we look at the management of the looking at resources, infrastructure, and how we manage that, and our mission to be the conduit between Southeast Alaska community needs, a vibrant tourism economies, and effective visitor services. And I think, we're seeing as there's been all this growth, that we're going, oh, that's uncomfortable. And it's not only uncomfortable in large ports, it's uncomfortable in smaller ports. And how do we resolve that? How do we share strategies? And then how do we communicate as a region to help that go forward? We are going to be looking for a new executive director, so look for that. We're putting together a position where someone who worked full-time in the summer could work for us in the winter, or someone who's been an industry leader and is now retired, they could find a fit to be able to kind of pick up those extra hours and help support this mission. Some of the things we talked about in our first year's goals with this new mission and direction is looking at managing visitor expectations. So thinking about as attractions are getting a lot of kind of sold out or full, how do we direct and educate visitors on other attractions and other things that can be doing? How do we help smaller communities share their message? We've talked about creating a pledge that we could use throughout the region. So you're not having to create it from scratch, but rather we're collectively, welcome to our region. We're so glad you're here. Take these steps to be good visitors and be a part of the greater good of our communities. And so those are kind of some of the things we talked about and what we're wanting to do. Transportation came up quite a bit. Definitely our attractions and dispersion. So those are kind of the goals and what we're setting forward. If anything sparked for you, please get a hold of me or one of the other members. We'll be reaching out. I have the list of the 26 communities that Southeast Conference supports, and I'd love to get more of you at our table. We'll have a varying dues structure that makes it really attainable for everyone, but we'd love to have you and our community partners and our tribal governments all engaged in this, because we can collectively support our industry moving forward.
Rachel,
I have no idea how much time that was.
spot on.
Oh, thank you.
Perfect. Alex?
Thank you, and thank you, Rachel, for setting me up so perfectly to also talk about regional collaboration from the community level. So the visitor industry, particularly the cruise industry, but really the industry as a whole, is a regional network in Southeast Alaska. It's hard to get here. We need to sell ourselves as a collective region. And we also tend to look at shifting industry dynamics at the local level without realizing the impacts on our regional neighbors or realizing the regional network that we're part of. So with that disclaimer, I want to talk about some of the visitor industry management efforts and tools that Juneau is currently working on, and then zoom that out to the larger regional context and some of the efforts. Lacey mentioned the Port Communities group that meets regularly. We're hoping to build on that effort and expand that group into more of a regional strategy and a common voice specifically for cruise ports, but also taking into account the good work that Rachel and her group are doing. So in Juneau, we had a visitor industry task force that Mayor Weldon launched in 2019. That led to, I believe there were 62 recommendations that we're working to implement. Most notably, that resulted in 2 negotiated agreements with the cruise industry. The first one is little operational things, not offloading garbage in Juneau, turning off large screens in port, things like that. The second one sets a 5-ship limit, which Meilani touched on earlier today. And as Meilani mentioned, that has impacts for the rest of the region. Our visitor numbers are steady next year for the first time in a long time. We've been seeing a growth trajectory for a long time. And as a result of that agreement, we're steady, and we have some time to figure out what our next step is as we continue to hear from our community that maybe we're a little bit too busy at 30% growth. Another thing that we're doing that is really powerful is doing statistically valid random sample surveys. And that means doing phone surveys, or if you're doing an online survey, using a methodology that's truly random sample, trying to get the voice of kind of the missing middle. As communities, we hear a lot from people who feel particularly affected or have particularly strong opinions about the visitor industry or any topic really. And it's critical to try to get your finger on the pulse of what the residents that you don't hear from are thinking. So we've been doing surveys on and off. We haven't been incredibly consistent about it since the 90s. And many of our results have remained consistent over the decades. Most notably, tourism has both positive and negative impacts on Juneau. The positive impacts outweigh the negative impacts, and also the city is not doing enough to manage tourism. And we see those in about the same percentage numbers from like 1995 to 2022, and over 1 million more visitors. I'm interested with the growth that we saw this season to see the outcome of our survey this year and whether that level of growth has moved the needle in any way. We're also surveying passengers and crew on the docks, doing visitor satisfaction surveys, but also collecting spending data so we can get a better idea of the economic impact and up-to-date data on the economic impact. So Meilani, you can have that information for next year for Southeast by the numbers. We're continuing to export our TBMP program throughout the state, the country, and the world. And that's the Tourism Best Management Practices, which is a voluntary compliance program for tour operators. And we, like the rest of the region, are experiencing a shore excursion supply and demand problem with growth, compounded by the labor shortages of the pandemic. And that has led to some community challenges. Shore excursions are typically local businesses. They're typically really what drives our economic impact. They're also the source of most of our negative resident feedback about the visitor industry and the source of most of our TBMP calls. And so we're working on sector specific solutions with operators like the Whale Watch community and Glacier bus tours to try to strengthen the TBMP guidelines and kind of do more, go further to manage those sectors. We're doing a study of the community and where it might be appropriate to add shore excursion capacity, and also looking at the trails that we use commercially and where we could build new trails perhaps. And we're making sure that our infrastructure supports the level of visitation that we're seeing with expansion projects for our waterfront seawalk and other and shore power projects. And so then zooming out to the regional level, the future of tourism, specifically cruise tourism in Alaska, has to be regional. And we have a network of destinations at various stages of development. If Juneau sets further limits on cruise tourism, what does that mean for Ketchikan or Sitka? If something happens in a port to trigger massive changes in the number of ships or visitors, a massive reduction like happened with the rock slides in Skagway, that affects everyone. That affects regional neighbors in a way that, you know, some icy Strait Point love getting the rest of those extra ships. Sitka, you know, mixed feelings. So those are the things that we need to take into account as we consider the future of tourism and what a sustainable visitor industry looks like over the next 10, 20, 50 years. That can't necessarily mean runaway growth, and emerging ports that want the opportunity to grow also need the opportunity to be proactive and intentional about it, and maybe mentored by some of the ports like Juneau that have made all the mistakes. And there are opportunities for more regional diversification, but it needs to be balanced with right-sized visitation for the smaller ports. We can't just send most of Sitka's visitors to Wrangell and expect it to work. And so what we actually need to do to make this kind of conceptual and lofty regional collaboration happen are scale up some of the tools being used in individual ports at the regional level. Ketchikan just hired a tourism manager. Sitka is working on a visitor industry task force. Having policy that's driven by community engagement and based on a set of community goals that can then be taken forward on a regional level, and we can look for commonalities, is really critical to being clear and systematic about our priorities. And then that gives us the opportunity to work with our industry partners on a clear and proactive vision. Juneau has a tourism management plan from 2002 that talks about our need to be proactive. We have absolutely not done that over the years. We typically, as communities, as we get more visitors, we build more infrastructure, local businesses have the opportunity to respond and build more tours and more stores and all of these good things for the economy, but we adapt. I think regional collaboration as we move forward is about shifting from being reactive to proactive. And so we're hoping to expand our port communities group. We're having a meeting on Thursday where we're bringing in other communities that haven't typically been part of our conversation to kind of sow the seeds of that strategy and start to identify our common goals. And so the future is regional, and it's really great that we have this forum here where we're able to have these regional conversations as courts.
Alex, that was awesome. The future is regional. That was a nice way of putting it. Now, I don't want to speak for Wrangell, but I'm good friends with Jeff Angerman, and I'm confident his store with like a few more cruise tourists down there in the summer. So we'll put that aside. Wendy, let's hear from you.
Scott, can you promise me next time we can do a game show kind of format? Because I think that would be really fun, and you're the right guy to have to pull that off.
As long as it's not the Gong Show.
Yeah, because I'll probably get the gong. I love following Alix. Her energy is just amazing. So let me introduce myself really quick. But before I do that, I just want to say, and Cruz wants a seat at the table. Don't be afraid to invite us into those conversations, the regional conversations, the local conversations. Hey, we're feeling tension around too many visitors. What can we do? You know, we have the numbers, we have a lot of guest data satisfaction. We can bring a lot to those conversations and help find those solutions. And that's exactly what we want to do. So really appreciate the opportunity to be here speaking today. Again, my name is Wendy Lindskoog. I work for Royal Caribbean Group. And for those of you that may not know, our company owns 5 different cruise brands. 3 of them are wholly owned, and they appear here in Alaska, and that's Royal Caribbean International, Celebrity Cruises, and Silver Sea. We have over 100,000 employees that are sourced from 120 different countries. So truly an international group. And maybe you see some of our crew get off the ships in some of your port communities, and that's really kind of a neat thing. We also visit over 1,000 ports on all 7 continents. And so the conversation we're having here in Alaska is not that different from conversations in other really popular places. I could name Greece right now, and Santorini in particular, having the same kind of issues around cruise growth and tourism. So that's a little bit about our company. I was asked to speak to guest satisfaction and win-win scenarios. So I'll give that a shot. It kind of feels a little awkward now that we have a ballot initiative in place. So bear with me. Who are our guests? So let's talk about cruise guests in general. No surprise to anybody in this room that our guests consider Alaska the trip of a lifetime. The demographic of cruisers, well, they used to be mostly retired people, but now it's a lot of folks adding to their bucket lists who are families and younger people. And when you look at, what was the acronym you used? Flying independence and ferry independence, I would add former cruise independence, because the stats are so huge in terms of people being introduced to Alaska by cruise and coming back to visit again as an independent. And we're the marketing gift that keeps on giving. So just wanted to plug that. Yeah. What do our guests come to see? Again, no surprise to anybody in this room. They want to feel the remoteness of Alaska. We're so unique and distant to them. They want to see our gorgeous fjords and mountains, glaciers, wildlife. But what we're really seeing more and more of is they love to come to the small communities and experience the rich history and hear about who we are and what we do and how we live in the wintertime. And they want to hear about the local culture and cuisine and art. And I'll talk about some of the activities we're doing as a cruise line to really bring that more to our guests and give them that rich experience. The state and the industry continues to deliver on these type of experiences, and that is why Alaska continues to over-index for its guest satisfaction scores compared to the rest of the world. So even though we have some tension in our system, we're seeing a lot of crowding, you might think that would impact guest satisfaction rates. It's not. Even this year, Alaska has some of the highest rated destinations. We're rated one of the highest destinations globally. And when compared to Europe, Alaska rates are high, if not higher than most of the top European ports. And the same holds true for other regions around the world. Alaska remains one of the most desired places to visit. And this data continues to support the trend we see for repeat visitors to the state. So it was really great to hear all the positive economic news from Meilani. But we know, as I mentioned, there's tension in the system due to growing passenger numbers, workforce challenges, childcare was mentioned, tour capacity, inflation, and I might even say just coming off a pandemic and the hangover that created for all of us. Thank God that is past. So I do want to talk about the elephant in the room a little bit. The ballot initiative, a ballot initiative here in Sitka was just submitted Friday, and it was to limit cruise very substantially and questionable from a legal standpoint. I have heard, and I can't prove this, but I've heard that some people think that the level of guests are not really enjoying their experience in Alaska because of the overcrowding situation. Our data is not showing that. And again, right here in Sitka, where there's been a lot of growing pains, a lot has happened quickly since 2019, but our company has seen the guest satisfaction scores here in Sitka this season as higher than last year's in most categories. The one category that really stands out and that we heard some comments on was the tour capacity. And that's no surprise either. Everybody's trying to play catch up right now in this community on tour capacity that has lagged behind the growing passenger numbers. And so there's a lot of work going on in that space. And I'll just share a couple comments from our guests. I want to talk about spending more time in some of the ports that we visited. We loved Sitka and would like more time. Sitka is an especially short day for such a beautiful stop. And we felt that it was hard to get an excursion in Sitka, whereas in other places, there were plenty of opportunities to get a reservation. You need more openings. Now, I'm just highlighting Sitka again, because that's where we're at today. But last year, for instance, our company provided a lot of in-depth, some of our guest satisfaction survey information to mayors and city managers that wanted to kind of see what our guests were saying about their particular destination. And I make that available to you again once we wrap up this season. I want to make sure that everybody in the room really understands that cruise is working on solutions. And again, here in this community, there's a new theater being built out at the Sitka Cruise Dock Terminal, excursion boats being added, new businesses are popping up. And these businesses just need time to get up and running so that the passengers who are now visiting this community can be dispersed. And I think that's an example of exactly what's happening in a lot of communities where passengers are growing. You have workforce shortages, not enough tour capacity that spreads people out. So I'm going to move on to the next topic, which is the win-win scenarios. But before I get there, I think one of the ways you get to win-win scenarios is really integrating industry, community government all together, native corporations, anybody who's kind of got a skin in the game. We all need to work on these tourism management plans together, and you end up with a better product. And so I just want to applaud Juneau. I think the 5-ship limit, it has been mentioned several times, was a real collaborative process along with the other operational, kind of issues we all agreed to. So just continue to invite that type of conversation. On the win-win front, let's see here. I guess I'm going to talk really quick about the economic base, because I think we can't underestimate that there's been a lot of investment by cruise companies, native corporations, and government, and the public sector and private sector both, in terms of the infrastructure that allows cruise to come here in the first place. So we can't discount the fact that we provide an ongoing revenue stream to local communities, and that, a lot of that's happening through taxes and fees. And when you do a quick snapshot, this is 2019 numbers, but probably worth re-looking at, and then knowing that we'll be updating them soon to get some fresh numbers from 2023. But in 2019, you had 1.28 billion in direct spending, 1.23 billion in earned wages, 23,000 jobs. And cruisers accounted for over 60% of Alaska's tourists each year, and 40% of independent visitors to Alaska first visited by cruise. And we've all heard a lot of those stats before, but it's always, I think, a great reminder that you have an economic base through tourism here in Southeast. And yes, there's things that can always be worked on and improved, but the numbers bore out and the positivity bore out that there was good economic activity. And that's always a win-win, not just for our guests, but obviously for local Alaskans. I might add that with that economic activity, some of the win-wins you see support for year-round businesses. So businesses are making good change in the summertime, and hopefully that allows many of them to stay open during the winter time so that locals have a little more to do in their communities, so restaurants and businesses, etc. In Juneau, a great example is the shore power investment that actually provides now a kickback on electric bills to Juneau residents through that investment. Again, touching on year-round infrastructure, you've seen waterfront development, promenades, those kind of things where, you know, obviously local people enjoy to walk their dogs or just, you know, enjoy the waterfront. Maybe built for cruise initially, but enjoyed by all. I think I want to go into a little bit too, the softer side of win-wins is those partnering with community initiatives that I know my company does a lot of, but I would do a shout out to Holland America Princess, NCL. I see straight with your activities. I mean, probably a lot of other people in the room, but the nonprofit donations, the activities that we all invest in, you know, those are things that I think are worth noting. So some things our company has done. We've ensured we're members of all of the different chambers and visitor bureaus so we can be a part of the conversation. Recently, the Sitka Connector Trail was completed. The cross trail in Sitka is a beautiful jewel. If you haven't enjoyed it, you gotta do it. It's fantastic. And off the cross trail is a connector trail that links right into the new cruise terminal. And so we had the opportunity to help provide some matching funds to finish that neat project. In Ketchikan, we were able to sponsor the Ketchikan Salmon Walk, and I know that's used by locals and loved by guests and serves as a great educational tool about the life cycle of salmon. We've done a lot of ship tours with students to really inspire them around marine type vocations in the future, STEM education with regard to some of the things we do on the ships with technology, sustainability measures and how we do that. It's just amazing to see the students' eyes light up when they get to actually see the inside of a cruise ship, and not just the fun side, but the real techie side. Seward Sea Life Center, we've been able to partner with them to bring virtual learning, and that happened during the pandemic because obviously people couldn't visit. And we've been able to be a partner with the Sitka Science Center scientists in the school, so bringing a scientist to every classroom, and we're really proud of those partnerships. A couple other things I would highlight. We've got a Shop Local Alaska program that we've partnered in. So there's a young entrepreneur out of Skagway, and she started a program that taps into all of our cruise guests all year round through to make sure that local businesses can be featured through marketing on the website, and people can, hey, I forgot a gift for my nephew while I was in Alaska, and they can go and still shop locally on Alaska through the Shop Local Alaska site. And it's a partnership with Buy Alaska as well. So it's been fun to bring onto our cruise ship. We also have been bringing a lot of locals on board. So when folks have kind of finished their tours or their time in the community, they end up on the ship with a couple more hours. We're featuring artists and people, storytellers, you name it, the people that can come in and share a bit about Alaska and the community while they're on board during the day. So that's another one program. And then sourcing locally, if you've got the kind of volume that a cruise ship can use, we're always looking for seafood, which we source from Ketchikan and Sitka. We have spirits coming from Skagway. I love a good gin and tonic. And Charlie's Produce does a lot for us out of Anchorage to Seward, where we restock from home porting there. So I've talked way too long, but bottom line, our guests continue to absolutely love Alaska. We want to be part of making sure they can continue to do so, and we recognize there's some work ahead. One of our main mantras at Royal is we want to deliver great vacations responsibly, and that means being a very good community partner in all that we do. So thanks for letting me share with you today, and I would love to share coffee with all of you later because there's a lot of people in the room I don't know yet.
Thank you, Wendy, very much. And you know, it's hard not to travel the state and not see the generosity from the industry. I mean, you can't go to a gala, you can't go to a nonprofit auction, you can't go to a benefit without seeing a cruise donated or a tour donated. So it's pretty impressive. So thank you for that. And Robert, can we make sure we have gin and tonic at the reception tonight? Preferably Skagway. And with that, I'll turn it over to Renee.
You know, Scott, the last time that I was on this stage with you, you lost my bags. And I had on yoga pants and a t-shirt, so I'm pleased to be here dressed like an adult today. But I kid, because Alaska Airlines is my favorite large airline. So Tim, Marilyn, Scott, thanks for getting us all here safely. I'm with CLIA. My name is Renee Limoge Reeve. I'm the Vice President of Government and Community Relations, and along with Leila Downs, we take care of this region. And I think after the pandemic, we are taking a much more regional approach. Part of me just wants to sit here and say ditto after these two, because they took a number of my talking points, which means I'm going to speak less. So you're welcome. But we are a global trade association. We represent over 50 cruise lines with over 250 ships that sail to over 1,000 ports and bring 30 million visitors on a cruise vacation every year. And as these two ladies did touch on, you know, we really are, it's a terrible phrase and I need a better one, but we're like a gateway drug for Alaska, right? We bring you on the cruise ship and then you're dying to come back. And more, 60% of the people do come back, and they come back as independent travelers because they see what we all see. They see the reasons that we live here, and we live here because it's a special place. So I think kind of the overarching thing that I feel on this entire panel is we're all Alaskans first. And so I'm going to talk about sustainability. I'm going to talk about sustainability on board, but also sustainability within the communities. And it's important to us because we're Alaskans first. I'm going to live here long after I work for CLIA. And so when I go into a community and I'm talking to the mayor and John, or I'm talking to Mayor Beth, that's my reputation and my word. And that's Wendy's reputation and Wendy's word. And we've been able to build really good friendships and collaborative relationships because we care, and we care about Alaska. And I think that it's really easy for some to paint us as like big bad industry. And I would hope that the people who have worked with us in this room know that that's not who we are. So to sustainability, we're the most innovative vessels sailing in the world. And when people get to go on board a cruise ship and go down below decks, they see that. And I would say to anyone in this room who would like that opportunity, we love to bring people on board and show them, because we can tell you all day, but when you see the treated wastewater that's clearer, well, much clearer than this, you have a better understanding of what we do on board. We recently released our 2023 Global Cruise Industry Environmental Technologies and Practices report here in the US. This year shows a significant step in the advancement toward alternative fuels and environmental technologies as we continue to transform our fleet for a more sustainable future to protect the oceans and the air and the communities that we visit. Currently, across the CLIA cruise line member fleet, 202 ships representing 80% of global passenger capacity are equipped with advanced wastewater treatment systems. These systems operate at a higher standard than most shoreside treatment facilities, including most of our Alaska facilities. And all the new build ships are being equipped with these systems as well. So that'll bring a total to 242 ships, representing 80% of the fleet and 84% of the global capacity soon. In addition, many of the cruise lines are pursuing flexible fuels by investing in propulsion technologies with converging capabilities for the future. For example, Royal Caribbean just finished 2 fuel tests in Europe, and our member lines are doing that across the globe, and all of our member lines. I mean, we have NCL in the room, we have Carnival in the room, we have Royal in the room. They're all doing those in various places and trying the different biofuels. We continue to diversify energy solutions by incorporating the multi-fuel engines, trialing fuel cell technology, as well as wind, photovoltaic. I had to Google that, I'm going to admit it. Photovoltaic solutions and battery storage for power saving. Efficiency tracking systems are now in place on 171 CLIA memberships to enhance efficiencies and optimize and reduce our fuel consumption. The fact is, our testing and what we're doing on our ships is ahead of our suppliers. We are not, as a globe, producing the fuels necessary for us to all transfer to alternative fuels yet. Cruise lines aren't waiting. We're taking the lead, and we're investing and acting today to reduce emissions at berth and at sea, because sustainability is at the forefront of everything we do. Fun fact, first place in the world to offer plug-in power, Rory, you can't answer, was Juneau. But it was Juneau, Seattle, and Vancouver. The Pacific Northwest has taken this very seriously for a lot of years. I mean, 25 years that we've offered plug-in capabilities that are now being replicated all around the globe. And sustainability doesn't end on board. You know, we take our commitment to being good partners very, very seriously, and the communities we visit are important to us. As many of you know, we did sign the MOU with Juneau in March. You know, that was a groundbreaking thing. I mean, I think it didn't quite get the play that those of us who actually worked on it felt that it should, because that went to the highest levels of the companies that we represent. This isn't like Renee and Lainey and Rory and Alix and I sitting around like a table saying, hey, we should try to do this. This went all the way to the top because it mattered. And we're trying to do that and be at the table with all the communities in this room. You know, we know there's still work to be done throughout Alaska. We're trying to work with the communities to find solutions to the issues. We know we have impacts. So how do we work together to make those impacts livable for you and good for us? The best way for us, we think, is to do that through public discussion, not necessarily at the ballot box. We would prefer to be at the table talking with you. You know, the best solutions come from constructive conversations and agreements. We appreciate the partnerships that we have here. We are a bucket list destination. We want to continue to share our state with people from around the globe, and we'll be able to do that together. So thank you and thanks.
Renee, thank you very much. You know, I was pleasantly pleased when you talked about the yoga dance introduction. I was really more worried that you were going to talk about me dropping you on the dance floor here in Sitka for ATI.
Dropping me on the dance floor and landing on top of me.
Oh, that's right.
It's a true story.
And Jillian, you're up.
I have no idea how to follow that. Thank you. This has been a wonderful panel to be sitting on with all of you powerhouse women, as you described us earlier, Rachel. So thank you very much. And it's wonderful to be down here in Sitka. The travel industry is, it's a people industry. We are bringing people to our destination. We are sharing our communities, our stories, and we're making a livelihood being able to do that. And partnerships is the most important piece of all of that. Visitors don't come to Alaska or to a particular region. They are visiting lots of different communities. And they're not just going on one tour product, they're experiencing a lot. And we all need to work together in order to make it a seamless and interesting and valuable experience for our visitors, as well as being able to work together in partnerships as businesses. So ATIA is the Alaska Travel Industry Association, and we are the statewide trade association for tourism. Our mission is to promote and advocate for a healthy and sustainable industry in Alaska. And we are governed by a board of 24 members. And I think it's really important because we represent all sectors and all regions of the state. In fact, we have 3 dedicated seats on our board that are from Southeast Alaska to make sure that we always have regional voices promoting and guiding us as we move our mission forward. And I'm so happy you're here, Camille, because I want to acknowledge your leadership in ATI has a new board seat that was just created for tribal representation. And so we will make sure that there's always an Indigenous voice at the table for ATIA, because both cultural and sustainability are the most important things that we can be doing for our industry right now. So thank you for that. And we will have, our elections are happening right now, so we'll find out who our first dedicated tribal member will be. I guess to start with kind of stepping back into the big picture of our industry, it's really was wonderful to hear all the economic data that you presented this morning, because we're still finalizing ours, and I was so relieved to see that they match. So you never know with that, right? So things are looking really good for Southeast Alaska and for this sector, the cruise sector in particular. Southeast is definitely the leader in the number of visitors that come to Alaska. And as both Renee and Wendy said, usually cruise represents about 60% of our summer visitors and 40% are independent travelers. Interestingly, last year, it was more of a 50-50 split where the independent traveler was really, really strong. And a lot of that had to do with most of our visitors are domestic. and Alaska competes with other international destinations. So we compete on a global scale. We're not necessarily competing for people to taking their short weekend trips, but it's really that long haul, a week or more plus vacation, which means we compete with international destinations. And of course, our attributes are so amazing that of course we compete on an international level. And last year, not all international destinations were open post-COVID or mid-COVID, what would you call it? Partial post-COVID? Are we ever through it? I don't know. And this year, Europe did open back up. So we had a lot of people that came to Alaska because they wanted to go someplace long haul. And we really felt that strongly. In fact, it was almost overwhelming the amount of independent travelers that we had. And I think knowing going into this season, what a strong cruise season we were going to have and the volume that we were going to be on the cruise season, it always means that the industry as a whole is going to do well. And there was an expectation that the independent travelers were also going to continue to come at the same rate and percentage that they had in the past. And what we found, at least anecdotally, is that is a little bit softer than what we had expected. And so maybe that ratio is going back to what it had been pre-pandemic levels. But it means that businesses were challenged. Not all. I mean, it was certainly some sectors and definitely more of those that are more dependent on independent travelers and in the interior portions of Alaska in particular. But they were feeling that softening as a result. And so I would say our industry, even though we're having a great season, and thank goodness we have been through so much, it's still in recovery. So it's wonderful that revenues are coming in, but businesses are still telling us that they're still working their way out of debt from the previous years where we were hit really, really hard. And so businesses are telling us they still are working off their high income to debt ratios. And so that's why it's important that we continue to market and promote Alaska. So those headwinds of competing internationally will continue to be a challenge for Alaska. On a national perspective, trends that we're seeing, I think the economy, nobody's really knowing what's going to happen. I think there's been predictions that we were going to go into a recession. Fortunately, we haven't yet. I guess you should be knocking on wood right now. Inflation has gone down, fortunately, which is certainly helpful. Those kind of economic indicators are always good for us as a destination, being that we are more expensive to travel to because people do stay longer and we are further away than other destinations. But the other good news, at least economically, is that apparently our economy is shifting still from the pandemic, where we're moving back to that balance of spending more on services than on goods. I think we all remember when we were bottled up, we did a lot of shopping online of goods. And so fortunately now there is an opportunity for that to shift back to services. And so that rebalance is still happening, which means that there is money in the economy to be spending on travel, which is definitely good for us. As far as visitors to Alaska, most of our visitors are domestic, but we do rely on international, and fortunately those markets are opening back up. Asia's still got a ways to go, I think, to catch up, but there is definitely a lot of opportunity to get caught up from where we were before. About 10% of our visitors come from overseas. However, tourism is typically, as a trade export, it's typically as a surplus for the United States. And right now it's still operating as a deficit. So outbound travel is definitely recovered, but inbound travel has not. And so those effects impact us as well. And that's been definitely one of our challenges, is that some of our visitors that we would want to bring here are going overseas, but we're not getting the influx of the overseas visitors to balance that out. US travel is predicting that the strong international markets for the United States in the coming year is Canada, Germany, and India. Unfortunately, those are also strong markets for Alaska, and that is where we're concentrating our international marketing efforts this year. One thing I will note is Alaska has benefited from actually 2 carriers flying nonstop from Germany to Alaska every summer, so it's seasonal service. And that will continue for next year, which is wonderful news. And they're doing well, both flights, shockingly, like to have 2 different airlines flying from Germany is pretty incredible. But because there's going to be runway improvements in Whitehorse next year, there won't be any German flights. Condor will not be flying into Yukon, which will impact independent travelers being able to, at least from Germany, coming down to Southeast Alaska. That was definitely one of the typical tour itineraries coming out of Whitehorse, was coming down into Skagway and Haines and doing the Golden Circle down here. And they're also, they love to travel on the ferry. So that could also impact those numbers a little bit. So that could be a challenge for us, but we'll continue to work with operators overseas to develop that. And I mean, the good news at least is that they spend a lot of time on vacation and they love to drive around, so they could still make their way over here from flights in to Anchorage. This year, ATIA operates the state's destination marketing program. So we have grants from both the state of Alaska as well as some federal relief money that the governor designated for ATIA to use to promote Alaska as a premier travel destination. So we have about an $8 million budget, which also includes revenue that's generated from industry, tourism businesses that we partner with in order to help promote your businesses. So we call it our cooperative marketing program, and we have over 500 businesses that participate in that. And so that collectively gives us a marketing budget to mostly focus on national advertising, but we also do public relations and travel trade. We have an incredible website. Last year, actually, we had over 400,000 referrals to advertisers on our website. So you are advertising on our site. It's a wonderful way to get high quality potential visitors to come check out your product. So I would say, I guess in closing, that I do feel like the word I keep hearing to describe our industry is vibrant, and I love that. I feel like that describes the effervescence of all of us, but also the amazing work that so many entrepreneurs do in our industry. And I think that the future is bright for tourism, and I think we just need to collectively work together as our communities, our DMOs, our large cruise ship partners, as well as our small businesses, to make sure that we can collectively push Alaska forward, make sure it's always top of mind, constantly reinforcing the message and pushing away the barriers that people might have to travel, and encourage them and welcome them to Alaska. Thank you.
Thanks, Jillian. And I'm noting a trend here I need to correct really quick. I mean, it's not hard to get to Southeast Alaska. I know an airline that offers over 20 flights daily in the winter. It's hard to get to Sabunga. All right. And we had a late arrival that was not because of us.
Wait.
Was it Robert?
It was Alaska.
Oh. Where's Casey? It's her fault, obviously.
I just want to say my clothes came.
You're 0 for 2, Scott. Congratulations on getting your pants.
Just so you know. So I just want to blame it all on Scott. Actually, I did get a little behind, but I am also in uniform, so I'll probably be representing our community quite well here in another hour and a half. So I'm a little busy.
I would like to introduce a person that I used to call my friend, who's been here in Sitka for quite some time and truly is a leader in tourism statewide, Camille Ferguson.
Thank you, everyone. Welcome to Sitka. I am the Economic Development Director for the Sitka Tribe, and the Sitka Tribe is very much involved in as a whole, and definitely immersed in tourism and cultural. We add quite a bit of value. I unfortunately, through our leadership, am supported on my work. That has really been instrumental in developing cultural tourism, and not just locally, but statewide, and also nationally and internationally. And it is with that support that I think a lot of the initiatives that are happening that will be reaping the benefits are happening. And Jillian, I really, really appreciate you and the work that HIA has done in developing the cultural tourism program within our state. She had said a designated seat. Well, that to me was real important. So we have a continuity of our ability to provide content, imagery, a quality and a level that we all want and respect. And I think that was really, really important. And that connection between our smaller communities and the state marketing campaign is about very valuable. Matter of fact, within the past 2 years, you may have seen a little shift in the marketing strategy. You're seeing more native content. You're seeing more native designs. Videos are, there is just so much more on cultural tourism. And a lot of that has to do with is the partnership that I've developed with ATIA, with our local Convention and Visitors Bureau. And not only that, I believe the partnerships with the cruise industry has allowed us also to be able to share that with everyone. I look at tourism in a perspective of not just economic development. It is also a means of sharing our history, our culture in an authentic manner that maintains the integrity of the people that we represent. And I think it is the people that visitors want to come see. And at the local level, Sitka Tribe offers tribal tours. We also have the Shikaquan Community House where our native dancers are performing. And all of this work that the Sitka Tribe has done has really been led by our elders. And it was actually our elders that gave us the authority to do the songs, tell our stories in a manner that we're representing our people well. But at the national forefront, we're really fortunate too that we're getting the support from our congressional delegations to support the Native American Grouping Visitors Experience Act. I know it's a long word. It's called the Native Act, but it is a bill that mandates our federal agencies to work with tribes when they're developing tourism programs. Now it's taken a while for us to really feel that, but we're going to start feeling it really soon. Matter of fact, the Forest Service, U.S. Forest Service has received their second appropriations of $2 million to work with tribes on developing tourism programs within Forest Service land. BLM is actually looking at how they can get nations. And all of these appropriations will eventually circle on down to the tribes to start tourism programs on federal lands. So all of these things are good things. One I do want to also share with you is that I think the sustainability is that everybody seems to be talking about. I think we really need to have a cultural balance within our communities that actually can support the same sustainability. I know within the Sitka Tribe, we kind of know what our capacity is. We kind of know how many buses we have rolling and how many seats we can put in and actually be able to tell our story in a manner that is respectful. And I think that we can share those I guess, we can share our experiences collaboratively together. And I think a lot of the tribes are coming together and we are working together. I know that we hold the Heritage and Cultural Tourism Conference where we talk cultural tourism and we talk with our partners. So there is a lot of positive going on and there is a lot of good things that are going on. I'm really pleased to say that we were able to put, 10 local artist artwork in our gift shop. I mean, that's just letting you know that we're putting our local artists there. We're able to hire our local people in Sitka to put them behind the wheel of a bus that can tell the history and our culture of our people. So, and our community. And so I believe that tourism and travel and tourism for cultural and heritage is definitely on the rise. And I think that as we all strive for that sustainability, we can come up with a true balance. So with that, I'd like to say, thanks for the opportunity. And I again apologize for my few minutes behind, but I might have to leave a few minutes early as well. So.
Camille, thank you very much. And I put together a series of questions for these folks, but I think we are running, I mean, there was so much information. We're running close on time. We've got about 10 minutes. I think everybody here would rather hear your questions you have of these panelists. And so I know Robert's got a mic. If we can get a hand, if you've got a question for these folks, please ask it, because the last thing you want me to do is talk more and ask questions. So let's see some hands. There we go.
Hi, my name is Raoul West. I've been a part of the Alaska visitor industry since before I was born. My father was one of the founders actually of cruising to Alaska, starting with the Alaska Steamship Company and then starting his own cruise ships with West Tours and eventually Cruise West, etc. So I've got a little bit of perspective on this topic. What I would really like to see, being that I live in Sitka and I hear all of the grousing throughout the community about, oh, there's so many people, streets are so crowded, and they're even blocking off the main street. We can't even go to our own street. You know, really, this has got to be counteracted by a public relations campaign. And I got to tell you that when my dad first brought cruises to Alaska, he had the same problem with the locals saying, "Oh, we don't want these visitors. This is, this is too much to hassle, and they're crowding our community." But we have the opportunity to share the message that we have just heard from all of these wonderful, vibrant women, that we are doing some very positive things with the visitor industry, and the visitor industry is a positive force for Alaska, and particularly for Southeast Alaska. But why aren't we getting that message out in our local communities in a better way? I would really like to hear more of the positive and less of the negative.
Great point, Ralph. Would anybody like to speak to that?
Well, I'll touch on it a little bit. One of the kind of our three top priorities that the chamber board came back with was tourism awareness and looking at ways that we can share that message. And I think what I find at the DMO level is that we do a ton of work and we don't toot our own horn very often. And so we were very aware that our Sitka community is also one of our recipients of our marketing programs and everything. And so we've this year we actually published 20 tourism tidbits. And it was every Friday we had a different item, and we worked collaboratively with our industry partners to come up with what those were. But we highlighted the pounds of seafood that were sold from our commercial fishermen and served on the ships. We highlighted, the revenues that come into our city and tried to correct some of the misinformation, but it is really tough. We have a very active social media group that, it's about the same 5 people with the same 5 incorrect information, but they keep cycling it through. And the impact of those statements, when you see them 5 times, it can kind of sink into someone that doesn't understand the industry. And I was thinking, as looking at the resource development panel earlier, that if we had a mine in Sitka, we'd be talking about that, And so I think there's definitely a need for our industry to come out and say the good things that we're doing. And I think also personalizing it is another way that we can do that, to show the families. Our cruise ship terminal we're going to be out there this evening, but those owners are local, and we're really, really proud of what they've been able to do with having shops and excursions and things that are being offered out there as an extension of our really tight-knit downtown community of businesses. Some of them even have a second location out there. And so talking about the good to try to counter that. And I think collectively with the proposition or the ballot proposition and those things, I think industry really does need to come together and share what it means to us as Sitkans to be part of this industry.
Rachel, I think that's a great response. And I also think it's kind of incumbent upon everybody in the room to talk about the good things that tourism brings. I mean, and not to be afraid to get engaged in the conversation. That's what it is. I mean, if somebody posts something negative, if you've got a counter perspective on social, share the positive. I mean, it is a great industry. It's a great economic driver for the communities. It's in the region and the state. So don't be afraid to share the positive.
Scott, if I could jump in, I think we hear a lot from residents that are unhappy with tourism, and they want to have this belief that our relationship with the industry is adversarial, and that unless we're somehow like sticking it to the cruise industry, we're not successful as a destination and we're beholden to the industry somehow. And those are also a really small percentage of people. Those are the 5 people that say the same 5 things. And we spend a lot of time on those 5 people and those 5 talking points. But I really take your point well, that we can do a much better job of showing the positive and collaborative nature of evolution of our relationship with the industry. I collaborated with Renee a little too hard last night, and I think we can. I think it's a really positive thing to talk about how we're working together as ports, as cruise lines, as tour operators to create a sustainable industry in Alaska over the long term, so that we can continue to realize the economic benefits that are so vital to our region. And that may mean changes in the numbers of visitors in some ports through negotiated agreements, but that is so much more powerful than this imagined battle. And I think we need to do a better job of countering that narrative.
That's a great perspective, Alex. Oh, one more response.
Me. Actually, this morning, I had a meeting with one of our people who rent our cottage kitchen. And this person met with me because he was able to, he did such a great job this year making bread, selling it and retailing it. And it was all during the summer season. He's actually able to work this winter. Now, it may seem small, but really it's impacting. It's those little things that are impacting. And it's not just impacting them, it's also impacting the tribe, because we're able to rent it as well. But it's the little things that we're not seeing the impact of what tourism is doing. And we've got a little business that it just started off, a micro business now is on this cusp of actually, determining whether or not he's ready to branch off on his own, which the cottage kitchens is all about. But it's not only that. If you want to see success or even a glimmer of it, go watch the native dance performances. Watch how are those children learning their Tlingit songs and dances? How are they learning to do their beadwork? Why are they doing it? And to see the pride that they have when they're done doing their performances and they're standing outside getting their picture taken, because these visitors are saying, you did a good job. You were great. I mean, how many 7, 8, 9, 12-year-olds are hearing that regularly on what they're doing? So if you have to measure success, that's to me is a huge success. And I think it's one of the main reasons why cultural tourism and tourism is real important. But again, we definitely have to have a balance. And I think coming together, we can figure that one out.
Robert, to land this panel on time and not delay the chief of staff and the Honorable Russell Dick, I think we have time for one more question.
Thank you, everyone. Royal Hill with Central Council, Tlingit Haida. It's a great opportunity to be down here and meet with everybody, and the excellent panel that was put together. And they did bring up a good point about all of Juneau's mistakes, but I don't like to say mistakes. I like to call them learning opportunities. And, after driving around the community and seeing the impact of tourism in this community, it's all about Juneau has made the effort to control the traffic along the sidewalks, and you got people coming across the street everywhere because you're not doing the traffic control of the pedestrian on that. And I think that's a collaboration with the whole group, put in here in Sitka and the cruise ship industries to make sure that our guests are safe when they are in our communities. Thank you.
Great point.
Have an amen.
Amen. Okay, let's hear it for the panelists.
So I just have a couple quick housekeeping things before we go. It's a tight room in there with the voting happening here, so just carefully and quickly go through the lunch line and come back so we can get into our speaker. We've got the chief of staff here, followed by an excellent presentation from Huna Totem, one of our sponsors today. Appreciate that. You will soon see our board members. Raise your hand, please. Okay, they are in possession of, what do I have, Casey?
All of that.
So we'll be talking more about this. I want to get you through the lunchtime and back in here. But many of you have not met Chancellor Palmer yet. She's going to be speaking to us tomorrow. But her and the UAS team here are our lunch sponsor today. And we want to say thank you to them, to our panel, and go to lunch. So one more round of applause, please, and thank you. What's that? Yeah, it's not cool, but I'll get Scott next. Especially with Tyson before us. But thank you for that intro, Tyson. Much appreciated. Robert, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. But I pulled one on him because what Robert tends to do, most of you know, is that he'll put your name on the agenda, call your office and see if you can make it, and then publish the agenda publicly. So you're kind of forced. So what I said was, that's great. I'm coming back from a trip. We'll put something together on investing in rural communities, but I'm going to do my own panel. And I will ask them the questions. And if you all have questions for them, I think that would be great as well. Robert, how much time do we have?
Take to the top of the hour. 25 minutes.
Oh, that's good. So we got people who like to talk. All right, well, I'll just get this kicked off. There's a lot that's been talked about today. A lot to us, I think, in very high level. And what Robert asked us to do was to talk a little bit more about how you invest in rural communities. And this is something that's near and dear to my heart. I'm a lifelong resident in Alaska. I grew up in Huna. I've seen the ups and downs in that community. And so investment in these rural communities, I think, is critical. It's very important. And it's something that I think we work toward. Our Huna Totem development model that you'll hear about today is really based on that and centered on that. We are doing some pretty cool things. I was hoping Robert was going to do a better introduction. But Tyson did great talking about Whittier. And speaking about investing in communities, I mean, Whittier was something that's really exciting to us. And a lot of it for me, again, got back to the fact that you have a community that doesn't have a great economic base. A lot of the activity there is railroad oriented. And they approached us about an opportunity to develop more tourism in Whittier. And for us, we see the benefits in Huna, right? I mean, we've been doing it for 20 something years. This year we'll have put 300 people to work in Huna in a community of 820, pretty significant. We're 80% of the tax base in that community, the largest single taxpayer, largest single employer in the community. And we see a lot of ancillary benefits that come from that investment, a lot of independent operators building their own businesses. We've had people who work for us that go out and start their own businesses. And that's what it's about, right? Creating opportunities for people, whether they work for us or not. I think it's great that we can facilitate that type of industry in our communities. And Whittier is the same way. We're looking forward to doing that. Great progress. We like to talk about the fact that it came together in about a year. Mickey, about a year, a little bit less than a year. From the time we started those conversations, got the permitting, put the partnership together with the city and the railroad. Our terminal is under construction. The dock is under construction. We'll have the first ship in April of 2024 in Whittier. Another project, Juno, I think we'll talk a little bit about that. Another great project that us is really predicated on values and how we're looking at that project and how it integrates with the community, how it integrates with the indigenous community in Juno and tells the story and the history of that community. And we're really excited about that. Looking forward to continuing our conversations with the city of Juno and
and the assembly, and hopefully we can get that moving. One that's very important to me is Kloak. We started that project. It's a community that is really impacted by basically overnight pullout of timber. And, you know, we talked a lot today about families leaving and the impact that that has. And our goal is to bring families back as we talked about. And so we started that project with Kloak Corporation. It's been a long haul. It's a greenfield site, but we're really excited about it. It's not one that started through a partnership with the cruise lines. But it's something as you think about the things that are happening in the industry and how, you know, Juneau's got the 5-ship limit. You expect to see something here in Sitka. You're going to have more of these restrictions. And our goal is, as you look at these challenges, it's not how do we keep restricting the industry, right? Because this industry is so important to all of us that live in this region. It's how do we create more opportunities for the industry? We would never say we're fighting with the industry no matter what comes up, right? The industry is our partner. We view them as our partner, and we will continue to work with them through any of the challenges that they have in this region, because we understand the economic impact that they have in our community. And then, of course, our partnership with Doyon Limited. I think we're one of the first village corporations that's gone cross geographic boundaries, and partnered with a regional corporation up in the interior. Doyon has 12 million acres of land. Started tourism as another one of their pillars next to oil and gas. And we're doing some pretty cool things up in South Central and interior Alaska, and we're looking forward to growing that. We've got a new development we're starting to go through the process on in Homer. Really exciting because as we look at things, again, this is about creating more opportunities in the state of Alaska. Every time, you know, a number of you have heard me say this, you talk about the Denali corridor. And I love Denali. I think it's cool if you can see the mountain, which I think you see 23% of the time when you go. I think it's a cool area. It's wonderful. But if you can create more opportunities where people can get out and go see a polar bear somewhere, that's something I would choose. That's not easy to do, but those are the types of opportunities we need to start creating by thinking a little bit differently, thinking outside the box, and making new investments in other communities around the state. But bringing it back to our rural communities. To me, I mean, and many of you may not agree, but to me, the rural communities, is probably because I'm biased because I grew up in Hoona. But these communities are the lifeblood of the state and our region. These are communities that have families that are deeply rooted, deeply connected, where their traditions are maintained and nurtured really on a daily basis, right? And where hard work, resilience, perseverance, anybody who's lived in these rural communities understands that you need that to be able to survive. And so that's why we're focused on these communities. And I think as we talk about investing in rural communities, it's a challenge, right? And we'll talk about it from our perspective. We're not going to tell you anything you probably don't know or try to work through yourself. But I think some of the issues that we face, we can talk about, and hopefully they'll provide a little bit of insight to you. So some of these things, again, it's not something that you don't know already. The ability to recruit talent and create an entrepreneurial environment. We talk a lot about workforce and talent. That's something that's incredible. It's key. When you look at our group here, and this isn't all of our tourism development group. Tyler came from Royal Caribbean, how many years ago? 18 years ago, and started his new life in Hoona and hasn't left. And that's amazing. You can find somebody who's willing to do that, but somebody who brings a lot of years of expertise. Mickey's been with us for 5 years, brings incredible creativity, understanding of itinerary development, tour products, how you get creative in destination development. You'll hear him say, we don't build docks. Any place we go in our communities, we don't build docks, we build destinations, because destinations create opportunities for the people that live there. Dan Miller, new member of our team, but came out of the private equity industry. As we continue to grow and take on these projects, we've got over $250 million worth of projects in our portfolio right now. Having somebody like Dan is just key. Came out of West Point. Of course, I hired him because he's a Stanford grad, which I am as well. And then Fred Parody. And I love to introduce Fred as kind of the Speaker of the House, because I just think it's cool we have somebody on our staff and on our team that was the Speaker of the House in Wyoming. It's just a really cool thing. But you may know Fred, he's Deputy Commissioner in Commerce at one point in time, spent a lot of time on the slope, just a great resource.
that we have on our team as well. And then we have a couple others, of course, Steve Moeller, who's not here. He worked for Norwegian for a number of years, but he left Norwegian, loves the environment in Alaska, loves the culture, and just wants to be part of our team. So we brought him on. And then, of course, we have another individual in port development. So it's that talent, I think, is really important. You have to have it. It costs a lot of money, but if you don't have it, it's really hard to take yourself to the next level and create development in your rural community. Finding an industry that fits with the values of your community. We did it with tourism. It doesn't mean tourism is going to work at every rural community that we have in Alaska or in Southeast Alaska. Right? It's good. Could be something different for us. We were very fortunate given our itinerary and positioning and the existing assets we had in Hoonah, and we built around that. We made it fit. We really focused on authenticity and culture and ensuring that it was all local, native-owned shops, local food. Everything to us is built around our community and our values. So ensuring that you find something that really fits with the values of your community, I think, is really, really important. We heard it from Tyson, pro-growth. Like, you have to want to grow. And if you don't want to grow, it's going to be really hard to do. And it's going to be really hard to convince or tell the story to anybody who's going to finance a project in your community. Right? You have to have that attitude. And for us, it's something that I've taken to heart. And I learned from John Binkley. You know, my good friend likes to say, if you're not growing, you're dying. And there's a lot of truth in that statement. Local leadership is also critical. Who's going to stand up and fight the fight every day for something that you really believe in? I mean, you have to have that in your hometown. And support from outside the community. We would have never been successful had we not had support from our financing institutions, the cruise line industry, other communities, other native corporations, other organizations that have just supported what we've tried to do in Hoonah, and recognizing that even in their community, it might not be the best thing for them. But it was important for a community like Hoonah to show that something can be done in a rural community. And then probably the most challenging, which I think we got to spend a lot of time on and love to sit down with the governor's office, especially since Tyson made the invitation, is to talk about financing and infrastructure. Right, that is a huge, huge challenge in these smaller communities. And you listen to the group of very powerful, actually, you know what, I'm a little embarrassed because you had like the 5 women up here that were like the Power 5. And we're sitting up here with all men. But the next time, I promise, we will have multiple women on this. So it's a little embarrassing, but anyway. But financing and infrastructure, I think it's something that you can't, unless you can convince somebody to come in and understand that you're going to have patient capital, you're not going to get the same kind of ROI that's based on dollars and cents. It's really, really hard to make this work. And I do think there's a role for the state as we think about infrastructure. We've been very fortunate to put creative deals together to build docks in Hoonah, to build a dock in Plawak, to build a dock in Whittier. But it's going to take more. And if we're going to have these limits around our different communities and we want to push industry to other communities, we're going to have to invest in infrastructure. So it's easy to say, hey, you know, we just need to find other places that they can go. But what do those relationships look like? What do those partnerships look like that help make that investment happen in those communities? And it's not just the infrastructure, hard infrastructure, it's infrastructure and people, talent, and everything else that goes with it. So I'm probably rambling way too long, which I tend to do when they give me a script. It gets me confused. But I'm going to go here a little bit, and then I'm going to ask the panel some questions around investment. But you know, it's never an easy thing as a rural community. I know a number of you who live in these communities or work for our native corps. It's just not. It's not easy to get things done. You know, and this year's theme, I think one of the reasons, Robert, that really thought this was a great opportunity is because we've tried, at least in our community, is to be the compass, right? And to lead the way. And it's just, you know, investing in rural communities is not easy. Leading the way is not easy in these rural communities. Hell, it's not even easy in urban communities. You know, it takes difficult choices. It requires innovative thinking. I mean, constantly innovating and a willingness to find success in failures, right? And to continue to persevere through challenges. And I just think generally a lot of people, a lot of organizations quit too soon. It's just, you've got to continue to push through the hurdles that come with investing and making those decisions in our communities. And I heard somebody say, we have to adapt. It was Tyson. Change is coming, right? We have to adapt, and we have to be able to work together to make that happen. So this year for Hunatoto, we've had some difficult challenges ourselves over the years. You know, we turned 50 years old this year, right? And it's crazy. It's really exciting. We're actually having a really cool party at Icy Straight Point this weekend. We've got the Mark Brown band coming. It's just going to be this massive carnival with fireworks and everything else. We're going to unveil our new logo. Can I say that, Mickey? We're going to unveil our new logo that really talks to the next 50 years of Hunatoto and what that looks like. So it's just going to be really, really exciting. And this corporation was forming when I was born, right? And I've seen it because I grew up in it, and I've seen its share of challenges. You know, the decline in the fishing industry, the demise of the timber industry, and how that's affected the company. We were at the precipice of bankruptcy at one point in time. And to be where we are today, I think we can say it, we're a top 49er in 2022, which is really, really exciting given where we've been and what we've come from. But the decisions to get here were really not easy. Required long-term thinking, investing in infrastructure in big ways. We're really balancing the growth of our culture for future generations. And this was challenging. I remember my first couple of years in Hunatoto on that board when we were making the decision to invest in Icy Straight Point. We were into this project for probably 20 million. That went back in the early 2000s. And we had we had an emergency board meeting and a couple board members who said, we have to pull the plug. This is too much. We're risking everything. We got to pull the plug. And we had leaders who said, not a chance. Failure is not an option. We're going to make this work because as an Alaska Native corporation, we have a responsibility to our people, to our shareholders, to our community, to try to put people to work and to create opportunities. And they stuck with it. And to me, they stood with the courage of their conviction. And I think that's what has to happen if you're going to make investment in rural communities. You have to stand with that courage of conviction to make something happen for your people. So with that, I've talked enough, way longer than I wanted to. I'm just going to ask a couple of questions. If anybody out here has questions as well in terms of what we've done, how we're doing it, or our investment in these different projects in our rural community, please feel free to ask. But let me start, I think, maybe Tyler with Icy Straight Point, just because it is our golden child. You know, that was an 18-year journey. So what are the core investment and design principles that have been key to Icy Straight Point being recognized by the industry as a global port of the year back in 2020?
Yeah, thank you, Russell. You know, for me, it always comes back to experience. You know, we start with experience and what the guest, you know, as a guest walks off a ship in Alaska, you know, what do they see? What do they hear? What are they looking for? You know, if we get people that come to see us that might not have ever even seen the ocean before, and they step off a ship and they might not have ever even been in Alaska before. And that's what we have to deliver on. We have to deliver on that experience. And Icy Straight Point, we have this unique opportunity because of how special and how beautiful the place is. And so coming into the experience as we get into design, it's about keeping our best foot forward. It's about keeping all of these things, whether it's the forest, the beach, the ocean, the sounds, you know, whatever's in front of them, keeping our best foot forward. And keeping that out front. And the way we designed the property was all about that. You know, as guests walk off the ship, there's, you know, they don't see buses and vehicles and industrial equipment. It's about nature. And it all goes back to the Alaska Native values and what the board of directors at Hunatoto were trying to do. And by keeping those values up front and thinking about experience and what people are really experiencing while they're there, it all starts there. And when you build around that, you get something as special as what we have. And whether it's the historic cannery that dates back to 1912, as people walk around on those boardwalks, what they feel under their feet, the air that they're breathing, it all starts and it all ends there. And using those design principles has really resonated. And, you know, with more than 500,000 people coming through the property this year, that they all feel it, whether they know it was designed that way or not, they feel it, and it's something else.
Thank you, Tyler. And I think that was really important because, you know, a lot of times when you look at our corporations or other organizations, you feel there's a sense that everything's got to be done by you, right? That it's got to be yours. You don't want to share. This is our thing, right? And we've never felt that way. That if we were going to get this right, we had to go partner with the right organizations and we had to go find the right people, native or non-native, right? Because the only way this is going to be successful is if we find that kind of expertise and we partner with the people who bring those capabilities to the table. So thank you, Tyler, for all the work that you've put in. And you know, AC Straight Point's fantastic. If you haven't been there, you gotta get there. Let me go to you, Mickey. I want to do another one just specific to a community. To successfully invest in rural communities, it's vital to understand the unique characteristics and challenges they face. What makes developing in a place like Klawock relatable to other Southeast communities?
Yeah, it's a very interesting challenge because as you go in each community, every community has its own interest, and in a place like Klawock, it really is representing not just the native community of Klawock, it's representing all of Prince of Wales Island. We are the first to come in. That means that we have to consider what's happening in the community of Craig. We have people who are contributing all the way up into Kaufman Cove, across the entire stretch of Prince of Wales Island. And that also has to deal with too about the size of each of those communities and how we engage guests in those communities and the experience. Obviously, it needs to be scaled. And that's one of the things that we've learned from 18 years experience at Icy Strait Point. In 18 years, we didn't go from one ship to over 500,000 visitors in a community of 820. It really takes time to develop the right experiences for the guest in each of those communities. And that includes making it scalable. And the other thing I would mention too is that when you talk about scalable, you really have to think long-term. And I know you mentioned that already, Russell, but to look at the opportunity, not just in, okay, we're looking at, 120,000 passengers, but what happens when we get to, 500,000 visitors? How do we manage that? How do we design a footprint that allows us to expand and not redesign an entire site or redesign all the infrastructure that's in place? How do we lay it on time? Those are things that all go into the plan. But also one of the things we also learned from Icy Strait Point was where are guests down to the minute? So how are we spreading guests to create so they're not in an overcrowded experience? One of the things done really, really well at Icy Strait Point, we're not dumping 10,000 people into one location. We have 4 zones of exploration and we spread guests. So even if there are 10,000 people on the ground, we know where they're moving throughout the hour and strategically looking at their movement and how do we enhance the experience based on that movement over the time that they're visiting our port. So all of that comes into play in Klawock as we look to start small and scale over time. And using that Hunatoda model, and thank you for pointing out, I don't like bus parking lots because I think it's really, really important that we are about the destination. And you have to highlight each community in Alaska has its own special, unique values, and you have to bring that front and center and honor it, not highlight it, but honor it through the development process.
Absolutely. And to that point on Klawock as well, too, Mickey, I mean, it wasn't arbitrarily chosen as a location, right? I mean, one of the skill sets that Mickey has is looking at time, speed, and distance of each of the cruise ships that come to the market and where do they best fit. If we're going to look at things outside of Juneau, Ketchikan, Skagway, the traditional ports, and create something new, where are the best opportunities to make that happen and to invest our money?
Yeah, and also when we look at time, speed, distance, how do we extend the experience in time that ships are in port? And Klawock plays a healthy role in being able to balance Alaska and Alaska itineraries.
All right, thank you, Mickey. Robert, how much time do we have?
Another 5 minutes.
5 minutes? Okay. So Dan, this would be great for the new guy. Let's see how you answer this. When investing in rural communities, it's essential to measure success beyond financial returns. What are some of the intangibles you add to the return of the project that are not in the shape of dollars and cents symbols on your spreadsheet?
Sure. Well, there's probably two categories I break it out into. One is just community benefit and economic impact. We've had plenty of talks today about things like job creation and dollars flowing into the community, tax revenues, things like that. Those are important to consider, but I think what's probably even more important, not probably, absolutely more important is that our product, our investment is congruent with what that community's wishes are and the message that they want our guests to bring back out when they leave Alaska. So our business is tourism. They show up to our site, they get an experience, they're going to go back out and tell their friends about that experience. A community will have a message, they'll have a theme or a culture that they want to share with people. And that needs to be what we are sharing with our guests, not something else. So if a place wants, it prides itself on having the best oysters on the planet, we can't just build a giant Ferris wheel there and say, here you go, guys, this is our town and we're known for our Ferris wheel, right? Like we're going to destroy the community and everything's going to fall apart. Much better if we lean into that, what makes that community special and the message that they want to carry. And then that's going to make it a more authentic experience for the guests, and also in the long term more sustainable and profitable because our interests will be aligned with that community instead of at odds with it.
Great, thanks, Dan. The one thing I'd want to point out is for me, when I was younger, it was all about dollars and cents, right? Supporting the community, but dollars and cents. What puts a smile on your face now, and Camille talked to this, is you can go home and you see language programs in the school where young kids are learning the Tlingit language again. They're taking up the arts, they're dancing, they're singing, they're drumming. They come down to the site, they perform for our guests, they perform at special events, and you see the smile on their face, native and non-native kids, and how prideful they are to be out there representing you, representing who they are and where they come from. That to me is the ultimate measure of success for us as a Native corporation. And it's outstanding. It's outstanding to see. I mean, it almost kind of makes you tear up every time you see it. It's just quite special. Fred, we'll leave the hard one for you. So as one of the leaders in the Huna Totem Development Group, when you think about Juneau and or Huna, what are some of the challenges to accommodate for existing infrastructure?
Thank you.
Push your button.
There we go. Thank you. What I wanted to piggyback off of comments we heard today from Scott, from Alix, from Wendy, from Tyson regarding collaboration. One of our corporate values is whoosh GM, pulling together. And at the end of the day, we're not at loggerheads. We have different perspectives, but you need to pull together to solve some of these complex issues. And infrastructure is complex. Infrastructure lags growth, generally speaking. And so in Huna, we brought a remote housing facility down this spring and discovered that IPEC couldn't take the power load. We had to come up with a generator and band-aid our way through. When we get to Juneau, we've got a strong desire to electrify that dock. We can set up the plumbing, but you have to have sufficient power supply from ALMP. In Huna, we've got a brand new sewer treatment plant downtown. We've got to find the money to hook it up from the cannery to town. Where I'm going in all that is that the ability to pull together and solve problems. We have the opportunities that come with growth, which give us the resources to solve problems if we get at the table and work together on it. I think I'll quit there. Sustainable tourism lifts all boats.
Thanks, Fred. Spoken like a true politician. Very good. Well, I'll close up. We are going to be here for the day. Unfortunately, we've got to get back and plan for our event this weekend tonight, but we'll be around if anybody wants to chat about things. Please feel free to grab us. I guess I'll close with this. Our Tlingit people have persevered in this region for thousands of years, passed down from clan stories and the lessons from our aunts and our uncles and our parents. We learn at a very, very young age that perseverance in this place comes only when there's collective vision and shared work toward that vision. And I think you've heard a lot of that today, that we need to come together, work together to find solutions to support this region. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you all. And really, that was a great bridge topic between the tourism remarks that we heard earlier and the panel tomorrow morning. If you look at the agenda, talking about investing in our rural communities, because that's why we're gathered here, is to invest in ourselves and the places we call home, to make them sustainable and viable so we can work and live there. So literally 3 minutes, maybe 5, but just to say, if you need to clear your table or top off your drink, I'm going to ask we're going to take the first 2 tourism speakers, and then we will bring the panel up. So we're going to kind of do a little furniture change here, and just give you just 3 minutes, and we'll be right back.
Please keep in mind. A chance to because this is I believe they have, I don't have a printer here. I believe they have one up there, but let me double check. Well, there's a million. I just want, are you? Oh, yeah. Transportation work? No, mine should say. Oh, Milo. No. It's Ron Curtis. Ron Curtis. Their transportation. So, yeah, that's what I was gonna see if Sarah. This, let me see what's on it. No, it's like, this is a different question. Okay, I'll ask Sarah then. Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, folks, want to come on inside and sit down? I'm not sure the folks outside can hear me anyway. Maybe the folks inside can't hear me very well. I've been told to get a little bit more intimate with the microphone so you can actually hear my voice. How am I doing? Am I doing better? Okay. So really it's not at my end. It's really folks in the back of the room that are ignoring me. That's not John Bowling making all that noise back in the back there. No, probably not. Could pick on Adam. Can you hear me in the back? Adam, can you hear me in the back? Oh, you can't hear me. All right, maybe I need to speak a little bit more into the mic. How's that? Can you, anybody in the back hear me? No, you can't? No. Oh, really? So, you know, I heard this trick at the last one of the conferences I went to. I said, if you can hear my voice, clap once. Well, if you can hear my voice, clap twice. Huh, it does work. Amazing. Okay, well, I'm gonna try that more often. That way it saves me having to just talk. Or maybe we have to go 3 times. Okay. So thank you, Huna Totem, for that presentation. And now we're going to move to transportation, which is always an exciting part of our organizational work and regional priorities. And we're starting off at, don't make me call your name. I'll call you out. I'm about to. Okay. So we're going to start off with our first 2 keynotes. And kind of give us the, well, I said the 30,000-foot view on the transportation, and Marilyn, that's literally what Alaska Airlines does, is give us that 30,000-foot view, which is why I always pick a window seat. It's like that. That's my favorite spot. Okay. From Washington, D.C., we have the honor of having Mr. Milo Booth with us. He's got very deep roots in Southeast. And we're honored to have him do the work that he does in DC and to participate with us here. And you are still not being as quiet as you should be to show the respect for our speakers and for your person across the table that wants to hear this. So I'm going to ask one more time. Thank you. So again, we don't do bio speeches because then your time would be up. And you both are very, very well known here, especially in the tribal community. And we're just really glad to have you here. So please welcome Mr. Milo Booth to the podium.
Milo Booth diwayu ada cuma sahasa di waktu and ada degu simshianu North Potomac Deal Jogging, damn it, Hathalshu, what Zig, Washington, D.C., and Boronua needs and Ligagiget, Matshuma Hasla, Ligagiget, Hunatotum, Osh, Nashipanu, Amapeshum, Klinket, Lachubum. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Milo Booth. I'm from Metlakatla, Alaska, born and raised. I'm a Tsimshian, hail from the Raven clan. I do see family out here. I do see tribal leaders out here from my hometown, by the way. Good to see you, Albert. Good to see friends and family from all of the local leadership, both private sector, state, local jurisdictions. And yes, I am from the federal government, career employee. Being here in the beautiful land of the Tlingit folks, forgive me for not knowing the Tlingit language, but I will try. I have some slides here today. Hopefully you guys have lots of questions, and let's get it started. I absolutely love this first picture. I use this in all my presentations, obviously, because it's Metlakatla and that's super beautiful, and I hope you like it. But on a serious note, it's taken from the Walton Point Road, a road that got me introduced to transportation over 25 years ago. And I wish the president from Central Council was still here because he had a really good point about getting that coffee time with people, and business moves at the speed of trust. And I think this road is a true culmination of that. Our former mayor, councilman, First Navy SEAL, Solomon Atkinson actually got the ball rolling on this back in 1995. He was the realty officer for Metlakatla at the time. And he found this old agreement from the Department of the Army post-World War II to build this road for this native village. And he reached out to some of his contacts, former senator, I believe, from Kodiak, who has since passed away, and they pulled together federal, tribal, state, private sector. There were 7 different agencies at the time of building this 17-mile road, and it culminated in a ribbon ceremony in 2006 where the Alaska Marine Highway docks their ferry, Alaska DOT had helped, Bureau of Indian Affairs, Federal Highways, on and on and on, Central Pacific Command, the Army National Guard of Missouri. And so when I hear people talk about getting to rub elbows, press the flesh, have some coffee, please take advantage of that. I got to see it firsthand as a young man while I was still an intern for my tribe. And I always love going on and on about that road because it's very near and dear to folks like mine and Albert. But, you know, if you guys ever get a chance, check it out. I think there's a lot of good projects going on, and I'm so excited to talk about them. Next slide, please. Obviously, I'm not a MARAD employee. You guys had invited MARAD, and some of you even knew Catherine Simons, the former Gateway Director, which is essentially the regional director for MARAD. MARAD is an agency under the Department of Transportation. Catherine left. She took a job in Hawaii, and why anybody would do that, I do not know, but we couldn't talk her into living in Seattle, but I digress. I was hoping to come here and announce the new Gateway Director for the Northwest Regional Office, but I don't have that information right now. We're a month or two away at the most from making this announcement, and any of you who have applied for a federal job, worked in the federal government, you probably know how long that can take. So we're excited to have this person on board. We look forward to having them here at this conference. It'll be one of the first recommendations I make when he or she is announced in the next few weeks. Next slide, please. But we do have a number of programs. Most notably, we have the PIDP, or the Port Infrastructure Development Program. You probably have all heard about this. This is something that we want to see rural America really start going after, not just tribal, but we understand when you look at a map and you look at the coasts and you get outside of the big cities, you get into smaller towns. And those smaller towns, as the Chief of Staff had mentioned earlier, are very dependent on a lot of barge and shipping. And we feel the PID program can help, no pun intended, but bridge those needs. And we want to see more applications in there. We'll have people up here. There's some funds that had been, I know the bipartisan infrastructure law was talked about this morning. You can look at a number of the projects. You probably know all of them. I know Sitka got a RAISE grant last year, rebuilding American infrastructure through sustainability and equity. I always bring up those last 2 points because nothing really describes rural America like sustainability and equity. I mean, to think we have 3 days supply of food is just kind of bonkers, but we make it work up here. You know, growing up in Metlakatla, we had to know about how to get to Yellow Hill for a tsunami drill, or how to put up your fish or the deer or whatever. And so seeing these types of projects, these dollars make it out into rural America is really near and dear to my heart. And I always want to be a proponent for that, even though I am the director of the Office of Tribal Government Affairs. I'm not the director of Intergovernmental Affairs, but I will work to get him up here next time. The Haynes-Lutak dock, you may remember the last month, the secretary was up here with myself and my boss, the Assistant Secretary for Tribal Affairs. We toured the Lutak dock. I seen Bill Thomas here this morning, had a cup of coffee with him. But I want to make sure that people in DC get out. When they come to Alaska, they're not just flying through Juneau into Anchorage, peace out, and back to DC, because you haven't really visited the state if you did that, in my opinion. Sorry to everybody who lives in Anchorage and Juneau, but great towns, by the way. It's just, I want them to get out and into rural Alaska when they come out west, and make sure that we take advantage of it by talking to folks such as yourself, because you are the ones who really drive the local economies out here, be it through grant applications, business development, interactions through the intergovernmental affairs aspects, building bridges with tribes, so on and so forth. Next slide, please. We do have a number of other options as well. I know I talked about RAISE and PIDP, and I want to bring up this Marine Highway Program. I don't want it to be confused with when you think about ferries, you probably should be thinking about FTA, right? Not MARAD. And so the Alaska Marine Highway, I think they got, was it $270 million last year through the FTA grant process. And so that is good success, because those ferries service a lot of communities, tribal and non-tribal alike. And we want to make sure that not only you folks know about it, but you see it when you take the ferries. Matter of fact, we got the secretary on a ferry from Juneau to Haines, no less. So he spent 4.5 hours on that ferry, and I thought, this is the perfect experience in Southeast Alaska. It's raining like hell. We're socked in. We can't take a flight to Haines. Let's get on a ferry and get there. And we did. And I thought he was better for it, right? At a minimum, more aware about it. Next slide, please. You can look at the waterways, and I'm so angry at my staff for giving me this. I think they did it as a joke. You can't even see Alaska in the bottom left. Like, I was like, I want that map that Sullivan has, that's gigantic in scale. And then they said, okay, and then this is what I got. So I wanted to make a point about the waterways and how much coastline we have. You already all know that. You literally live here, but I digress. Next slide, please. One of the things that was announced last month was the culvert program. And as you probably already know, Alaska was one of the biggest recipients of this. So it's to the benefit of androgynous, I hope I said that right, androgynous fish populations. And Southeast was pretty successful. I'm not gonna lie, the numbers are public. You can look at Yakutat, got a couple, I think Kate got some, Cloac actually out by 3 Mile, got some, so Metlakatla got some as well. And so these are programs that are available to everybody. It's 100% cost share, no cost share, sorry, for tribes, but 80%, 80-20 federal match for non-tribal, but we feel it's a good program. And to hear people talk about salmon as life and having grown up here, I understand that, know it, believe it, hell, I got 50 pounds of fish in my hotel freezer right as we speak. And I think that programs like this really help ensure that ideally those salmon stocks are going to remain healthy. Next slide, please. However, I would be remiss, I love this slide, and he's not here, Jerry Hope. Where are you? I saw him this morning. Is he here? Oh, Mr. Hope. Thank you. Take a bow, Mr. Hope. This slide talks about the bipartisan infrastructure law and how it changed my program professionally. And I know tribes across the country benefited from it, but there was one person who was super vocal about this, about needing the elevation of tribal leadership on the political level in the Department of Transportation, elevating them from a deputy assistant secretary to an assistant secretary. You got that. Creating an actual Office of Tribal Government Affairs, because if you picked up the phone book for DOT and tried to find Milo Booth, the Director of Government Affairs, you were screwed. There's nowhere in there. How would you know that I'm in Gov Affairs under IGA talking to whatever? It didn't make any sense. Post BIL, those two things were front and center, and Mr. Hope was easily the one person who was very vocal about this, about tribal representation does matter. And I say that knowing that this isn't a fully tribal audience, but I say it because Southeast has a huge impact on what happens back in DC. And this is just one example of that. Mr. Hope's from Sitka, Transportation Program Manager. He's the president of Intertribal Transportation, or sorry, he's the vice president of ITA. He's the president of Alaska Tribal Transportation Work Group. And knowing that he comes from Southeast is really a badge of honor to know that he can have, not he, but this region can have an impact for the betterment of all the tribes in the country. So keep talking, whether it's engaging with folks such as myself or any of my colleagues. Again, if you're not tribal, we can certainly hook you up with some of my colleagues who work in the IGA spectrum. Next slide, please. We just had, I put this up here to talk, I don't want to bore you with any talk of policy, but I do have to put this up there this is something that hadn't been updated in over 20 years at the department, the Tribal Consultation Policy Plan. We put a lot of effort behind it. It took us 2 years to update it through various rounds of consultation, through adjudicating comments and getting internal reviews, but it got done. And it got done primarily with work from Indian country, from folks such as Jerry, or from folks such as President Peterson, who was here earlier, so on and so forth. People who reached out and said, you need to do better. We want to talk. We want to be heard. Next slide, please. But I don't want to bog you down with just policy, because if I sat up here and talked about policy, we'd talk about 1 or 2 things every couple of years, and that's not helping anybody, right? I mean, in a sense it is, but we want to talk projects, we want to talk engagement, we want to talk bringing the federal government down into the local level where the work actually gets done. And one of the ways that we can do that is working with the White House Council on Native American Affairs. Each secretary sits on the council as a principal. And why am I talking about it now? Well, Secretary Buttigieg sits on it as a principal, as the lead of the Economic Development, Energy, and Infrastructure Committee. Assistant Secretary Taylor and myself sit in on the day-to-day functions on all the other committees and all of the subcommittees. And this really is a direct pipeline from tribes into the Department of Transportation. Next slide, please. And that culminates in deliverables. This isn't all the deliverables for this year. I just put a few of them down, but it's a broad range of topics, but it's topics that we hear, topics that, our friends from Huna Totem, Mr. Dick, were talking about earlier. If you look at the bottom on the Nahitsa Safety Campaign, and he hit on something that is very near and dear to my heart, but across Indian country, tribes are in dire need of language revitalization and saving. And so we were asked to get involved in the native language efforts. We are. Assistant Secretary Teller is going to be kicking that off. I believe it's on October the 18th of this year. And we're going to take the safety campaign that the National Highway and Transportation Safety Administration rolls out. And we're going to work with tribes and ask them to translate it into Linka, into Shimalga, into Dene, and in any of the languages that tribes want to, and share that with us. And then we can store it on a public site to where anybody can click on it and hopefully learn some of their language. And we want it to be one step. We understand it's not the silver bullet. We're not the Department of Education, but we can do something. And so we want to work with our tribal folks to make sure that it is a successful project. And so we've gotten a lot of feedback from tribes on what they want to hear as far as the safety message. And when that officially gets kicked off, it will be something that we're going to be heavily promoting and working with our federal partners and tribal partners as well to ensure that. I would highlight next week is the National Transportation and Indian Country Conference. It's not a conference that we run, but we are prominently on the agenda next week in Anchorage, Alaska. So I'll be up there all week. And if you see that MARAD roundtable, the administrator will be up there for MARAD, and she's going to host a roundtable. That's on the downtown Hilton from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. on the 26th. If any of you are in town, please stop in, say hi. I'll be there, the assistant secretary, along with the administrator of MARAD. Next slide, please. I would also be remiss if I didn't mention the Tribal Transportation Self-Governance Program. This is a good program. I would imagine if you did some digging, Jerry's probably behind that as well. If you go back to the FAST Act of 2015, he's one of the people, I believe he sat on the negotiated rulemaking committee to help form this. This gives tribes the authority to take over federal programs and run them as they see fit. They can take the money, invest it, use it for non-federal cost share match, business development, earn interest on the dollars. You probably know more about self-governance than I do through experience with Indian Health Service and BIA respectively. Next slide, please. Picture's worth 1,000 words. This one I think is a long time coming and then some. This is the Cherokee Indian Nation signing their self-governance compact on June 7th, 2022. It's a little bit poetic, but it's not, because it's 5 days off from the 2-year anniversary of when the final rule posted in the Federal Register, bringing self-governance to the department. That's Principal Chief Hoskin, and sitting next to him is the Deputy Secretary Trottenberg. Obviously, it's not Secretary Pete. He came down with COVID that day, so he didn't make the trip down to, I believe they signed it in Tulsa, I think. I'm not 100% certain. I wasn't there either. Next slide, please. I do want to save some time, and we touch on a number of things. My office handles the entire tribal portfolio on behalf of the Secretary. We work with all of the modal agencies under us to assist them in any tribal needs that they have, be it consultation, project development, engagement, notice of funding opportunities, award announcements, so on and so forth. You get the idea. Next slide, please. I want to make sure I save a lot of time for questions and the next speaker, and also give you my contact information and my boss's contact as well. Assistant Secretary Teller wishes he could be here. He had other commitments. He does plan on attending at the next event. And with that, I know I blew through that, but I did want to be aware of time. And thank you.
Thank you.
So after Marilyn's done, we'll take a couple minutes for some questions. So if you have one, go ahead and jot that down. But no real introduction is necessary for this individual and company whose heart's as big as the state they serve, and has been a partner for us regionally and individually and corporately here. So please welcome Marilyn Romano to the podium.
I was a little taller than me. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Robert. My name is Marilyn Romano. I'm the Regional Vice President for Alaska Airlines. I live in Anchorage, Alaska. I have lived in the state of Alaska for now over 31 years, which is hard to believe. I was going to come, as many of you know that story, I was going to come for 2 years from Houston, Texas to Fairbanks, Alaska. And that began a journey that has brought me to Anchorage, and then 12 years ago brought me to Alaska Airlines. I every day get to work with some great people. Some of you, I think probably all of you know those that are in the room with us today. I appreciated that President Peterson said you can solve a lot over a cup of coffee. Scott Habberstad, our managing director of Alaska Market, came in this morning with a beautiful cup of coffee, large coffee from Highliner Coffee. I am still waiting for my coffee this morning from Mr. Habberstad, so I will call him out. And also, And also, has anybody ever spent time with Scott that he did not find a way to mention K-High Kings? Have you ever? Every conversation, we can be talking about oil and gas, we can be talking about tourism, somehow the K-High Kings get mentioned. So there you go, Scott, I did it for you. Tim Thompson, who's over there, the table over there. Tim is our Director of Marketing and Public Affairs, also in Anchorage. And then Casey Hostetler. I don't know, last time I saw Casey, I could see her out the window running around. She's selling raffle tickets. If you don't know Casey, she's our Sales and Community Marketing Manager that handles all of Southeast Alaska. Sometimes people do not realize she actually lives in Anchorage. She has a house there and a dog, but she spends as much time here in Southeast Alaska, and she is on the board the Southeast Conference. So I get to go to work with a great group of people every single day. I would also like to recognize our good friend, Roger Hames. Roger is here in Sitka. Roger also has served for a number of years on the Alaska Airlines Community Advisory Board. He can be your first contact if there's any issues if you live here in Sitka, and he will make sure that he gets those to us right away. So it's great to have you, great to see you, Roger. I wrote out some notes yesterday, which was a little bit ahead of where I was this time last year when no one told me I was speaking. So I feel much better, but yet I have now written all over it because so many people have said so many wonderful things today that I wanted to jump in on. I did want to touch on collaboration. I also want to talk about connectivity, whether it's you're flying around the state or you're flying in and out of the state, or connecting communities to each other and the people that we all serve. I love what Renee said, and she said that for most of us, we will live in this state long after we retire from our jobs. I agree with that 100%. So the work that we do here, we sometimes do on behalf of the companies we work for, but we actually do it because it's so important to the places that we live and that we want to make sure they're as good as they can be for us as we maybe some of us retire someday, or for our children or grandchildren coming after us. So I appreciated that, Renee. So in Sitka, I'll start with Sitka. Sitka, we have 58 employees who call Sitka home. In Southeast Alaska, from Yakutat, Ketchikan, 250 employees for Alaska Airlines make their homes in the communities in Southeast Alaska. It's very important to them that we do our work right, and they make sure that we do it every day. Scott told me, make sure you mention certain flights, make sure you mention capacity, because that's the and care about. How many people actually live someplace in Southeast Alaska? So you do care. So Scott was right. I said I'll bring it up. So I'm going to do this quickly because there's a couple of other things that I want to touch on. But we have 4 flights a day on average into Sitka, and we're in Sitka, like Juneau and Ketchikan, Wrangell, Petersburg, Yakutat, important links to each other. And Scott, he made sure I knew that, 62, we got connection 62 and 70, we got 73 and 67 going northbound. And we also have freighter service. Freighter service in Southeast Alaska is critical to the economy and getting things that people need. I don't know if anybody's ever seen what goes on in Juneau. The freighters land. We are very space constrained. For Alaska Airlines coming up, starting again next year, we had what we call the Great Land Investment Plan. It had everything to do with the airport, the terminals that we own in the state of Alaska. And in Southeast, we own Yakutat, we own Petersburg, and we own Wrangell. Those terminals we own and operate at no expense to the state. But the investments that we started to do throughout the state of Alaska, we had to stop for COVID, but we're starting up that investment and infrastructure investment again in 2024. One of the things that is really important, particularly for a community like Juneau, which does connect to other Southeast communities, is that we don't have enough space to handle the freighter operation as it has continued to grow. So we will be securing new property. We will be building a new facility to handle the cargo, and that will be the ability for us to connect everyone with the things that they need in the state of Alaska, in Southeast, as we bring more freight in and out of the state. That also means that we're very excited. We have 3 dedicated freighters. We're adding 2 more. to 737-800s. They're being retrofitted. They're being changed from passenger planes to freighters as we speak. The first one we'll have by the end of the year, and the second one we'll have in the first quarter of 2024. 95% of the freighter business that Alaska Airlines does is done within and in and out of the state of Alaska. It is incredibly important. And in places like, so as I heard earlier today, and I won't touch on tourism because I think the tourism panel did a great job, but we've all talked about trying to predict what would happen with travelers. Who would come back? How would they come back? What would the cruise industry do? Our connection to the incredibly important cruise industry when people are flying one way or another. I have we have friends of ours, 4 friends that live in Arizona. They actually flew Alaska Airlines to Fairbanks first. Then they took the Alaska Railroad to Denali Park. Then they came into Anchorage. Then they took the train to Whittier and they started their cruise. And they are somewhere in Southeast Alaska today. But it's important because we're all trying to figure out what does this capacity demand look like. For us, we know that a couple of our flights coming into Southeast Alaska, we did not have the right size aircraft to meet the demand. And so those of you that lived in Southeast that said they had trouble getting seats on planes, sometimes last minute, which is very important to us that we do have capacity specifically for Alaskans that sometimes need to travel at the last minute. We recognize that, and everyone can go talk to Scott because he is guaranteed we've got a handle on it to get it right next summer. But it has been growing because we went from nothing in COVID basically to trying to figure out what that looked like. So we're excited about that, and we're excited about what next year holds. You all heard about tourism, so I'm skipping that part because I want to talk to you a little bit about tourism from the traveler who may not be on a cruise ship. My husband and I decided at the beginning of summer that we were going to be tourists in our own state. We actually started doing that during COVID when we could take road trips and social distance and get out and see places we could drive to from Anchorage. If any of you live in Anchorage, you know it's been basically a horrible rainy summer. So my husband, who is a photographer, decided that we would chase the weather. And guess what? Most of the chasing of the good weather led us to Southeast Alaska in this summer. And so I just want to say, as somebody who played the part of an independent traveler, to see a city that maybe like today, for example, it's a beautiful day in Sitka. But the reality is we're in here because this is what we need to be doing. But I may get on a plane Thursday and not have seen a lot of Sitka today. So this summer, I just wanted to say my husband and I have gone to, in Southeast Alaska, Yakutat. If anybody's never been to the Yakutat surf camp, I highly recommend it. I did not surf, but I highly recommend it. And if you want to surf, let me know because I can connect you to the person that can get you the wetsuit and get you in the waves in Yakutat. We've been to Juneau multiple times, Ketchikan, Wrangell, Sitka. And then my husband, when I was in Juneau for a meeting, he said, "Oh, the weather looks great. I've never been to Hoonah." So I took him to the ferry early in the morning from Juneau. He got on the ferry. He went to Hoonah and he was sending me pictures because he said, "Have you ever heard of this? There's Icy Strait Point. Have you ever heard? Look at this." And he's sending me all these incredible pictures in a, chamber, beautiful day. And then he took Alaska seaplanes back. Thank you, Carl and Kent. And then he flew home on Alaska Airlines. And so he experienced a lot of what people do when they come into Southeast Alaska. So I love that. We also did Wings Airways to Taku Lodge. Has anybody ever done that out of Juneau? I've had the opportunity and I've always said I couldn't do it until this summer. And I said, why are we not doing it? We met an incredible family of 6 from Australia that had just gotten off a cruise ship. When we got back to Juneau, they said, "What should we do now?" And we walked them to the Sea Alaska Heritage Institute. And we said, you cannot leave a place like Juneau without understanding the cultural significance of this place and this land. And they ended up spending, I am sure, hundreds and hundreds of dollars on beautiful Alaska Native made art and products and baskets. I saw There's stuff being piled on, and I thought, this is what the cruise industry has allowed us to be able to do, is share our state. This is what Alaska Airlines hopefully allows people to do that want to come here independently and see our state. So if you ever have the opportunity, play tourist and then guide them to see and learn new things. We talk a lot about leisure travel, business travel. If you talk about Alaska Airlines as a whole, business travel, particularly in the lower 48, has not come back to pre-COVID levels. So all the emphasis for a lot of carriers right now is on leisure travel. I will tell all of you, it's going to start getting colder. When it gets colder, we all start thinking of warmer places to go. So a little plug, if you haven't heard, this fall, we'll be adding 2 new warm destinations. We'll be adding Seattle to Nassau Bay, which is going to be quite the flight. And we'll add LA into Guatemala City. That's on top of Costa Rica. And Scott can tell you all about that. He took his family to Costa Rica and had an incredible trip. Belize is another one. And then of course there's Hawaii. And I want to pause with Hawaii because I want to say thank you to the people of Alaska. You all know about the terrible fire in Lahaina. What has happened, which is why we talk about tourism and the importance of tourism, the people of Hawaii struggle with the relationship with the tourism industry and so many people coming into the islands. They had just come out of COVID and the Lahaina fire tragedy happened, and pretty much tourism stopped for the island of Maui. But what happened, 2 things happened. We have a director and a manager for Alaska Airlines that live and work in Hawaii. They said, bar none, the people of the state of Alaska stepped up in such a big way to help. And I know many of those people are here in Southeast Alaska that stepped up to gather supplies, things. They did fundraisers. There's been fundraisers going all over the state. And so for our friends in the 50th state, they wanted me to pass on a great thanks, since I said I was going to be talking with a lot of Alaskans today, to say thank you. They said that it is really just unimaginable when they saw the loads, the cargo planes coming in, bringing things, and many of those things were coming from the state of Alaska. So I just wanted to pass on that thanks. But they are also struggling. So if you're thinking of traveling, they really wish and hope people think about coming to Maui this fall and early next year, because they actually need that. There are people who may have lost their homes, but now they are losing their jobs, because without the tourists there, they don't have a place to work and they're being laid off. So it's something that we've seen it. We know that people aren't booking to Maui. So I just wanted to say, from the people in Maui that we talked to, including government officials, they said, please pass on that if you're thinking of a warm destination, particularly after the first of the year, think about Maui, because there's plenty of places to go and see and do. So I wanted to share that with you. I want to talk a little about giving back, because everybody did it. I thought Wendy did a great job of talking about that. It's about connection to communities, the places that we serve, where employees work, the people that we serve. We've got a great story here in Southeast Alaska. We give about a little over $500,000 a year to organizations that mean a lot to the people that live in Southeast Alaska. They include things like the Sitka Fine Arts Camp, where just this summer, Tim helped. Gibson Guitars came and said, we've got 150 guitars we want to donate to the Sitka Fine Arts Camp, but we don't have any way to get them there. And so thanks to Tim, he gets all the credit working with cargo. We got those 150 guitars to the Sitka Fine Arts Camp. There's things that go on all the time, every day, that a lot of people don't hear about. I want to call out our friends at Alaska Seaplanes. Earlier this summer, you may have heard there were 2 whales that got tied up in crab pots and were carrying around all of this, and they would have eventually starved to death and died. NOAA was out stationed and we're waiting for some equipment to come from the East Coast. I get a call late at night from the East Coast that said, your cargo department is closed in Juneau, but if we can get this equipment from your cargo facility in Anchorage to Juneau, Alaska Seaplanes is waiting and they're going to take it to where it needs to go. We close at 7 o'clock. So what did we do? We opened. Our station manager went back to the airport to get the equipment. Alaska Seaplanes got the equipment where it needed to go. And last I heard, we had 2 free whales because they were able to use the equipment that they were waiting for to help find them and then get the crab pots removed. So it's little things like that that you may not ever hear about, that we all behind the scenes work together on, and we can't do what we do without people like Carl from Alaska Seaplanes, or Wendy from cruise lines, or that's what we all do together. You probably heard Mount Edgecombe. How many people have heard of Prom Princess that goes on every year, where they put on the prom and we have people come in and fix hair and do pedicures and donate dresses. We have over 50 employees in our company from all over the United States that is their big volunteer, and they all fly in to Sitka to help the kids get ready for prom. They stay in hotels, they eat in restaurants, our employees come, it's all on their own time. What an incredible opportunity for young people to have a prom like every other high school that we can think of, but they're far away from moms, aunts and aunties and cousins and whoever would help them get ready. And so all these people come in and do that. And so I am just really proud of the people that I get to work with every day. I'm going to end with a quick story about a new airplane. How many people knew that the Salmon 30 Salmon, which everybody loved, was going to retire? And we got a lot of negative feedback. People were not happy. Scott did a great job of retiring the airplane and having it go through Southeast. We had a ceremony. We celebrated with our friends in the seafood industry. Trident celebrated their 50th anniversary at the time. The tail number on that plane is 559. What people didn't know is we already had a plan for that airplane. And after its retirement, it went down to an undisclosed location in Texas, where there is a paint warehouse where airplanes are painted. And I had sent a note to the VP of marketing, and I said, would you ever consider, I said, I think we have an opportunity here. We know that people are upset that the Salmon 30 Salmon is gone and we all loved it. Would you be open to an opportunity to maybe have an opportunity to have this to be maybe Alaska Native art? Still a salmon, but let's just think of it in a different way. And she came back and she said, I love the idea, but you're going to have to find the artist. And I said, oh, I've already found the artist. Because there was an artist, a young artist, which many of you will know, who loves to do big pieces of art. And you kind of have to have somebody who can visualize an airplane. So I set up a phone call with her. Her name is Crystal Worrell. She is Tlingit and Athabascan. She has spent what I found out later, half of her life she spent in Fairbanks with her mother, and the rest in Juneau with her father and her grandmother, Crystal Worrell, who runs Sea Alaska Heritage. Rosita Worrell runs Sea Alaska Heritage Institute. So I picked up the phone to talk with her, and she says to me, she said, oh, I bet I know why you're calling. You saw my Instagram post. And I said, Crystal, I don't remember the last time I looked at Instagram. I said, what did it say? And she said, I drew on a piece of paper, Alaska Airlines plane. And I said, Alaska Airlines, are you ready for me? And she said, if you didn't see it, why are you calling? And I said, well, I was wanting to see if you wanted to paint an Alaska Airlines plane. And so that began this year-long journey to Crystal painting what I personally believe is one of the most beautiful airplanes in any fleet of any carrier. It is also the only domestic airline that has a Native American name, but not just that, it's a Tlingit name for an airplane. And the name of the airplane is Hotquani, which stands for salmon people. So I would like to show you, because an Alaska Native videographer filmed Crystal's talking about this journey of hers. And so if you'd like, I'd love to end by just sharing this with you. So I think today we've just had an opportunity to talk to so many people about culture, language, our responsibility, land, water, salmon. And I think that Crystal speaks it better than I do. And I hope you enjoy it. And thank you for just letting me be with you today. No, I just can't see one. Or Tim, I said, Tim, can you make sure this works? I see it.
Kia yukhad rosa yeshayakhat shukahadi nakhatsiti afna daka hidi yeshet shamupadi yadi ayakhat bunana nakhatsiti. My cricket name is Kakia. My English name is Crystal Rose Demented World. I'm from the Shukahadi Salmon Sockeye clan, Raven Modi, and on my mother's side, I'm Athabascan Digaton. In Tlingit society, we carry our clan crests. Those are animals and beings that we live amongst, we harvest, we live with, and have a responsibility to. And the nutrients that are in their bodies really feed our people. They really feed this community. They feed Alaskans for thousands of years. Khatkwani salmon people, we're no different from the salmon, and we need to take care of ourselves and in return take care of the salmon. They swim hundreds of miles, navigating back home to where they were born. It's for the next generation. There's a lot we can learn from the salmon. My mentor, Robert, he really challenged me to think bigger. He'd always say, think big, visualize it. And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna visualize an airplane. And here we are. And so I'm hoping it sparks at least that and a similar feeling. But I also want people to look at it and feel proud of being Alaskan, of being a part of this community, and being inclusive of this beautiful culture that we have that's so worth sharing.
That's a wonderful tribute to the partnerships that Alaska Airlines has forged across the state, and what a great representation. I think whenever I go across the country and I see that tail come through, and there's quite the fleet of colors that just represents our state so well. So, what does Casey have in the bag? In your bag.
Amazing delicate bag. So you now have a thing you can take with you to check out our new aircraft.
There you go. And so there you go. Very good. So with that, we're going to go ahead and transition to the next panel. You're both going to be around so we can engage you for questions later. And so we one more round of applause, please, for both of our speakers. And I would ask that the rest of the transportation panel come on up. We've got an opportunity. If you give me another chair, I think we'll keep the table short because we have at least one or two PowerPoints. So we'll bring another chair to the end here. But I was down in California this summer, and I went to look at a boat. And there was an Alaska Airlines room on a boat. I said, I gotta take a picture of that. They said, really? I said, yeah, we've got a great partnership with Alaska Airlines. They said, like, who? I said, well, Marilyn Romano. I said, that's who helped us put this together. So, Marilyn, thank you for your partnerships all across. So, I think so. I'll take one more for myself right back here. So, all right. Hello there. Excellent. Okay. So, we have with us today Ron, why don't you sit the outside? Because that way, when you get up to do your PowerPoint, we won't have to make somebody blinded. Or however you want to do it. Okay. However we want to do it. All right, so we've got 3 new faces to the Southeast Conference family, and we're really excited to have each of them here. And to kind of, this is our opportunity to just kind of get introduced to them, the role that they're playing in the region and in the state. And we're just, without any further ado, you've got their bios there, but we've got a new South Coast director, and just been a delight to get the chance to talk to him a few times and get his, Tyson mentioned the philosophy of the administration of getting to yes. And I know that's one that Mr. Goins owns as well. So if you would please welcome to Southeast Conference for his first speaking engagement, Mr. Christopher Goins.
Thank you, Robert. And it's been a pleasure getting to know you and getting to know some of the people that guide this conference. And it's really exciting to be here with you all. I don't want to make me cry and seeing that, because that's why I moved to Alaska in 2014, was to be a part of a culture like that. To raise my kids as part of a culture that was like that was inclusive, and to make a difference is so exciting. And I'm just blessed. And it really comes into a philosophy that I've had and that I've carried since the day I've walked in the doors at DOT. And I told myself before I walked in the doors at DOT, no silos. I don't want to live in that organization. I don't want to be a part of it. I want to be a partner. And I feel like here amongst you all, hearing all these words, you're partners. You're my people. And that's exciting to me. And it means we have to do a better job to serve you at DOT. And so I want you all to know that we're taking a lot of effort right now to make a capital investment in what we do to become more reliable. We're a part of a government organization. It's really easy to look at the day-to-day and our regulations and say, no, it's super easy. It's not good enough. There are ways that we can get to yes, and we need to be getting to yes on a constant basis with you all. And that's finding those win-win solutions throughout our work and listening to you. I started at DOT as I became the construction engineer about 3.5 years ago. And I said, I need to sit down with my staff and listen. And I learned so much, and they had so many ideas, and we changed the culture there. And we started to build a culture of trust. As I became director, I realized we have to do the same thing. And I don't remember who said it at the very beginning, said speed of trust. We move at the speed of trust. That is something we are institutionalizing in South Coast region. We brought our leadership 50 of our leadership into a speed of trust training this fall. And if you haven't read the book, please do. Stephen Omar Covey, it's amazing. And it teaches us how to be better with one another, how to have the honest conversations that we need to have so that we can be better servants to you all. And I'm excited to see the transitions and to watch people adopting it. Some of the folks that I thought, they're not going to buy into this. They're the ones buying in. They're the ones using the behaviors and the cards, and we're having tough conversations, but we're making a capital investment really in how do we do this better? And that's super exciting. We have 14 initiatives that we are pursuing on and improving our processes at South Coast region so that we can become more reliable in the delivery of projects to you all. We're not just doing it on the capital side, we're also looking on the M&O side, because there's real struggles there. It's challenging right now to hire. And so if anyone wants to come work for DOT, Rory, I know you're retiring. Come on over, my friend. We'd love to have you. But anyone else, we want to grow you, we want to know you, and we want to take care of you, because that's one of the biggest resources we have. And so we're investing in our folks, we're investing in our processes so we can better train you, know what the steps we need to take at the right times. One of the other things that we're doing as part of those 14 initiatives is really going after how do we better engage with the communities? How do we better engage with tribes with the needs that you have? And so it's a real hard look at what we do and how we're gonna do it better and how we're gonna listen to you all. With that in mind, I want to just briefly talk about that collaboration. And that we are looking for opportunities to really seek collaboration. And one of the things we're going after is discretionary grants and partnering with folks. Juno got the North Douglas grant, and we were happy to partner and support them in that. We also saw Cake Access got a grant for the next phase of that project, and that will be an add-on to a national winning, or I shouldn't say national winning, an ENR magazine best highway project and bridge project of the year in 2022. That was awarded to that project. So we want to build on that relationship. I'm looking forward to going to Cake here in the next month to continue that as well. For folks who live in Juneau, Andukin's been a big topic. That intersection has been a big concern, and we are going to be seeking discretionary grants associated with how to fund that. I also don't think that's good enough. Katie, you and I have had this conversation. It's hard to send your staff through that intersection in the winter. And we're building a project here in the near future that's going to lower the speed during the winter, but it's not good enough. So we know, we went through the Pell, we know generally what the project needs to be. With overhead funds, we're going to be seeking, I ordered staff about 2-3 weeks ago, start taking the time to deal with right-of-way. We want to set up that process. We know it's going to take a long time, but we're going to start pursuing that because we know that project will make a difference for our community. And so we appreciate the partnerships. Rory, Katie, Mara Weldon, really appreciate you coming to the table with us. I also want to let folks know that we are embarking on the Southeast Plan. And that has been funded. I walked into the library in Juneau in downtown where that beautiful painting and mural was. When I first got here in 2014, and like a nerd that I am, I'm wandering around looking at all the little documents, and I find the draft plan for the 2014, or when it was 2014 Southeast Plan. And I was like, started asking all sorts of questions. It was never adopted. Well, we're going to be moving forward on building that plan and working with you all in the near future. We're going to be going to RFP in October. So Marie Heidemann is going to be putting that together. Marie, if you can raise your hand or stand up. Yeah, she's amazing. And she really can't wait to get out in the communities and find out how we're going to make those better connections with you all. Also, we're trying something new. We want to become a modern DOT. And so we recently did the STIP in a very different way with an intent of making sure that we could make a connection with you and you could connect with us and tell us what the challenges were in the STIP and all the money that was coming in and how we get to spend that. And so we were exceptionally excited to see over 1,100 comments. That is a record number of comments. So we're going through that right now. I think last night I was typing things away at 11 o'clock last night, trying to respond to comments, working with Marie and the staff there. And we're excited to see that. And I'm excited to get into the communities and have those discussions. One such one I can't wait to get to is in Ketchikan in October. We are going to be investing close to $200 million into Ketchikan over the next approximately 7 years. And one of the things that we really recognized was we have to be very careful. Did the Front Mill Stedman project years ago. And that project, I recognize, wow, if I don't figure out how to way to build this, I'm gonna shut this town down. And our motto is keep Alaska moving. I can't do that. So we have to really walk through and make sure that we don't do that. And we laid out a plan and we want to present that in front of the community and have you ask those questions in Ketchikan. Also, we have about $200 million the next year. We're going to be going to construction across the region from Yakutat down to Ketchikan. And so we're excited about that. A lot of those projects include the Haynes Highway, stage 3, which is over $50 million, and do the bridge over the Chilkat River. That's super exciting. And it falls on the success we had at Haynes 2, stage 2, which built some culverts at 19 Mile. And since we built those, we've had success because we had 2 storm events that created debris coming down the highway. And we would have typically shut down the highway for approximately 2 to 3 days in each event. The highway was stayed open, barely anyone noticed. And we made a difference with that project. And so we're really excited about that. Yeah, you're from Haynes, aren't you? I knew it. We also have 9 emergency projects that are going to be replacing, and this is based on our responses to the 2020 storm events. We're still at it. This is well over 20 projects associated with that. We have also done partnerships, and we're excited. We're going to have a project in Neck Lake Road, partnership with Western Federal Lands, and at the end of that job, we'll be taking over ownership of that section. So that's a really exciting project coming up. And then everybody's here in Sitka. I was just out with some folks yesterday on Catland Bay Road, and we were looking at, well, what can we potentially open in the very near future? And so we're making an assessment of that, and we think we can open a portion of that. That job has been one of the most challenging of my career, just with the amazing terrain. But we're making progress towards that, and we know it can be built. There was lots of people that questioned, can this be done? We know it. It can be done. If we get the final last bit of funding, we think it'll be done in 2024. In the meantime, we want you to be able to see some of the amazing work that the community has put into this, and the partnerships that were developed to overcome huge challenges there. I just want to say thank you to the contractor, K&E. Thank you to the Forest Service. Thank you to Sciatica. Thank you to Sea Alaska. And I know I'm missing people off the top of my head here, but it has been one of the most collaborative efforts to overcome some amazing challenges. So thank you, and I hope that you get to see that in the very near future, and get to experience just the amazing scenery and everything that we've seen as we've been building this project and bringing that need to you all. So I've probably gone too long, but thank you all. So really excited about the energy that he brings to the South Coast region, and I want to do a shout out for John Bowling, who's there in the back of the room. His work on the transportation committee with all the different stakeholders we have in the region to help make sure that you're well positioned for the community transportation planning and the SATP that's coming along, working with Marie and James. There's James right there. And they've got a booth table in the back room there with some information on there, I believe, right? Is that correct? You're not yet? Okay. Okay, so there's something out there, but anyway, they're very engaging for the region. We appreciate that. So next up to introduce is someone else that brings some fresh energy, perspective, and insights into the world of the marine highway system, coming from the private sector, but long time Alaskan as well. And you can't hide in a crowd because he's like 6.5 feet tall. So he's an easy target to find, but it's been a real pleasure to work with Mr. Tornga and over the last few months. And I hope you catch some of those insights as you hear from him as well. So please welcome Mr. Craig Tornga.
Thank you, Robert. As you said, I've been Alaskan resident since 96, but up in South Central. So I've quickly learned the 5 months I've been in Ketchikan, the passion for the Alaskan Marine Highways. So they didn't share that up in South Central. So I'm sure every one of you that grew up here can tell me some story, high school trip, using the ferries in the glory days. So I hear a lot about that. As Chris mentioned, one of the DOT's goals is to be modern. And if any fleet needs that, it's the Alaska Marine Highway System. We're far from it. So today I just wanted to list a few things that we're working on. We are, as Chris talked about, we're working on our long range plan. Unfortunately, at the Alaska Marine Highways, there is not a long range plan that we can build from. So we're developing that. We're working on that. It'll be included in the DOT's plan, which goes out in 2025. And we're working on that with our AMHOB board, the Alaska Marine Highway Operations Board, and then also with the general public. We've been holding quarterly meetings with what we call our ferry focus group. And so we're getting input from all the community leaders that are in that group. It's also available online. You can go in and there's a link into it. I can't exactly say what that link is, but when you get on the Alaska Marine Highway page, you can go in there and make comments on the plan too. And there'll be plenty of time to do that because the DOT's plan's not due to till the end of next year, I think August, and will be included in that plan. So a few things on that. It'll be in that plan. We'll have our system strategy, our long-term goals. We'll also have a fleet replacement plan, which is not in place at this time, but that plan will have a fleet standardization requirement in it. It'll also have a terminal standardization, so we can have as much interchangeability in our fleet as we can. Right now, we have a lot of one-offs, so it makes it pretty difficult. This boat can't go here, this one can't go there, and we have different dock. Even the Alaska class ferries that were just, I think they were built in 17 or 18. They can't go to a lot of the docks that we need them to go to. And so we have to make dock changes. And so that's what we want to change, is have a standardization across the fleet. We're also delivering a 3-year budget plan this year. And this is so the legislature and administration can have something more than 1 year to approve. And for us to be able to plan and produce schedules in advance that match up to an operating budget, we need to have 3 to 5 year budget plans like the private industry does, so that we can make good business decisions. We're right now, we'll say we're just very much an asset intensive business, and we need to be able to have the budget stability at AMHS to be able to perform our regulatory required maintenance when it comes up. And unfortunately, that hasn't always happened in the past, and you get yourself in a situation where you defer maintenance. And unfortunately, that's where we're at with some of our fleet, and it's just very hard to get caught up when you've been deferring maintenance. I'll touch on our reliability. 5 of our 9 vessels are 45 years or older. They should be retiring at about 30. So we are challenged. We spend a lot of money on an operating budget just because we have older fleets. And so to improve that, we need to build new vessels. And unfortunately, that takes time for these vessels, for design and construction. You're 4 or 5 years for each one of these vessels. So this isn't a quick turnaround, but we've got to put the plans in place to improve this fleet so it's something we can all rely on. Our new build designs also must have the input from the operations for the people who operate the vessels. And so we don't have the mistakes of the past where we've had some designs that are missing that input. So I'll just reiterate, we must leave the vessel design inputs to the experienced mariners and use the experience that we have on the vessels. We're also implementing a fleet-wide computer maintenance management system, CMMS, and we're putting that on the vessels. So the crews will have the tools to do their preventative maintenance, record it, capture it, and we can show the regulatories what we're doing as well. And they want to do this. We just got to give them the tools to do it right. The crewing side, I've mentioned a few times, you probably know if you've seen any of the reports, so we're really struggling on the crews. There's just not enough licensed crew members in Alaska for us to crew the whole fleet. We could have had 7 vessels crewed this summer schedule, but unfortunately we have about 5.5, enough crew for about 5.5. We've kept 6 going most of the time. We've had a couple days where we've missed because we haven't had crew members for it, but thankfully we've had crews that have agreed to work over and keep things going. We had one just here, I think it might have been last week, where we had to shut the Hubber down for 2 days while we were struggling to get a crew member. The crew member that had to get off, he'd already been there 5 months straight. So don't want to yell at him. We want to tell him thank you. So for what he did for us. Last item I'll touch on is our first vessel we're looking at replacing is the Tustamina in the southwest. Need to get that to the finish line. Right now, the legal's working on the last part of the agreement. We want to get out in front of our bidders by the end of this month. And then we hope to make award to a shipyard by the end of this year. And then we can start working on that plan. We just completed the power and propulsion study with the Siemens team. They'll be up speaking here a little bit later. But excited about the system we have on there. It's a diesel electric design. We've got 4 Caterpillar 3516E engines in there for generators, I should say. And then we got the Siemens blue, what we call it, just the Blue Drive, Blue Drive Plus switchboard for managing that. And that's a patented system they have that will really do the power management and take care of those engines for a long time and be easy on them. And then we went with the steer prop azimuth thrusters on there as well. So it's going to be a real efficient setup. We're excited about that. It has redundancy in that design and no better run than Southwest for that. So if you were to lose one of your generators, you can still keep going under full power with the redundancy, and then you can work on that engine at the same time, get it back online. And it's just to keep us up and going and no interruption of service on that. We also have a battery system on there, emergency backup battery system that we can use for if we're in the harbor, want to shut down the generators and just run on the battery. But also, if we have an incident while we're underway, we have what you call a blackout situation. This gets rid of that, and you can keep running on this for 20-30 minutes until you get everything back online. So it's a good feature to have for safety on the vessel as well. And that's all I've got then for some updates on AMHS. Thank you.
There is a lot going on at AMHS, and so we're really glad to have Craig at the helm there, and the partnership, the way he includes so many of us along the way. So we got to get it right. Failure is not an option. So next up, we have Adison, who is no stranger to Southeast because she's got her earliest roots deep in the Southeast. She's no stranger to transportation. She's been at the Denali Commission and other places. But now she's in a new role, but she can come tell us about it. So please welcome Adison to the podium.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. It's good to see a lot of familiar faces. I'm Adison Spafford. I'm the Community Resiliency Coordinator. I'm working for the Commissioner's Office. I'm from Ketchikan, Alaska, so I spent most of my life in Southeast. I didn't actually leave Ketchikan until I was around 18. And then I moved to Hawaii, to another island. So like Robert was saying, my roots are, this is where I started. When I graduated from college, I started my first career at the Denali Commission, and I got really involved with Southeast Conference. My background is tribal transportation planning, program management, and funding. And so that's really what I spent the last, I would say 15 years of my career doing. 5 years with the federal government. And then I moved into the private sector, and I was doing the same thing, but working across the state. And so I really got to experience a lot of really amazing and heartfelt project work. I was working with relocation projects, New Talk and Kivalina. I got to experience different Alaska Native tribes, working with Inupiaq, Athabaskan, Yupik, and it was just really great to have that experience. And then coming from Southeast Alaska, working with Tlingit, Haida, and Tsimshian. So with this new role, so the Commissioner's Office, when I met Ryan Anderson, I met him about 10 years ago, and he always was talking about having a local government coordination office and bringing a group of folks together that can plan, do project development, work with partners, work really closely with communities, and develop projects leveraging funding and ensuring that community needs are being met and working across different agencies, breaking down the silos, like what Chris had said. So once Ryan became commissioner, he asked me if I wanted to join his team to help break down the silos, work across all the regions across the state for the department, and just really be a liaison. So working with the Southeast folks, working with Northern region, Central region, we've got headquarters, we've got statewide. We've got a lot of folks in the department that are doing a lot of different things and really amazing work. One of my roles is really to pull together, work with those different regions and be a liaison working with the commissioner and the team. So I'm really excited about that. Just some updates. There are, with the infrastructure bill, there's a lot of money and a lot of new programs. And James Marks will be the one to tell you more detail. Since I've been 4 months on my job, I don't have answers to all the questions, but when Chris was telling you about the STIP, even though the public comment period is closed, I highly suggest that you guys go and look at those new programs. We've got about 9 new programs in there, which are really exciting. And right now we're going through a lot of change to try and figure out how to execute those programs and make sure that they're meeting the needs of the community. I'll just highlight a few of those new ones. We have carbon reduction, housing roads program, electric vehicle program, the resiliency program, which is one that I'll be leading, rural community connection program, sustainable energy, waterways, and light up the highways program. So we're doing things a bit different and it's really exciting, but I know there's going to be a little bit of change and some time to get those programs up and running. So let's see, the resiliency plan. Is anybody in the room working on climate adaptation resiliency planning for their community? Back in the corner. This is really important and I want to make sure, because we're just getting this started, and I want to make sure to engage with Southeast Conference and all of you, working with Marie with the Southeast plan, because we will be doing this resiliency plan internally at DOT, but it's really important that we engage with different regions and folks to ensure that their resiliency projects are included in our plan, because that will help, get a reduction in match for certain discretionary grant programs. And so that's pretty important. And when we're talking about resiliency, I think everyone's still trying to figure out what that means with emergency response and what we're going through with climate change and how we respond to those disasters. So it's a new area for us and we're figuring it out, but I'd love to talk to you all more about what you're doing. And then lastly, I think there's been previous conversations with Southeast Conference about the rural transportation planning organization. This is a new program, a pilot program that we're working on. We have funding available for this. It's a community-driven program. And we've got some handout materials that aren't quite ready yet, and we'll make sure to pass those on to Robert. But the goal of this pilot program is really to help transportation decision-making be community-driven. And so finding a body like Southeast Conference or maybe Tlingit Haida, a fiscal agent that wants to take the lead and partner with DOT through a cooperative agreement. And there'll be planning funds made available, but really start to run and make your own decisions for your communities. And so there's a process that goes along with that, and I can talk to you about that in more detail. But it's a really exciting program. I highly recommend having the conversation about it. I think about 10 years ago, we were talking about this program, and now it's actually coming to life. So with that, I just want to say the tribal transportation team, rural planning, if there are folks interested in coming to work for us, James, I think planning, we have some positions open, and we would really, the commissioner and the governor, they're really wanting to expand our focus on rural planning and tribal transportation. So James is your guy. And that's all I have. I think.
Great. Thank you.
Hey, last but not least, organization that we're very proud of is Southeast Alaska. So you can take it from there, you can bring it up here. Okay, bring it on up here. Please welcome Ron Curtis of the Inter Island Ferry Authority.
Afternoon, everyone. Thanks for having us back. So, Inter Island Ferry Authority, we had a really good year this year. And as some of these folks have said, we live in a special place. So I always feel like I got to put together a presentation that has at least some pictures of the amazing place that we live. So let's go ahead and, like I usually do, start off with by the numbers. So these numbers are reported on our most recent fiscal year, which ended June 30 of this past year. So by the numbers in fiscal year 2023, we had 51,754 passengers, and that's the highest number we've had since 2010. It's the highest revenue year in IFA history. We had a 69% fare box recovery rate. That is a little bit lower than our traditional. Obviously, COVID hit us hard, but while revenue was the highest in history, so were expenses. So I put a couple new metrics on here. So looking at passenger utilization rate and vehicle utilization rate. So deck space and seats and how much we utilize. So for the fiscal year, we utilized 38% of our passenger space, available voyages versus amount of capacity. During the peak season, which we consider our peak, most of our ridership occurs in the months of July, August, September. So this is July, August, September of 2020. This is last year. Because, our fiscal year started in July 1 of 2022. So at peak, we were 57%. But to give you an idea of where we've gone, so for this year, which is fiscal 2024, in July, our passenger utilization rate was 72%. So quite an increase. Looking at vehicle utilization rate, so how much of our car deck was utilized on every voyage. Fiscal year, 60% of our car deck. During the peak season, again, July, August, September 2022, 72%. So July of this year, we utilized our car deck at 93%. We were full basically 3/4 of the days that we ran. So it was quite a year. Next slide. Oh, and sorry, Albert. So those numbers, many of those numbers with the asterisk, they included Metlakatla numbers also. So because we like to, so the Inter Island Ferry, and I think I said it on my first slide there. Our compass points southeast, specifically south-southeast, serving the communities on Prince of Wales Island, Ketchikan, and then in a support role for our friends at Metlakatla when it's needed. So highlights. So on May 24th of 2023, the IFA in just over 21 years of operation has had 16,474 sailings, transported, almost 250,000 vehicles. And on that day, we transported our 1 millionth passenger. So shout out, you notice what he's got in his hands there? Anyone know what that is? So thank you, Casey. Thank you, Marilyn. Thank you, Scott. And I apologize for anyone else at Alaska Airlines that I didn't call out, but this person, kind of interesting. This kid's name was Chance. So Chance Headley was the individual. He flew into Ketchikan to catch our ferry, go see his sister's high school graduation. So, and then he got himself a ticket to round trip anywhere that Alaska Airlines flies. So thank you guys. And it was a little bit of a long day. It's kind of a story. We were watching it, every day because it was going to happen at we even did a press release. It's either going to happen one of these 2 days. And so Donna, our terminal manager, calls me the night before and says, I don't think we're gonna make it. We need like 16 more people for it to happen in Ketchikan. So it's gonna be Hollis the next morning. And then that morning she calls me and says, we're down to 6. You probably better go. So rode the boat from Hollis to Ketchikan, literally the next to the last person that got on the ferry that day. So, all right, next slide. So highlights continued. So we completed a refurbishment project on the motor vessel Stikine. Want to thank, shout out to our engineering staff, also the state of Alaska's engineering staff and project managers. We love the breath of fresh air in, there's been a breath of fresh air in DOT and AMHS, and we really enjoyed working together closely with those individuals, and they really helped to make this project a success. So, and then also Bergen, I saw you out there. And then it was done by Alaska's own bigger shipyard. And so this is a picture of the solarium that we enclosed. It used to be an open area on the back of the boat. It's increased our galley capacity, which captains appreciate because they don't have to make announcements constantly. If you're not eating, please move to the observation deck. You know, it's helped a lot. And yeah, additional dining space and warm space in the winter. So next slide. More highlights. So we also did a whole lot of renovation boats. So Craig mentioned the age of his boats. We're not in that bad of shape, but you know, we have one boat that's 19 years old, one that's 22 years old. And so you can imagine the boat we did is a 19-year-old boat. You can imagine what seats look like, what carpet looked like, what tile looked like after it'd been in a boat for, you know, 22 years or 19 years. It was, easiest way to say it was nasty, right? So, and then we rebuilt the main engines and put in a new fire control system for compliance for the Coast Guard and much more. I don't want to bore you with all those details. So next slide. And then our most recent project we completed, we renovated our Hollis terminal. Again, not quite 19 years old, but that carpet was really old. So, so it's been a breath of fresh air in the IFA too. Renovating boats and renovating terminals. Yeah. And so moving on. So what's ahead to lead the way? So the refurbishment project we just did on the Stikine, we'll be doing the same exact project on, well, not quite exact, but very close to the same project on MV Prince of Wales. The Ketchikan berth refurbishment is going to kick off on October the 1st, which will necessitate us working together with our partners at AMHS, sharing the main berth for a period of a month and a half. And if anyone does travel on the IFA, please make sure you go to the website and understand the restrictions, because it's going to be an interesting time. We also have worked up a maintenance plan to take our boats to 2037, basically looking at about a 38 to 40 year life. So, and then a ship replacement working in initial phases of working on a ship replacement plan. So we end up having a pipeline and knowing where we're going, so that even though we got the long-range maintenance plan in place, we've given the state, you know, Marie and her team, they understand what monies we need over a long period of time each year in order to maintain the boats. And it's next step is refurbishment, because, you know, at 40 years, we want to make sure we're moving on from those boats. Challenges is the next slide, and I don't want to dwell too much on it because it's all the same stuff that everyone is having happen to them. So we have an aging staff and very little youth pipeline. Inflation is biting us. Fuel expense, supply chain issues, getting parts, maintenance of an aging fleet, and funding. And you know, as I said many times in this conference, you know, we can have the best plan in the world to maintain our boats and what we need to do to keep them going in a long-term plan. But when it comes right down to it, guys, it's a boat. Right? Stuff breaks when you don't, brand new stuff breaks. So last slide. And I just want to thank you all. We had a really great year. We're looking forward to, and actually this new fiscal year is looking fantastic. And the numbers so far are far and above what we did even in fiscal year 2023. And so our compass points at south-southeast. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. And really, we could make a day of transportation, which we would do again in February for the 3rd annual Transportation Symposium. So we'll do deeper dives there, but we want to take the opportunity to introduce you to the family and let them put a face to the name and the news and teleconferences. And so anyway, I'm going to ask you to thank this panel and invite our next, I'm very pleased with our next panel. So as they transition up, they transition out, would please give them all a round of applause. So we have so many champions for transportation, and one of those is our former governor, Frank Murkowski, and he has an ambassador to convey a message to us. Jimmy, we just hand you the mic, or you want to come up? Come on up, come on up. So as the panel's getting seated, we'll get a chance to hear from our former governor, who works still tirelessly on our behalf.
Governor Murkowski is 90 years old, but he is still writing stuff about the Marine Highway. And one of his, I've got several copies of papers together. I'll just leave them at the front desk if you want to pick them up. But the key issue he wants to know about and have discussed is why during this period of vessel shortages and whatnot, the Matanuska can't be brought out of retirement and filled in for 2 or 3 years while the new vessels are being refurbished and brought online. And the second thing he wants to know is why can't we do more in terms of getting transportation back to Prince Rupert? He remembers his days as Commissioner of Commerce when actually it was Economic Development, not Commerce, in which the run to Prince Rupert was started. He thought it was the most important possible run, and being a person who grew up and went to Ketchikan High School, I can imagine why he thought that. But I see Dan Ortiz back here, and we'll ask him that question and see what he can do. But those are some of the key questions that Governor Murkowski wanted to ask, and he wanted everyone to know here that he is still very concerned about the ferry system and asked that I say a few words about that, and all of you can attest that I said a few words.
Thank you. Thanks, Tim. Thank you. Thank you. I'm very pleased to see the relationship between those, between our workforce on AMHS and the operations and management. And this is Mike's like 3rd annual meeting with us, and some of your veterans as well. I'm going to turn this section over to you and let you introduce the team, the content, and run through the PowerPoint. So thank you for being here. All right. I'm gonna go out there so I can watch and listen.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having us here. Really appreciate it. We're going to talk about retention and recruitment for the crews. We're going to explain how the crews get their licenses, their documents, everything that you probably don't know. If you're a boatman, you know what I'm talking about.
Get closer to the mic.
I'm here. Robert, John, Sarah, thank you for getting us here and helping us work this out. My name's Michael Murray. I represent the members of the Alaska State Ferry deck officers, the men and women there. It's Master Mates and Pilots, MMP. I've got Vice President here for Master Mates and Pilots, Dan Toohey. Erlen Wally, he's the Inland Boatmen's Union Regional District Director, student. And Jeff Duncan, he's with MEBA, which is Marine Engineers Beneficial Association. I'm gonna sit down and my boss would like to give you a few words and we'll go from there, okay?
Thanks, Mike. I have the honor of the coveted 230 tryptophan max coma conversation a lot. So my name's Dan Tuig, and I'm the vice president of the International Organization of Masters Mates and Pilots for the West Coast, Alaska to California and Hawaii. I have a few things that I just like to say off the bat. So we're sitting here all morning and now afternoon, and one of the things that came up first was Southeast Alaska by the numbers. And I thought this was a very interesting thing that came out right in the beginning, and that was Southeast Alaska is the #2 spot for young people to come to work in the summer. And I want to know what's #1. I mean, what's #1 if it's not here? And I say that because I'm 63 years old. I spent my 20s and 30s in Southeast Alaska. I spent my 20s in Sitka. I lived here for 10 years. And from 1983 to 1993, I lived this wonderful place and all these wonderful people. And so I can imagine that Southeast Alaska is still the best place to possibly be if you're a young person. I can't figure out what could possibly be #2. Who's in charge of those numbers? Because I want to know. Did anybody know what was #1? We need to find out. Okay. So we're here to talk about workforce development, and you're looking at the maritime unions. We're the leadership of the maritime unions that provide the deck officers and the engineers and the unlicensed deck people that actually run your ferries. And between Mike and Jeff and Erling and all the people that we represent, we are the partners that you have to figure out how we're going to make things go. How are we going to get the Alaska Marine Highway up and running again at full capacity? Now, just recently, Mike and I were in Ketchikan. We met with Craig Tornga. I got to tell you, Craig Tornga is going to be the guy. He's going to get you guys out of the hole. His long-range plan that he's working on is going to be the future. The initiatives that he's doing to get the maintenance back up and a long-term plan and a vessel replacement plan, all those things are going to happen because Craig Tornga says so. And I think we all need to believe that that is what he's going to do. But the piece that we're struggling with the most is the workforce. And it's very important that that we realize that our workforce is aging. Our workforce is aging themselves out of the industry. You can't work on ships your entire life until you get to the point where you can't work on them anymore without replacing people behind you. And what we're seeing nationwide, worldwide, is a global shortage of mariners. We can't get young people to come to work in the maritime industry anymore. And so the only way to really attack that is for the employers that own the ships, that own the ferry system, that own the experience that we have for these kids to get on the ships when they're young, figure out how cool it is, and then take the steps that they need to make it a career and go forward from where we are and find the workforce of our future. There are barriers to employment in the maritime industry. Those barriers are not insurmountable, but what we find on the entry-level side, we have the unlicensed deck folks, the unlicensed engineering folks that come in. There is certifications and training and preparation to be a person that works on a ship before you can ever step foot on a ship. And so when we look at, and especially in the public sector operations that where the government practically funds or at least subsidizes everything that's going on, what we find is that these barriers to entry into the maritime are in some cases insurmountable. We hear recently a big push for what's referred to as diversity, equity, and inclusion. And there's a lot of federal money that gets thrown at this concept of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And they say, well, what does that mean? And what that means is looking out and seeking out and recruiting from what's considered underrepresented communities. And so it's very easy to say, well, the underrepresented communities are people of color, they are the LGBT community, they are all of these different things that have a label onto them. But what we've discovered in diversity, equity, and inclusion is that when you remove the barriers to entry, it's surprising who you will find who comes forward. And I say this from personal experience because I also work with the Washington State Ferries. We created a training program that allowed people who worked in ships, who already worked on the ships, to go back to school and paid them as opposed to having them on the deck of the ship. And what we found, and I was flabbergasted by this, but what we found was the underrepresented community that we experienced was single moms. Here are single moms who are out working on these ships in the entry-level jobs, who wanted to advance themselves into the pilot house and become a mate and to become the master and do all these things, but they couldn't do it because they didn't have the time. And so we created a program that allows these folks to go to school and still get paid for a period of time. They get the certifications that they need, they get the training that they need, and they step up to the next place in their life. And now they're leaders, and they are the leaders of the new mates. We have brand new masters who are women that came in and weren't there before. And so we really need to look at workforce development in the maritime industry totally outside the box. And what I'd like to say is that the jobs are there. If you want to go to work in the maritime industry right now, give any one of us a call and we'll put you to work tomorrow. The jobs are there, they're everywhere. Everybody is looking for mariners, and Craig and his team are looking for mariners. We're trying to man the Alaska Marine Highway to the place that it needs to be so that it can provide service to Southeast Alaska. You know, I looked at all the people that are here. Somewhere earlier today, someone said, who lives in Southeast Alaska? And a bunch of people raised their hands. How many of you are unhappy with what's happening at the Alaska Marine Highway? You know, how many are unhappy with the fact that the service is down? You know, it's not a matter of who is to blame. It's a matter of how do we fix it? And how do we fix it is workforce development. And so I look at the Southeast communities and I say, when going to the legislature in Juneau and knocking on doors and shaking hands and saying we need, what I can't understand is why the people of Southeast Alaska are not standing up with forks and pitchforks and torches saying, hey, you know, what are you guys doing to us? Because these communities absolutely have to have the ferries. You have to have them. If you don't have them, your communities will fail over time. And so we look at all this and I say, what can we do? And so I think that the facets of what we're looking at, unfortunately, always come down to money. It's always about money. It's about funding. It's about money. It is about making the Alaska Marine Highway the employer of choice. Making the working conditions better. That's what unions do. We fight to make working conditions better. We fight for, you know, family wage jobs. We fight for our members so that we can bring everybody into the same place so we can all work together and go forward. I said all this stuff already. So at any rate, I wanted to talk about, you know, what Craig said. He talked about the long-range plan. It is imperative that the Alaska Marine Highways have a long-range plan. These boats are going to be around much longer than we are. The fleet replacement plan, absolutely. These ships are aging out. Not only aging out, but because of a lack of funding, there's deferred maintenance. And I've been working on ships the majority of my life. And I can tell you that when deferred maintenance happens, you never, ever catch up. You never catch up because you just can't get past that place where something is broken, we're gonna fix it a little bit, we're gonna fix it a little bit and a little bit more until it breaks again. The concept that Craig talked about taking design input from the fleet, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. As a person who operates ships, I can tell you all the times I bang my head on the desk saying, why did they do that? Because nobody asked us. It's the perfect thing to do, Craig. We really appreciate it. And, and going forward, we have to look at how are we going to sustain the people. And so we do have this PowerPoint presentation, which I honestly saw first thing this morning.
We're going straight there.
Whatever. So I guess Mike's got the button. We're going to run through this thing very quickly, mostly because it's charts and graphs of numbers. And one of the things that we talk about is how the Alaska Marine Highway is not being competitive in a world of maritime. And so part of that is wages, part of that is benefits, and a lot of it is the fact that you are competing, the Alaska Marine Highway is competing against its local comparables. Those comparables are the Washington State ferries and the Blackball ferry that goes back and forth between Port Angeles and Victoria. And so when looking at those things as comparables on the West Coast, by licensing and by tonnage, these are the only ships that compare. And so this first slide is basically telling you, what does it take to be an entry-level person? You have to meet all of these requirements, have all of this training just to walk in the door and get a job. And currently those jobs are paying $18 to $22 an hour. $18 to $22 an hour for an entry-level job was pretty good 15 years ago. You can make that kind of money in Starbucks and not have to worry about drug tests and not have to worry about being away from your family and not have to doing all the things you have to do to even get in the door and have that job. Again, on the unlicensed side, we have for the engine department, we have for engine and unlicensed deck, the wiper and the watchmen are people that walk through and keep an eye on things down below. Again, they have to have all of this training to walk in the door. And how do you get that training? You get that training by going to school. And the schools are available. And actually, in all three cases, the unions own different schools to get you into these places. But you have to look at it in terms of time and how long does it take to do this just to recruit somebody to come in the door. What do we got next? Okay, MEBA, the Marine Engineers Beneficial Association. That's what that stands for. And it's hard to say in one fell swoop. But at any rate, to work in the engine room, even to be the lowest paid person in the engine room, you're required to have all of this training. And you join the union, you get the jobs, they are dispatched out, however the various unions do it. But you have to realize that this stuff is not easy to get to. What's the next slide? Okay, and so MMP, Masters, Mates, and Pilots. So I'm actually more familiar with this. The Masters, Mates, and Pilots are the mates that run the ships. They are the master, the captain of the ship, and what's referred to as pilot. And one of the big stumbling blocks to getting to this level is something called pilotage. And pilotage is the best way to equate it is that if you are a mate, you have come in with a bachelor's license or bachelor's degree. If you are the master of the ship, you have a master's degree. And the pilotage on top of that is a PhD in ships. And what pilot does is provide expertise in ship handling and local knowledge. But the Alaska Marine Highway and other large passenger vessels that are US flagged, they work under a law called the Federal Pilotage Act, which dates all the way back to like 1789. This is one of the first laws that was written by Congress. And what it does is it requires that the person who's actually driving the ship is a licensed pilot for the waterways that they are in. This is the huge stumbling block for the Alaska Marine Highway to replace its deck officers. Because in order to get that license, those endorsements on your license, you have to make numerous trips through those areas as an observer. You have to then petition the Coast Guard to allow you to take the exam. And then once approved, you have to literally draw the nautical chart from memory. And for Southeast Alaska, I'm a pilot for all of Southeast Alaska. I did it a long time ago. So I'm sure the number has changed, but when I drew all the pilotage for Southeast Alaska, it was 32 charts. It took me years to do it. 32 charts. Now it's 49. And so it's the most difficult thing to do to achieve the ability to be the mate on that ship that drives back and forth. And so the mates, the masters, and the person in Washington at the Marine Highway, sometimes referred to as a pilot, they all have to have this level of licensing that is very, very, very difficult to attain. And so when the Marine Highway is saying, "Oh, we're short of deck officers, what are we going to do?" The only thing we can do is train them. We have to be able to give these people who are coming to Alaska the ability to get the time riding back and forth, allow themselves to be able to take the exams. It takes time, and it takes sea time, and it takes study time. And then you have to actually go and draw the charts. Now you can do that in Juneau, you can do it in Ketchikan, you can do it in Anchorage, you can do it in Seattle. But that is a stumbling block for getting us where we need to go. And so Greg and I were talking about this. There's a program that was written also down in the South End, down in Puget Sound, that we've figured out a way to address this program and get people the time they need to actually do the studying. What's next? This slide is about the number of people that we have at the Marine Highway versus the vacancies that are there. And the numbers are a little confusing, but basically what they tell you is there's not enough people. And if you look at any type of maritime system, you need to have about 125% of the people that you need in order to make it run smoothly. And if you don't have 125%, all you're doing is the same amount of work you're doing on overtime. And so it's very, very expensive. So in order to train up enough people to get to the point where you're almost overtime neutral, it's workforce development. Left-hand corner bottom. I can't read that, but what it says, I believe, is that the upper level deck officers are all leaving in the last 5 years. They are either aging themselves out or they're going to work for the pilot associations running the cruise ships.
In the last 5 years, we've lost 32 people, highly qualified captains, mates. That pilot, we'll get it through next year.
And I don't know if you heard that or not, but Mike said that in the last few years, we lost 35 very highly qualified people, and we're not replacing them at that rate. IBU, Inland Boatmen's Union, the vacancies on deck, again, they are 43%. I see 25%. I see 23%. These are the vacancies. We're not even at zero yet. And then if you look at the 2015 to 23 retention trend, things are starting to turn around on the unlicensed deck. However, if you look at the engine room and the pilot house, it's continuing to go down. Now, you have to ask yourself, why is it going down? One, we're aging people out, but two, the Alaska Marine Highway is not the employer of choice anymore. When I was a kid living in Sitka, I wanted to work for the Alaska Marine Highway more than anything else in the world. My time came, they weren't hiring. You had to wait in line forever to get a job on the Alaska Marine Highway. We used to try to figure out a way where if you had a friend that worked on the highway and the ship would come into the Sitka dock, and suddenly that guy would say, well, geez, I'm sick, I gotta get off the boat, but look, there's Dan standing there, take him. And that's how you got on board. And Sometimes it worked out, sometimes it didn't, but I never did get a job on the Alaska Marine Highway. Why are they leaving? The Alaska Marine Highway has scheduling issues. The ships aren't running the way they normally do. You can't depend on them being in the place that they need to be so that the schedules work out for a work-life balance. There's payroll issues. There's administrative things that are going on. Just getting relieved sometimes and not getting, somebody mentioned earlier, somebody was stuck on a boat for a month. 5 months. Okay, 5 months. That's unheard of in a ferry system. Absolutely unheard of. It happens all the time offshore, don't get me wrong. But in a ferry system where you're supposed to be able to go home at night, that's unheard of. But what's happening is that these folks are going to greener pastures. And so what we need to be able to explain to you is that the Alaska Marine Highway needs to be the employer of choice. If you're not going to be the employer of choice, if you're not going to do everything you can to be the employer of choice, you will, one, not recruit anybody new, and two, you will not be able to retain the people that you have, and the system will continue to struggle. Is there anything else? Well, we can talk about what people make, but we really don't want to talk about that. But we can tell you that in looking at this graph right here, we have comparisons to the Washington State ferries, to the Black Ball line, and the blue line is the Alaska Marine Highway. We have some struggles, and in talking with the Alaska Marine Highway management, we are going to attack those the next time around. Our recommendations are basically things that have to do with pay and benefits, work-life balance. The unions, plural, together and separately, we bargain separately, but together, we all have basically the same goal. Our collective bargaining agreements are solid. They have been for many years, but all we can do is turn ourselves around and try to make it better. And then, you know, the partnerships for the future. We are the labor partners. We're not the people that are standing on the other side of the desk, banging up and down on the table. We're the ones that want to solve the problems. And so we come together with the management, with the legislature, with the Office of Financial Management. We come to a place where we say, what's right to make this thing go? And that's how we look at creating collective bargaining agreements that work for everybody. And then there's a survey that says, you know, what people want is what people want. But I wanted to end with this. First thing this morning, I don't remember who said it. They said, business operates at the speed of trust. And then I heard it again. And I heard it again. And I heard it again. And finally I said, there must be a book or something about this. And so I was sitting over there Googling it, and I looked it up, and I just got the little Wikipedia piece of this. And one of the things that it said to me was, the speed of trust has 4 pillars. And that is character, competence, integrity, and intent. And so you're looking at the leadership of the maritime unions right here. We have those things. We look at the person in the back of the room, Craig Tornga, he has those things. We are going to succeed. And we can all do it together.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Final words, Mike?
Final words, Mike?
Sure. You know, I think Craig, didn't you come on, what, a couple of months ago? 4 months? Seems like a couple of months. When he first came in, I explained to him that we need employees. And I said, for the last 2 years, I've been trying to get employees that have retired to come back. The state constantly told me, no, you can't do that. You can't do that. He came in and I explained the situation to him. Within a month, we had retirees back. He is a hero. He is going places. Just keep him in the job. I don't care what you got to pay, keep him in the job. Thank you.
We're gonna take a break until 3:30. The break is sponsored by Visit Sitka. And Rachel has an announcement to make as well.
Hello, everyone. This conversation is so timely. You know, we're working on workforce development here at the Pickett Chamber, and looking for those high dollar, high demand jobs. So let's keep talking, let's break down those barriers and solve that. I wanted to share a little bit about a pamphlet that's in your bags. It is the Show Your Badge program, really quick. We actually kicked it off in 2019 when we hosted Southeast Conference here in Sitka last. And it is a local discount for conference attendees who walk around town with their badges on like we all do. And so there's a whole list of businesses from shopping to attractions, and even if you wanted to get out on the water this week while you're here. Also a couple of dining, so just across the street from the Widmark, we have the Wildflower and Subway, so definitely take a look at that. And then on the other side, we are going to be having a welcome reception. We're so excited to get you guys out of this room and out to see some coastal Sitka. And we will be providing shuttle service out to the Sitka Sound Cruise Terminal. And that will start at 5:15. So you can go downtown and get a little shopping in. I know they're gathering items for their auction. And come back here 5:15, 5:30, we'll have another shuttle. We'll actually be riding the shuttles that our visitors ride when they're coming back and forth from our cruise terminal. So you'll have that experience, but look for people with the signs. And then the shuttle will continue to run when you're ready to come back into town. We will have some bites and some top-notch entertainment. And but we want you to come back and eat dinner in town and kind of enjoy our food scene. We have some really awesome restaurants and they're all ready for you guys tonight. And we hope to see you and have a break, but don't take off because there's more program.
We have an hour after this break at 3:30 with our elected officials, Senator Stedman, and all four of our House leadership folks from Southeast will be with us here shortly. So take your break till 3:30, but I have to say that you ended on a perfect note to imputing integrity to each other and being a partnership. That's what's going to win the day. Please, another round of appreciation for our panel. Hey, the tribe. And so appreciate everyone coming on in for the final panel of the day. So look at that, everybody's ready. They quieted right down. So we are very fortunate to have each of these individuals working for us. It's not a part-time job anymore, is it? And we certainly appreciate your efforts. Senator Keel sends his regrets. He had a conflict, so he was not able to join us. But we've got the full House contingent and Senator Stedman here. All these folks are known to all of us, so we're not going to get into any great lengths of introductions because we want to hear from you, and I'd like to ask each one to kind of start with a couple of minutes of kind of a recap of how the session went from their chair, maybe something they worked on in particular, and then we'll open up some questions from the floor. So. Was that an amen I heard out there? Amen. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Every once in a while I hear a voice and hopefully it's not just, was that? I don't know. Can you guys pay attention if the curtains are open? Yeah. Okay. Then okay. Best behavior, then we'll let that happen. So, all right. Without any further ado, then Representative Hannah, would you please do the honors of you can stay comfortable right there at the table if you want. So this is family now. So please take it away.
Hi, thank you all for coming inside to look at the beautiful weather we brought you. We're politicians, we'll take credit for it. I'm Sarah Hannon. I represent House District 4, which is Juneau. It's all of downtown Juneau and Thane and Douglas Island and the airport area. If you've been to Costco or the airport in Juneau, that's my election district. And then a little very front part of the Mendenhall Valley. The first 2 terms I served, the district lines were different, and I represented our neighboring communities to the north of Cluckwan, Haines, Skagway, Excursion Inlet, and West to Gustavus. And even if they're not part of your district, one of the things to always remember is that legislators serve the state. You're elected from a geographic area, but your obligation is to the state. The laws we pass are not for one community or another or for one region, they're for the state. And one of the things that always gives us the opportunity to talk about are things that are critical across the state. I was thrilled today to hear the governor's chief of staff using something that I think 4 of us at this table, I know they talked about a lot last session. Childcare, childcare, childcare. It's a workforce and economy issue. You can do it because of brain science. You can do it because it's good for communities or it's good for families, or you can bottom line and say, we have to invest in childcare because it keeps our economy functional. And that's a good reason to do it. The same with housing. We can do housing because it's good for our mental health. We can do it for, it's good for our families. It's good for our workforce, but we have to invest in housing because unhoused Alaskans aren't able to contribute to the economy. All right, I'm already on my soapbox, so I should back down from that and say, in my 3rd term, one of the things that's different was I'm in the minority and serving only on one committee, the finance committee. One of the things in the legislative process, it's a team sport. And if you're on the team who's in charge, you're in the majority, you have an obligation to fill all the committee seats. So my first 2 terms, I served on 4 committees, chaired 1, co-chaired 2. You got a lot of process work to do, the administrating of the process. But now that I'm on finance, I understand Bert Stedman a little more. You just have one assignment and you get to dig deep. And everybody wants to ask you what the answer is. How much money you got for me and how much money should we put towards it? I'm going to leave those for Bert because we still give him the senior seat in the Southeast delegation. Deep thoughts with Bert Stedman. It's always a worthwhile hour if you can get it. Thrilled to serve with this team of advocates for our region. Everyone here could talk ad nauseum about the marine highway system and its critical nature, not just to our region, but to the entire state. One of the things that was interesting in my first term when the marine highway system got gutted and Fairbanks and entire interior community legislators came back the next year and said things like, do you know how many people moved to Fairbanks using the marine highway system? And if they can't get on ferry out of Bellingham, they can't drive through Canada, blah, blah. And we could all go, we understand the Alaska Marine Highway System moves Alaska. It doesn't just move our region, it moves Alaska. And it is critical to the Department of Defense because it turns out many people who are moving to and from what the Department of Defense in Alaska have personal weapons that they're not going to drive through Canada with. And the only other option for them is to have a marine highway system that connects stateside to stateside. And we're not doing that right now. We're going to be at the end of this year, a full year where we've had no cross Gulf ferries. So you had to get off in Alaska and drive through Canada because we haven't gone across the Gulf. In a community like Yakutat, remember that mobile mammogram thing that we did, a decade, 15, maybe it's as much as 20 years ago to help Alaska? We can't get it to communities like Yakutat because the Marine Highway Ferry hasn't gone there. So those are problems, but we got a lot of solutions. And again, we're politicians, we brought you sunshine. So I'll pass it to my neighbor in my joining election district, Representative Andy Stewart.
Thank you, Rep. Hannon, and thank you everyone for being here. I have to say I'm very proud to represent District 3. My district has changed this last session, and then I get to represent the Northern Lynn Canal communities of Haines, Cluckwan, Gustavus, and who did I forget? Cluckwan. Oh, Skagway, sorry. Sorry, Skagway. And then, of course, the Northern Mendenhall Valley, and also the Aquans, the Jiskat, and the Jishkut Quans. And I am so proud at how our team, when I say the team, I mean our legislative team, really tried to work together well this year. Our House Coalition
Senate coalition, and our House majority. We try and pull together. We have differences of opinions about things, but we know we have to deliver a balanced budget. And one thing that I have really worked hard on and have to continue to work hard on is valuing, and what we talked a lot about today is our human infrastructure. It is so important, the care that we develop our resources, our salmon, our oil, our minerals, but how are we developing our human resources? And we're stuck right now in some really key areas. If I had to say the number one thing I've heard from the northern communities when I was running and when I was serving was ferries. And thankfully, everyone's come together. As Rep. Hannon explained, we understand what an economic engine it is to the whole state, not just us. And so we've got Director Tornga on there and everyone working together well. And that when I started coming here, it was so gloomy about the ferry. And now we have a plan. We're making a plan. And so we've got to help with our workforce initiatives. I just got back from a great conference. Indiana, they have the governor's workforce initiative on workforce. And we really need to do that here. I think it's really important. We talk about a lot of different workforce initiatives, but we have to do the training that's needed. And one bill that I worked hard on this year was our Alaska Performance Scholarship. We have something for our students who take a certain curriculum. It needs to be modernized. We don't have enough kids applying for the scholarships. And that's what's going to help keep our workforce, to grow our own workforce. And what I'm very pleased about is we've expanded this legislation that's in House Finance and in Senate Finance to include a career technical education that can be part of the curriculum, take some classes in that. It increases the amount, so it's more attractive to students. Does several things that I'm not going to go into detail about, but what's important about it to me is this year, the bill, House Bill 31 that I introduced, it actually became House Bill 148 because the whole Education Committee, our 7 members, very diverse, but working together well, we made it a committee bill. So it came out with a new number, and that means we've got a bipartisan group in the House pushing that. In the Senate, we have Senator Dunbar, who's got that to the Senate Finance, and this is an opportunity. Kids have to take the FAFSA in order to require this, which is our free federal aid package, that we should be encouraging every kid we know to figure that out, because we are leaving I think it's $6 million on the table that our state doesn't, they set money aside for each state for kids who apply, students. And this can be for any post-secondary institution that we have in the state. So it can be for a 2-year certification. I mean, this is the real deal. And so I'm really passionate about that. And I'm hoping we're going to see some movement. Just listening to our presentation about ferry transportation and workers, it seems like we need to be looking at some grant money to help encourage these the training that's needed. We do it for certain teachers, for certain specialties. And so we've got some work to do on that. But I want to say that we all work on the budget. It's so important, and we are working so hard to protect our permanent fund. We know it's our nest egg. We know we need to keep that growing and not overdrawn. So it was the first time in 9 years that we've been able to balance the budget without withdrawing from our savings. And everyone on this table worked really hard to do that. I wanted to say that I think it's really important that even though we have this great infrastructure project, we really need to be investing more in deferred maintenance. It puts a whole bunch of different people to work in this state, and we have so much to take care of with our infrastructure. So I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to hear everything that you're talking about. And thank you for your deep caring of your communities. You guys put in so much time. We get tired. I can't rest without saying, sorry, I think I'm going over, that we passed an historic increase for the base student allocation. Everyone on this table worked really hard on that. The governor reduced that by half. We have a lot of work to do on that because that helps keep our community's strong and our family's strong. So we have a commitment, I know, to work really hard on coming up with the right number for that. But we believe in this state, and we know we need to make it attractive, and you guys are doing that. So thank you.
I'm Rebecca Himshoot, and I feel really fortunate to be the representative for House District 2, and that would be the incredible coastal communities from Yakutat to Heidelberg. It stretches about 500 miles, and those 500 miles include 10 tribes, 9 village corporations, 11 school districts, and 21 communities. And so I'm grateful to Southeast Conference because a lot of the people who are making the difference and making the decisions and leading in those communities are in the room today. So it's great to have everybody delivered to my doorstep so that we can get time together and see what we can do together to improve conditions for the communities and the people in them. So I have 3 committees that I serve on, and I think the thing I'm most proud of from last session is that I'm not sure if it was the absolute first piece of legislation that passed both houses, but it might have been, was HJR 5. It was a joint resolution to support the trollers. And that was based on the work that I saw coming out of the communities to support our trollers. And I'm guessing everybody knows the issue, but I'll just say that this summer I was really pleased and taxed to get to all 21 of my communities. And there wasn't one community that didn't have at least one troller, from Port Protection and Point Baker all the way up to Sitka and Petersburg, Yakutat, Heidelberg. Everybody has trollers. And the impact to them had the lawsuit, had we not gotten the stay on the decisions made by the courts, would have been immense. And so that resolution was just a statement of support for the state to continue defending the rights of our trollers to fish. And then in community and regional affairs, I don't have any particular legislation there that I was working on, but I think a lot of you serve on your local assemblies or your local council. And I'm absolutely convinced as a former assembly member that the most meaningful level of government is that local level. So I'm grateful for the work that you do, because the decisions you make impact the people who live next door to you and the children in your schools. And so that level of government is the most personal, in some ways, maybe the most difficult. And so in community and regional affairs, the thing that I'm aiming to do with whatever comes across that committee is to make sure that we preserve local control. So there were a few bills last year that are still in play that I think remove decision-making from local communities, and I will push back on that without question. So then I'm also on the education committee, and it's kind of hard to even talk about the education committee, but I wanted to, I guess, call out HUNA. When we had the presentation earlier, they were talking about the many successes of HUNA and HUNA Totem. As I've gotten to know HUNA, there are a number of teachers retired there who made their entire career in HUNA. And I think you see the effects of that in the successes of HUNA. And so I'm not saying other communities aren't also successful, but those teachers who either were from there and stayed there or came there and made it their home for a 20 or 30-year career, I think that makes a difference in a community. And right now, if we're not funding our rural schools the way they need to be funded, we don't keep our teachers. And so there's more that goes into that, but I know that some people say, well, the schools are getting a lot of money, but the bottom line is if we don't pay our people well, we can't keep them. And if we can't keep them, then we lose stability in our communities. So I wanted to also talk about House Bill 148 just briefly. To me, it's a model of how government should work, in that in 2011, Governor Parnell came up with this Alaska Performance Scholarship idea. It passed. And then about 10 or so years later, there was an evaluative review. And that review came up with certain recommendations that should be followed. And those are the recommendations that are in House Bill 148. So you enact a piece of legislation, then you look back to see what wasn't working, and then you implement the fixes. And so that is a really good bill, and I hope that we'll be successful getting it across the finish line. So yeah, I'm thrilled to be here, and I'm thrilled that you're here, and we have 2 more days of really good conversation ahead. So thank you for making your way to Sitka, and I guess, Sarah, thank you for the sun. pass it to Dan.
Hello, my name is Dan Ortez, and I am proud to be the state representative from District 1, which includes Northern Prince of Wales, Coffin Cove and Whale Pass. It also includes Wrangell and Ketchikan and Metlakatla and Saxman and Hyder. And it's truly been an honor and a privilege for me, probably the honor of my life to, other than being a teacher, it's the honor of my life, to be able to represent them and to be with you again today. This is probably my 9th Southeast Conference, I think. And it's always a pleasure. And the main pleasure is because I can look out and see so many of you that have allowed me to build relationships with you, with your communities, and with the people who make Southeast Alaska what it is, this truly unique place that we call our home. I want to touch a little bit on, not so much on the last legislative session, but what I see is the prospects for the upcoming legislation, and to build a little bit upon the comments that we've already heard in relationship to education funding. And I'd also like to talk a little bit about the capital budget funding. With that said, earlier today, we heard from Karen Moriarty of AOGA that oil prices are currently on the rise. And, I spoke to the Commissioner of Revenue just briefly today, and he spoke about, positively about what that means for this upcoming year and this upcoming budget cycle, in terms of having revenue that we can invest into the state. And that's exciting because it's not always that way. In fact, this last session, we were impacted by, projections on revenue, the actual revenue coming much lower than what was projected it to be. And so tough decisions were made because of that. And so when you have a period that looks like we're going to have this next year with increasing revenue, perhaps as much as $1 billion more in revenue than what we had last year, I guess that's going to get people excited. Politicians get excited about the prospect of spending that kind of money, and they like to spend it fast. And it's tempting, to do that because, particularly if you're in the House, you run for re-election every 2 years. So you feel like, okay, here's an opportunity for me to maybe make some decisions that'll be popular with my constituents, et cetera, which is not to be faulted. I mean, we serve our constituents, but here in the end, what I notice is, and of course, what everybody knows is that just when oil prices tend to go up, they also can go down. And it's not necessarily the best policy to think about how we can spend that, think about, the prospects of what that added revenue can do and what the best thing we can do with that revenue to look to the long-term interests of the state and to the long-term interests of our future generations of Alaskans. I mean, sometimes what's tempting in the immediacy is not necessarily the best for the long-term goal of what we would like to see, which is our state to prosper into the future and to have the state continue to be a place, not just for myself and for my wife, who've lived here now for, I've lived here in the state of Alaska for over 50 years, to think about, my children and my potential grandchildren, and what Alaska might be long after I'm gone. And so with that said, I think it'd be my perspective, and I think it would be the perspective of some of my cohorts here, that we do need to really look at ways that we can make Alaska attractive to be a place to live into the future. And when I talk about that, I think one of the ways is investing in our infrastructure. We heard about the need to do that today, and investing in what we call the capital budget. I left on many of your tables this particular sheet of paper that looks like this, and it's a bar graph that charts the spending of the capital budget, spending levels of the capital budget on the blue, represented in the blue bars, and how that tracks with the price of oil. And you can see pretty much, when the price of oil goes up, we have money that we can spend in the capital budget. And when it goes down, not so much. And what that means is when it goes down, the issue that Representative Story brought up, the deferred maintenance list starts to go up, starts to increase significantly. So from FY15, if you're looking at that particular graph through FY19, those graphs, those bars are even through FY21, those are pretty small. We didn't spend much money on the capital budget. And that has a cost. And that cost is building deferred, increasing deferred maintenance, which is not getting addressed. And that's a problem. And so, you know, when I look at that and I'm thinking about this upcoming year when perhaps we're going to have some increased revenue, why not the money into the capital budget where jobs, real jobs can be created, where real investments can be made in infrastructure that needs to be addressed. To me, that would be if, you know, if Dan Ortiz was not a representative, but a king, that's where I would go with this potential new revenue that we have. And with that said, I also would like to point, my colleagues have spoken about the need to address funding for education. This last year, I reintroduced, I guess, a bill that originally was carried by Representative Story, which became HB 65, which called for funding, a significant increase to the BSA in funding, real significant. You know, through the process, the number that I introduced, I think was twice the number that we ended up in. I think I ended up about a $1,200 increase to the BSA. And it ended up through the Education Committee being reduced down to $650 into the BSA, or $680 into the BSA, which would cost the state about $121 million of added spending in education. But that was a compromise, and that was the process, and that's what the Senate ended up with. And it looked like, okay, you know, that's still significant. It didn't catch us up with inflation, but that was significant. But then in the end, it did get vetoed by the governor in half from there. So, you know, those are numbers. And, you know, what I always like to remind people of is the numbers don't really represent the issue. The issue is what happens when a student walks into a classroom. The issue is, can that student make a connection with their teacher? Can that teacher make a connection with their students? That human connection. And, you know, if you're not keeping experienced teachers, if you're not hiring and attracting good quality new teachers, the impact on education is significant. If you look at this bar graph that I sent to you, this tracks the spending that we spent on the BSA, the pencil graph that looks like this. It tracks the spending that the legislature has done towards the BSA. And basically from FY12 going all the way up into FY23, the BSA increase only got up increased about $300 per student at its highest point, all during that time. But then that bar graph black line represents, okay, what does that mean when you're spending $5,930 per student in FY23 compared to spending $5,680 per student in FY12? What that means is your real spending power has dropped well below $5,000 down to about $4,700. And so what we're asking is the districts to do the same thing, and they're asking education to do the same thing with significantly less dollars to do it in. And that's just having a real negative impact on our ability to attract, keep teachers, on our ability to, you know, have districts be able to afford their energy prices, their spending to upkeep their buildings and all those kinds of things. And so, you know, I think the argument's pretty significant here. And I'm going to stop with that and saying that, you know, when we have new revenue available, we need to start investing in our future. We need to start investing in our education system. We need to start helping our districts catch up, which also helps out local communities, local governments, puts the pressure, reduces the pressure to increase spending at the local level if the state can do a better job, and helps to keep the prospects of taxes increasing down and all those kinds of things. And so even though it might not be, immediately visible to the pocketbook, it's significant in terms of if we can invest in our education and invest in our future workforce, we're investing in our human capital, which is our most important resource that any society has. It's a human resource. That's our most important resource. And I think I've said enough. And so I'm going to leave it to the real wizard in all of this. This guy on my right who, I really appreciate. He's my senator. He has been my senator since I've been in the legislature, and I've learned so much from him. And I'll turn it over to him to tell you where I went wrong here just now. There you go, Bert.
Thank you, Dan. So I'm Bert Stedman. I've had the honor to represent a good portion of Southeast Alaska for almost 20 years in the state Senate. The district goes from Yakutat down to Dixon Entrance, excludes Juneau and Lynn Canal, pretty much. So it's all the islands, including Yakutat and Hyder. They're technically not islands, but they're just as secluded. So it's a vast area with lots of mayors. So I can always agree with the mayor. Lots of school districts. So I can always agree with the superintendent. At least the odds are in my favor. I'll get at least one of them to agree on any issue. So I just want to touch base on a couple things here that was said on these charts. Just a couple of points. These charts were put together by legislative finance, is my understanding, so they're accurate in what they depict. But there's other issues surrounding them, and the pencil chart is what you hear us refer to in the finance table a lot, to this chart with pencils on it. It's school funding. There is a lot of federal money that's not reflected here, and other monies coming in from the districts that distort these numbers somewhat. And one of the challenges we had with the discussion through the increase conversations on the base student allocation last winter was we couldn't really get a good definitive feel for what the dollars actually were and get an agreement with the administration. So in the legislative process, when we did the operating budget at the end, which I was in charge of at the Senate side, we asked on behalf of the governor's request that the school districts give a more accurate financial information to the administration by, I think, the middle of October or so. So the administration then would have the ability to look at that when they contemplate the submitted budget by December 15th. And then another update in January. That would give the administration, the governor, the opportunity to do his amended budget in the 15th of February, just further dialogue. So it is accurate that the governor did peel back that appropriation, but these other tools were in place. So we'll work through that process. We should be able to come to a more definitive numeric target between the administration and the legislature. And we'll see what that is. Some school districts have ample cash and some do not. And it's spread all across. But one thing that is indisputable, our test scores are horrible nationwide in reading and math for the younger Alaskans. In fact, they're in the toilet. They're at the bottom. I mean, literally down, 2 to 3 from the very bottom. So, we got to do something. And I don't have that answer, but when Mississippi and states like that in the deep south can outscore Alaskans, we got something wrong. So we got to work on that. No disrespect for those folks down there. I just came out of Arkansas. We want to outscore Arkansas. And they had a reading problem. They had a reading problem, math problem 20 years ago. And their state turned it around, put them up in the middle. So that's all we want to do is get us in the middle. We don't want to be in the bottom. And tell us how to do it and how much it's going to cost, and let us try to figure it out. Because all we do is appropriate money. Anyway, so that's on the student
funding. So you'll see that all over the press all winter long next year. That'll be a hot topic. The other chart dealing with the capital budget, just quite in FY 23, there was a large blue bar there, but that wasn't proportional for around the state. It was weighted to several areas, so we got to work on that. So Southeast region didn't participate in that much at all, unfortunately. But that's the only, and the other thing on this chart, there's huge federal money that come in. For your DOT money, billions of dollars, and all the federal airport money. That's not reflected on here, but these are the monies, the general fund money, the legislature and the governor pick a project that's not basically federal funded and say, we're going to go out and build this project. We're going to go build this library. We're going to put this fire hall in. We're going to fix this road with cash. That's what this is. So we'll probably most assuredly have a bigger cap share. And we can pretty much bet money on that the way the oil price is. So let me just touch on that for a minute. It's pretty evident that we've got problems in Europe, and it's changing the transportation routes and the economic relationships to multiple countries, and it's affecting us. And you see it in our oil price. And oil prices now are sitting in the 90s, and our break-even number we used last year was $73. We balanced the budget at $73, and there was a lot of crying and moaning. The world's going to end. I ran for election on a big dividend. What am I going to tell my constituents? You know, wham, 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 wham. You know, we were running out of cash. You know, so we held the line, forced a balanced budget with a $1,300 dividend and a kicker for an extra $500 if oil prices advance from 73 to about 83, you'll get under 500 in a year. So there is a little sweetener in there, but we were very concerned on the savings and liquidity position of the state. The permanent fund is that financial markets aren't as rosy as we'd like. And they have some constraints in some of their assets that they hold. We needed to build more cash, and we need to have a targeted amount, about $3.5 billion sitting on the sideline in the CBR, our savings account. And we were nowhere close, nowhere close. We're about 800 million short right now on that number. If the price holds up strong this year through June, most of that should be able to be healed up, and in this next budget, finish it off if it's not. That should be the first thing we do. Get our financial position structured so if oil prices drop, we don't have to have fire sales. And in the meantime, we can still kick out a strong dividend every year, which we intend to do. So after that conversation gets settled out, a balanced budget, fix our liquidity, then we'll talk about Dan's and myself's capital budget in our district and other districts and everybody else, other things we want to do. It's obvious that we have a lot of deferred maintenance that the Senate wanted to concentrate on last year and the year before, and that's why there was no additions in the budget this year on the Senate side. There was a handful in the House to get the votes from the most conservative people to get the votes to get a budget to pass. If you can believe that one, right? You think the liberals would be the ones you're trying to give them a project to get them to vote for the budget. No, it's the most radical far right people that pound their fist about a big dividend, how conservative they are. And by the way, I got a $20 million road. If I don't get it, I'm not voting for the budget. So we held the line, and we had to stay after school for a day. And we just told them at the end of 30 days, you're going to get the same budget back. We're not moving. And so we agreed and got the package done. And we should have had a balanced budget the previous year. There was a run on the Senate floor. We went from $1 billion surplus to $1 billion deficit in 20 minutes. And if you ever want to watch reality TV at the Senate Finance, you should watch that one. But at a coronary. But anyway, so let's stop for a minute with all, yesterday and last week, talk about what's coming at us a little bit more. We've got strong tourism markets. The ships are coming. Some community members think they're coming too fast, some a little bit too slow. So each individual community is going to have to sort that out. But that is a strong growth area. The state's liquidity position is getting better. And we're going to have hopefully a bigger capital budget. I would imagine the governor will come out with his own spending plan. He's not the appropriator, but he'll give us all kinds of good ideas and we'll sort it out with him. Because we can't get anything done without his signature, and he can't get anything done without us appropriating money to get his stuff done. So we'll work together on that for the benefit of the entire state and try to get some, I would like to see some legacy projects moving forward, and not upside down legacy projects, but projects that are not fix a pothole, but put in a road that's going to last for multiple generations. Build something that's, going to last. Where's our second ferry? That's another one. I want to see the cross Gulf keel weighted and the welders working, and then I'll get excited because we've talked about that for 15 years here. We all know those scenarios. But when the keel's down in the shipyard and the welding crew is welding, then we know we got a boat coming. And until then, I'm keeping my powder dry. I want to see what the new manager does and what support he has out of the governor's office. We can appropriate the money in the legislature. There's no doubt about that. It's not an appropriation problem. It's a management problem in the other branch of government. So we will see that the second vote is geared up as soon as we get the green light. The one thing I want to call to everybody's attention is the collapse in the fish prices and the impact it's going to have on our processors and all our fishermen and the entire supply chain in our fisheries, which really affect all of us, clear out into the chain and up into Bristol Bay. So we have limited ability to react to that, but there's some things we can do. Commissioner Sandy was listening in the meeting that I was at yesterday on the same subject. And it's more of her area, and that's to help the industry sell some of this shelf product to the federal government for the food, Feed Americans and other people, to try to get some of the inventory reduced. That would be probably the most immediate thing we can do. We're most likely going to see consolidation in the processors and probably a lot of financial damage within the fishing fleet itself. So we can, from an appropriation side in the legislature, we can work with the administration on what kind of flexibility that they can give for people that are highly leveraged. If it's debt, interest rate bypassing for a year or two or whatever, they want to try to do, and try to help them with that as far as not block it. But we can also work on trying to increase the marketing dollars that the state is putting forward. So the fishing industry needs to open up new markets, and they need to go out and market Alaska seafood, and they need to get back in on some shelf space. So we need to look at increasing that, in my opinion, an appropriation increase substantially over the 5 million we did this year. The worst thing we could do is sit and do nothing. And that would be just asinine. We know it's coming. So we need to try to get in front of it and to alleviate it. And the tourism marketing budget kind of goes hand in hand with the fisheries marketing and the political arena in Juneau. So that you'll see discussions of them both being increased from the legislative side. We can't do that without support from the administration and the governor. And I hope that the administration, particularly the governor, when Commissioner Sandy sits down and gives them an education on what kind of a crappy market this is, then he sits down with the industry and has a private conversation with them. Because normally when we have things go upside down, it's like 20 years ago, salmon markets went down the drain. we put together a salmon task force and we went to address that. This is different. This is pretty much all the fisheries, except for maybe halibut. I guess they're telling us that it's very strong. Everything else, even crab, got kicked in the butt. So it's worse. So rather than wait till they're, beating down our door, hopefully we'll be proactive, and it's really the job of the administration to interact and work with solutions, and then the legislature to appropriate. But I don't think that's going to be much of a challenge to get the legislature on board because of the broadness of this. So, I know we spent a lot of time talking about other things, over the conference other than direct fisheries, but like a few years ago, we had the tourism, basically its throat cut with COVID. Now it's going to be the fisheries that are going to get beat up. So I just want to kind of give everybody a heads up, even at the local level, at the town councils and assemblies, we're just going to have to work through it. And with all that being said, I don't think there's any reason for us to be increasing taxes. We can balance the budget, have a good dividend, increase our cash position, crank out some of these capital projects. As long as the oil, stays $80, $85, $90, we're going to be fine. We just don't want to go hog wild and build, some great big multi-billion-dollar upside down project. And that is a concern. And the other area that we have some concern over, and that's the permanent fund. I see the executive directors here, and we'll keep an eye on that. We started having those conversations last February in the Senate Finance, and we'll be looking at that and tracking that in detail. And we want to do whatever we do, we don't want to slaughter the golden goose for the next generation. So I don't think that the house is burning down with the permanent fund yet, but there's some smoldering going on in the basement. And we just need to make sure it doesn't turn into a fire. And we're aware of it. So it's not going to sneak up on us, and we'll work through it. And with that, I'd like to thank everybody for coming to Sitka. It's beautiful. It never rains here. Don't believe it rained 4.5 inches a few weeks ago, or 3.5 inches last week. Just rumors. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll spend the next 10-15 minutes with a couple of questions, but as I go towards that next hand raise, Senator, you mentioned the PFD kicker oil got to a certain price within certain dates. Can you remind us what, or is that expired? How good is that offer for?
Well, that goes through this fiscal year, ends in June. And it's a sliding scale, starts at roughly $73 and taps out at $83. And it's on the average price. And if it stayed above 80, simplest way is to think about it. If it was $83, north of $83 all year, you'd get an extra $500 check next October.
All right.
We were trying to come up with a way to try to work with some of our colleagues that actually ran on paying out thousands of dollars every year to a dividend, and watch the state just crumble.
It's the first quick question.
My name's Kathy Leary. I'm from the city of Gustavus, and I can say that our town and many others were extremely disappointed that the governor vetoed the PFAS bill. And it had huge bipartisan support and probably enough to overturn it, which I guess isn't happening. But what do you feel is next for that? Because a lot of us were hoping to get rid of some of that stuff in our communities.
Jesse Keel's been leading that in the Senate. He has lots of it in his district. And I've got a little bit now. Oh, I'd like to wait and see what the administration produces. They know what we came up with, the legislature collectively over 3 years. The first bill a year ago didn't get out of legislature. This one did. And there was improvements. And we'll see what the department has. Everybody knows it's a problem. So we'll work with the administration and come up with a solution. Something has to be done.
Anyone from the House want to respond? Anything additional to say on that?
I know that both Representative Story and myself have worked with Senator Keel on the PFAS issue. And of course, it's multifaceted. We have pollution in communities where it's in the water stream, and DOT is currently paying for clean drinking water. Gustavus is one of those communities. Then we have communities that sprayed it and used it, and they've created other plumes of pollution, and they've got toxic material to be moved out. It is an issue where the executive branch has to weigh in to say, you know, because there was some rhetoric of it's going to cost us to remove it. Well, it's already in our drinking water systems, and we are already paying in other agencies to provide people safe drinking water. And if you don't have safe drinking water, then the discussion around housing is moot, because you can't have people out there. So it is complex in the politics. It's not very complex in the science. PFAS is a toxic pollutant that we need to address. It's everywhere in the country. It is all over Alaska. In the places that don't think they have it, mostly they've just not tested for it. So, and again, it was bipartisan. It's in Department of Defense sites. It's in some of the most conservative legislators' district to the most liberal legislators' district. And we all agree, we got to clean it up, and we got to get it out of our communities, and we've got to find an alternative for firefighting solutions that work in all of our rural communities. And the problem is not going to get smaller in price tag. So we have to continue to ask the executive branch to help lead. If what we produced as solutions wasn't what you want, then how are we going to solve this?
Thank you. Next quick question from Mr. Hope. Thank you, Robert. I did want to say Milo Booth, $5. That's going to be in the mail for name dropping me earlier today. Really appreciate that. I am Jerry Hope. I'm Transportation Director for Sitka Tribe of Alaska. One of the things that we've had as a challenge in Sitka, we also operate and manage the fixed route public transit system in town here. And we have, working with other transit operators in the state, including your communities, Juneau, Ketchikan, Sitka, as well as further north, getting a match from the state. We're one of the few states in the US government that does not have a match that goes to public transit. And we have organized and tried to work with the Alaska Mobility Coalition, of which I'm one of the board members of, tried to get effort for annual consistent contributions from the state. We failed in that effort, but we really hope to get your embrace and commitment to have a match that is not just random from one year to another, but consistent. We really do need that. We get a large source of funding from the Federal Transit Administration, so we do appreciate that, but we do need a partner from the state of Alaska. Thank you. Anyone want to comment on?
We all hope for predictability from politicians, but it's not something you can depend on.
Okay, accepted.
And I just wanted to add, when it comes to match money, I know that communities are really struggling to make matches, not just for what you're talking about, Jerry, but all of the IJA and all of that. It all comes with required matches that communities are struggling to come up with. So you might have a great project and there's federal money there, but can you make the match to support that? So not specific to your issue, but matching money is a thing.
Yes, Mr. Erickson.
Yes, so my name is John Erickson. I'm with the fabulous Emerald City of Yakutat. And I just wanted to take this time to thank Senator Stedman and Senator Hemsheet. They helped me with the harbor issue. And that's, I'm not senator, but representatives. But that really came through for me. So I just want to say Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Excuse me. Probably the last question here.
Jeff Good with the City and Borough of Wrangell. This kind of affects 9 different communities, which is kind of the reason for me asking. It's our wastewater treatment and the 301H waivers that we're all facing at the different communities, and just trying to work between the EPA and then also the state to try to work through this issue. Hopefully, with the possibility of some capital funding coming down for all the different communities that it's impacted by, and then trying to work out a resolution between the state and federal government and our local governments on how we're going to come up with a solution other than trying to get loans to be able to pay those back. Because it's just, we can't afford, most of the communities can't afford a loan, even if it's a low interest loan, to pay back.
So let me try to address that a little bit for those that aren't really familiar with this. Anchorage is billed to deal with this is about $1 billion. Catch cans around, I think, 35 million. Sitka's maybe 14, somewhere in that range. These are significant numbers, and they're starting with the smallest communities first, like Wrangell. It's a handful of millions, and I don't have that memorized. I'm sorry on what Wrangell is, 6 or 7 or somewhere in there, I think. But anyway, what we're trying to do is get some solution on how the state's going to help before the little communities get stuck with the bill and the project comes up to Anchorage. There's more of them than everybody else. They will vote a solution for us, and everybody else ends up taking it in the shorts. So we need to come up with how we're going to deal with this so it's fair to Anchorage citizens, Wrangell, Ketchikan, all around the state, because they're big numbers. And I don't see how the communities can afford it. I always, just joke with about the subject. They can always throw the mayor in jail. He refused to do it, throw his butt in jail. We don't have a pollution problem. This is just a government mandate being rammed down our throat. And the area in which they measure the effluent discharge in mixing zones, as an example, in Ketchikan, would take you out in the Gulf of Alaska. That's how ridiculous it is. So I don't have the answer to that because we haven't figured it out yet, but it's a big financial challenge in front of us. And the one thing I'd like to mention that I did earlier is the need to electrify our cruise ships when they're in port to cut their emissions down, increase the generation capacity for those of us that live here in the winter when the cruise ships aren't here, and to have their emission footprint diminished. So you'll see that being discussed and worked on the next few years, and that's a significant bill. Also not in the neighborhood of what this environmental treatment issue is, but it's significant. It's in the tens of millions. And there'll be a pecking order of communities that get dealt with first because they have the ability to produce the energy and get the ships plugged in. But we need to get our cruise ships plugged in, the ones that are in port. There's one more question over here.
Anyone want to comment on the fact we've lost 1,400 state jobs in the last decade, and we've got Alaska Permanent Fund Corporation looking at moving offices to Anchorage? Something that we can stem the tide, reverse that, or is that just what we have to surrender?
I will speak for Rep. Hannon and Senator Keel and myself, is that we have very much talked to the Permanent Fund Executive Director about that. We've tried to get several people to talk to the board about how A lot of the reason that we've been told it's been moving is for some more work, better recruitment up there. And there, when we look at the numbers, they really seem to not have as big of a recruitment as we believe. And we love Southeast and we think the permanent board should be here where state government is. It's just so critically important. If you know anybody on that board, please tell them how important it is that it stays together in Juneau, where we can all work closely with it. And we thought, well, maybe if there was another office in a different time zone, in a different investment area, would that be a necessity? But why in our own state would we want to start another office up there? And we know there's going to be annual expenses for it. And we don't think we need those annual expenses to run an efficient permanent fund, which they have done together.
I'll put more of a point on it. I think this is just part of the capital move. It's been underway for years. There's more and more employees moving out of Juneau, and there's more and more employee positions not filled in Juneau. And the permanent fund, all due respect to the administrator, we're the appropriators, and I'm sure we're going to have a conversation about that this winter. That should have been, in my opinion, put through the regular budgetary process and discussed and concluded. And the oil industry is in Anchorage because it's cheaper than in Fairbanks. Fairbanks is closer to the oil fields. Anchorage is closer to the gas fields and Cook Inlet. They're in Anchorage because it's cheaper for their employees to live and less expensive for them to pay their employees. So if the employees are going to go from Juneau to Anchorage, are they going to take a salary reduction? That's what I want to know. So they're going to have several questions coming at them. And I think the permanent fund is getting too political. And I've talked to some of my colleagues. I think it's time the legislature puts in a piece of legislation that requires the board members to be confirmed by the legislature.
So we have time for one question.
So this is going to be a hot item. That's why you threw it on the table, just to lighten people up before dinner, but it's going to be a hot one.
And Robert, could I just mention there is a salary study going on for state jobs, and I think everybody's aware of that. And it's a typical political answer, oh, we'll study it. But I'm hoping and committed that whatever the results of that study show, that we'll take action based on that study, and maybe that will alleviate some of those losses.
Thank you all. I'm Leila Angie Midbuyer. I work for Southeast Conference for the statewide biomass program under the guidance of Robert Venables and my supervisor, Karen Peterson. And we work with partners with the federal government, U.S. Forest Service, State Forestry, Alaska Energy Authority, educational programs at University ASEP and Renewable Energy Alaska Project. So we have a very wide partners, and we're constantly struggling to keep projects in rural areas cost low because of the low workforce capacity in plumbing, electrical constructions. Bids are coming at for $400,000 for a cement wall. And so we're working very hard to build that workforce capacity. And I thank the representatives and legislature for focusing on education, and we'll be happy to work with you on what we're noticing and what we're doing in that area. Thank you.
So with that, crammed a lot into the hour. I really appreciate each one of you, and appreciate the fact that you can spend as much time as you can. Hopefully you can join us tonight as well, and for the next couple of days. I saw Senator Olson through here. I don't know if he's in the room or not, but I certainly appreciate all the efforts that your colleagues. I know it's a team effort, and as I think Rep. Penny alluded to at the very beginning, it's you represent the state, and so we need our partnerships across the state to support things that are important to us. So appreciate all the bridge building and championship that UAs provide. So a round of applause, please, for our one friend. Buses will start taking you to the reception at 5:15 right outside here, so you've got about 45 minutes to get into some more casual gear if you like, or hang out here till the buses come. It's been a great first day. Thanks again to each of our sponsors and each of you for the great success we've had today. So see you at the reception.